Chapter 1, Opening Reward, a Personal Secretary. Harder, harder. Almost there, just a little more. Harder. In a high-end private kitchen, Yi-Koen is opening a bottle of wine and struggling to pull the cork. If you can't even pull a wine cork quickly, let's break up. Annie is frowning, as if Yi-Koen owes her money. She's arguing about breaking up with her boyfriend over a trivial matter. Stop it. Yi-Koen was a little speechless. His girlfriend was always threatening to break up with him over the smallest things. It was really too much. If he guessed correctly, Annie would soon ask for money. I wonder what excuse she'll use this time. If we don't break up, it's fine, but today is Labor Day, so give me a big red envelope. Sure enough, Annie asked Yi-Koen for a red envelope again. Breaking up was just a pretext, and asking for money was her real goal. Ha ha. Yi-Koen laughed bitterly in his heart. This time the excuse was Labor Day. Have you worked today? How dare you ask me for a red envelope? You want a red envelope on Labor Day? And today I already bought you a 16,000 yuan Prada bag, 8,000 yuan Dior high heels, and took you to a private restaurant where the food costs 2,000 yuan per person. Yi-Koen couldn't help but frown. Although he was young and successful, like those handsome guys who just add books to their shelves, he was bound to make a fortune. However, he couldn't stand his girlfriend's tricks. I don't know when it started, but almost every holiday has become a holiday for women. This is so strange and ironic. The world is going downhill, and people's hearts are not as they once were. Whether it's Children's Day, Women's Day, Christmas, New Year's Day, the Spring Festival, or Army Day, National Day, Singles Day, Double 12, Arbor Day. Any holiday, my girlfriend will ask Yi-Koen for a holiday red envelope. At first Yi-Koen refused, but he couldn't stand her fussing, so he gave her a red envelope. Once he started, he couldn't stop. In order to show his love, he gave his girlfriend red envelopes on almost every holiday. And the amounts of the red envelopes kept getting bigger and bigger. From the initial 13.14 yuan, to 52 yuan, to 131.4 yuan. Then 520 yuan, followed by 666 yuan, then 888 yuan, and then 1,314 yuan. Do you think 1314 was the biggest red envelope he ever gave? However, that was not the case. He had also given out red envelopes with the number 88888. He could not give out big red envelopes, so he just transferred the money directly. Whenever he gave out a red envelope with less than 500 yuan, she would still dislike him. This caused him to have psychological shadows on various festivals. These red envelopes were actually just a small token. Yi-Koen had to take her on a trip at least once a month, sometimes domestic trips, sometimes international trips. The minimum standard for accommodation had to be a 5-star hotel, and in Dubai they stayed in 6-star and 7-star hotels. Traveling is not just about traveling, it also involves shopping like crazy. Yi-Koen has to buy her bags costing more than 10,000 yuan each, shoes costing more than 5,000 yuan each, clothes, and even more expensive women's watches every month. This girlfriend has an insatiable appetite, like a bottomless black hole. She has spent more than 1 million yuan on her in just 1 year. Yi-Koen is not a rich second generation, he is just an ordinary good-looking guy. He just made a small fortune from previous investments. Just like those handsome readers who have given 5-star reviews, as long as they hit the jackpot, they can also make millions, tens of millions, or even a small fortune of billions. It's no big deal. When good fortune comes, you can't stop it. Although Yi-Koen makes money fast, this girlfriend spends money even faster. Is she a scumbag? Is she taking advantage of him? Is she always cheating for money? If it was a woman he had just met, she would be so greedy and demanding. He would have slapped her long ago, and would never have put up with it. Yi-Koen had always treated Annie as if she were his first love, and that was why he kept satisfying her every demand. And she was becoming more and more greedy. Are you going to give me a red packet or not? Annie saw that Yi-Koen was taking too long to give her a red packet, and she became impatient and put on a sour face. I'll give you 520 then. Yi-Koen said, expressionless. At this point, he was actually very unhappy, feeling like he was being held hostage by the red envelope. 520? Are you trying to fool a beggar? Nowadays, girls spend more than 520 on just a piece of makeup or a lipstick. Annie rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction and said, you can afford to give a 520 red envelope? A bowl of poisoned chicken soup was just poured down her throat. In her opinion, the way to measure how much her boyfriend loves her is how much money he spends on her. The more money you spend on me, the more you love me, and everything else is bullshit. Ha ha. The problem is that I bought all your cosmetics for you. Yi Cohen couldn't help but laugh. His girlfriend's cosmetics, from a small lipstick to a large skin care set, were all bought with his money. The skin care products he bought for her were all the La Mer sets, the ones that cost tens of thousands of yuan. Even so, she still had a lot of complaints and felt dissatisfied. Yi Cohen was very disheartened. When everything has to be measured in terms of money, the relationship has completely deteriorated and become more like a transaction. And since it is a transaction, it depends on whether the other person is worth the price. You even have to compare prices when you go shopping in the supermarket. Everyone has a scale in their heart. Don't treat the other person like a fool. I don't care, if you really love me, just give me a 5,200 red envelope. Annie didn't notice the change in Yi Cohen's expression and once again asked for a lot. She made another bowl of poisoned chicken soup. She felt that Yi Cohen loved her, so he should give her a big red envelope, otherwise he didn't love her. Time and time again, she kept asking for more, never feeling satisfied. But she never thought about what she had actually given. Could she keep asking for more just because she had a pretty face and a good body? No way. This time, Yi Cohen refused. He felt that his bottom line had been crossed again and again, and he couldn't stand it anymore. It's not that he doesn't want to spend money on women, but when the other person asks for money on their own initiative, it makes him feel cheap and low class. What makes him feel sick is that the other person is never satisfied and takes everything he gives for granted. He's not looking for a girlfriend to get by with, she's clearly a vampire. Insatiable, taking without limit, never satisfied, just like a vampire, lying on top of him and constantly sucking blood. Just as Yi Cohen opened his mouth to refuse, a prompt sounded in his head. Ding! A godly talent seed has been detected. Binding to the billion-trillion godly talent system is in progress. Ding! Binding complete. Host, Yi Cohen. Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Stamina, 8. Spirit, 7. Charisma, 7. The peak attributes of an ordinary person are 10. Godly talent reserve, billions of trillion Chinese yuan. Yi Cohen has read countless books and is a connoisseur of fiction like the group of handsome guys, so after being surprised, he quickly accepted the fact of the binding system. Ding! Detected that the host has rejected an unreasonable request from a scumbag girl, and rewarded a well-behaved and capable personal secretary. Explanation: to become a godly magnate and reach the pinnacle of life, start by rejecting scumbag girls. Chapter 2, Slapping the Gold-Digging Green Tea, Rewarding the 100 Billion Group. Yi Cohen didn't care about the reward for the personal secretary. Instead, he noticed the two words that stuck out: trashy woman. Trashy woman. So Annie really is a trashy woman. In the past, Yi Cohen didn't want to think like this, but the system has verified it, and she is definitely a trashy woman. I've spoiled her rotten and treated her like she's my first love, and I've been so blind. What? No red envelope for me? You can make tens of thousands of dollars a day, but you're not even willing to give me a 5,200 yuan red envelope. You don't love me at all. Annie started to lose her temper again, revealing an ugly face, as if it was only natural for Yi Cohen to give her money. If you don't give me money, it means you don't love me. Another bowl of poisonous chicken soup was poured in. I don't know if she was brainwashed by the idyllic woman again, or if this was her true nature. Ding! A green tea bitch has been detected holding the host to ransom. Option 1, be a lickspittle and send the green tea bitch a 5,200 red packet. Reward, a titanium dog chain worth 9.9 yuan, free shipping. Option 2, slap the gold-digging green tea bitch in the face and reward her with a group company worth over 100 billion yuan. Holy cow! It's no wonder it's a system for billionaires, it's a group company worth over 100 billion yuan. Awesome! A titanium dog chain worth 9.9 yuan with free shipping and a group company worth over 100 billion yuan. What should I choose? Those handsome guys who gave 5-star reviews can all make the right choice. Stop moral kidnapping me in the name of love. Yi Cohen stood up and looked at Annie and spoke coldly. I won't give you a 5,200 red envelope. Not only will I not give you a red envelope this time, I will never give you a red envelope again. Trashy women really only know how to take advantage of their situation and become arrogant from being spoiled. They take your kindness towards them for granted. If there is even the slightest thing that displeases them, they throw a temper tantrum. This kind of trashy woman shouldn't be indulged. You should have rejected her firmly a long time ago. I should have slapped her hard in the face. When Annie heard Yi Koen's words, she was directly dumbfounded. She was stunned. Stunned. In the past, Yi Koen had spoiled her rotten, giving her whatever she wanted and never refusing her. This had given her a false sense of entitlement, and she had really thought that she was the queen. She had taken other people's kindness to her for granted and demanded more and more. She had no sense of gratitude. Yi Koen, if you dare not give me a red envelope, I'll break up with you right away. After being stunned, Annie then used her breakup trump card. In the past, whenever she broke up with him, Yi Koen would beg her to stay and try to please her. This gave her the illusion that Yi Koen couldn't live without her. Fine, we'll break up. I treated you like my first love, but you tricked me every step of the way, cheating for money and sex. Yi Koen exploded. He had seen the woman's true colors. She was just playing tricks on him, cheating him of money and sex. He had given her his heart and treated her like she was his first love, but she had only repaid him with deceit. I really don't want to break up with you. I was just joking. Let's not break up. When Annie saw that Yi Koen was really going to break up with her, she panicked. She was at a loss. She only wanted to blackmail Yi Koen into giving her money by breaking up with him, and she didn't really intend to break up. However, Yi Koen was not playing along with her. He was not going to follow the usual path. You're worried that after the breakup, you won't find someone as nice as me who is willing to spend money on you, right? Yi Koen sneered, having seen through the green tea bitch's face. Don't think that your tricks are so clever, treating everyone like an idiot. I love you, and you are the queen. I don't love you, and you are nothing. Yi Koen looked directly at Annie and said coldly. When a man is sober and rational, he will not fall for the green tea bitch's tricks at all. The reason why you were cheated by a scumbag woman is because you mistakenly paid true feelings. And some scumbag men and women happen to take advantage of the other party's true feelings and pay for them without restraint, demanding money and sex. No, I don't want to break up, please. Don't break up with me. Annie was dumbfounded, grabbed Yi Koen's hand, and begged desperately, unwilling to break up. She was the one who brought up breaking up, and she was also the one who was afraid of it. This kind of scumbag woman is a paper tiger. Does she not want to break up because she loves Yi Koen? Of course not, she loves Yi Koen's money, and she only loves herself. Get out. Yi Koen spat out a word and directly shook off Annie's hand. He has seen the true face of this woman, and will never be deceived by this woman again. This is a green tea bitch who is extremely selfish and greedy, a scumbag woman who will do anything to get money from a man. No, I don't want to break up, don't break up. Yi Koen, you can't get rid of me like this. And saw that her pleas were ineffective, and she became directly aggressive, exposing the true nature of a scumbag. You still want to cheat me out of a breakup fee? We haven't been dating for a year, and I won't mention the more than 1 million yuan I spent on you. You also cheated me out of more than 1 million yuan in cash and a Porsche. If I call the police, you'll have to pay back all that money and the car. You'll even go to jail for fraud, so you'd better watch out. Yi Koen stared at Annie and said coldly. He had seen through the woman's true nature, which was that of a green tea bitch who cheated for money and sex. The reason why he had been cheated by her in the past was not because she was so clever or had such a deep game, but because he had treated her with a piece of his heart. What the fuck? You? Annie saw that Yi Koen had completely seen through her thoughts, and she was suddenly speechless. Her face twisted, and she could not speak for a long time. If Yi Koen really called the police, she would have to give back the money and car she had cheated from him. But she was not willing to give up. Yi Koen, you're bluffing, aren't you? I'm telling you, you're not getting away with this without paying me a breakup fee. Annie completely revealed her ugly face and yelled, attracting the attention of people in the restaurant. After all, she was still unwilling to give up Yi Koen as a cash cow and wanted to cheat him out of a breakup fee. Yi Koen felt a coldness in his heart. A few million to feed a dog is enough. This green tea bitch is just insatiable. After her true colors were revealed, she actually had the nerve to ask him for a breakup fee. Trashy woman. This woman is trash. She's downright shameless. Madam, you are suspected of fraud and extortion. Please return the proceeds of the fraud immediately and apologize to my boss, or I will sue you and you will receive a lawyer's letter within 3 days. At this time, a beautiful woman wearing an OL professional suit walked over, her eyes fierce, and warned Annie. "Who are you?" Annie was shocked, looking at the young woman in front of her, who was taller and more attractive. "I am Mr. Yi Kuan's personal lawyer. He is my boss." The woman laughed, confident and composed. "Personal lawyer? How come I didn't know Yi Kuan had a personal lawyer?" Annie looked at the woman in front of her suspiciously. "There is no need to explain to you. Please return all the proceeds of fraud to my boss and apologize to my boss, otherwise I will sue you. You will face a sentence of imprisonment of more than 3 years and less than 10 years. The woman spoke with a strong and forceful tone. "Yi Kuan, you're not really going to sue me, are you? I've been with you for a year, no matter what, a year of my youth is worth millions, isn't it?" And was scared and pale, pleading with Yi Kuan. She even had a set of theories to argue. "Get out. Just looking at you makes me feel sick," Yi Kuan said coldly, completely disillusioned with her. "Fine, I'll leave right now." And panicked, grabbed her Prada bag and the Porsche keys and was about to escape. "Wait, you can take the bag, but leave the car keys." "That Porsche is mine, how dare you take it?" Yi Kuan said coldly. This woman is shameless, and she still wants to drive away in his Porsche. And gritted her teeth, dropped the Porsche keys, grabbed the bag and fled. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of slapping the face of a gold-digging green tea bitch and obtaining a group company worth over 100 billion. Chapter 3, The 900 Billion Kunpeng Group. Company name, Kunpeng Group. Registered capital, 900 billion Huaxia currency. Company address, Kunpeng Building, Lujiazui, Shanghai. Bonus, an armed security team and a luxury car fleet. Holy cow! A gold-digging green tea bitch who hits people in the face is rewarded with the Kunpeng Group, worth 900 billion. More than 100 billion, it turns out to be 900 billion. I like this. I just love such a lavish system. I really like it. The Kunpeng Building, the number 1 building in the demon capital, has a total of 136 floors, and the value of this building alone is more than 100 billion. It is also the property of the Kunpeng Group. Now, the entire Kunpeng Group is his. This is going to make Kunpeng soar, skyrocketing to 90,000 li. This is the super godly system. It's so overbearing. Moreover, not only has he become the boss of a 900 billion group company, he's even been assigned a security team. This system is really thoughtful. Yi Kuan silently praised the billion-trillion godly system in his heart. At this time, the beautiful woman who had rescued Yi Kuan from his predicament walked over. "Hello boss, I'm Chen Wenwen, your new personal secretary." Chen Wenwen smiled, bowed to Yi Kuan and greeted him with extreme respect. Her voice was pleasant and she spoke softly. She was a completely different person from the sharp-tongued bitch who had previously insulted green tea. This was a woman who could be cute or commanding. Ding! The host's personal secretary has completed check-in. Yi Kuan was slightly shocked. He could view Chen Wenwen's personal information. It turned out that the beautiful woman who had stepped forward was the personal female secretary rewarded by the system. She had the appearance of a school beauty and a devilish, proud figure. Her delicate body was slender and graceful, with a protruding belly and a round butt. She was wearing OL professional attire, with black silk stockings, and had a pair of sexy long legs, as if she had stepped out of a game or comic book. The key is 36D. This needs no explanation, those who understand it all understand. This girl, absolutely magnificent. Personal secretary? Yi Kuan was still a little confused. He understood personal secretary. However, he didn't quite understand the meaning of personal. "Boss, I am your 24-hour personal secretary. In addition to helping you with your daily work, I will also take care of your personal needs." Chen Wenwen puffed out her breasts and gave Yi Kuan a charming smile that was healing. And her careless action almost burst the 2 buttons of the white shirt on her chest. The amazing curve revealed was breathtaking. It was shocking. And her identity was actually Yi Kuan's 24-hour personal female secretary. It was awesome. Yi Kuan silently praised the female secretary's broad mind in his heart. This is a woman who can accomplish great things. You did a great job just now. Yi Kuan praised Chen Wenwen. If Chen Wenwen hadn't stepped forward just now, he would still be being harassed by that gold-digging green tea bitch. He was still satisfied with Chen Wenwen's performance just now. Every boss wants a secretary like her. You're too kind. It's my duty and pleasure to help you solve your problems. Chen Wenwen smiled, looking very humble. By the way, how much is your salary? Yi Kuan asked. He wasn't sure how much he was paying his personal secretary. It is still necessary to know this. After all, in the future the salary will be issued by the boss. Boss, I am your 24-hour full-time personal secretary, and the salary is 10 million yuan a year. Chen Wenwen replied. 10 million yuan a year, she is very fond of this job. Even in the international metropolis of Shanghai, it is enough for her to live a comfortable life. Well, from now on, your salary has doubled. Yi Kuan said. He is now a super tycoon with assets of over 900 billion yuan. It's not too much to raise the salary of your personal secretary, is it? He is just being arbitrary and domineering. The boss is so nice. I will continue to work hard and serve the boss wholeheartedly. Chen Wenwen was overjoyed, her emotions surging. It was magnificent. The boss's words had increased her annual salary from 10 million to 20 million. The surprise came so suddenly. Ding! The host is shocked. Raising the personal secretary's salary has increased her favorability, earning her a 10 million cash reward. The funds have been deposited into the godly tycoon's black card. Holy cow! Raising the female secretary's salary also earned him a reward of 10 million. It feels great. It's no wonder it's a system for a godly tycoon. It's outrageous. Yi Kuan was about to pay the bill when Chen Wenwen called over the waiter from the private kitchen. Sir, including drinks, your total bill is 8,800. The waiter said. The meal cost 4,000, and the bottle of wine cost 4,800. The meal cost more than 8,000. If it were before, Yi Kuan might still feel a little pain. But for the current godlike hero with assets of over 900 billion, it was just a piece of cake. As Yi Kuan swiped his card to pay the bill, the system's prompt tone sounded again. Ding! The host has spent 8,800 yuan and received a 10x spending cashback card. Awesome! Although he spent 8,800 yuan, he got a 10x cashback card. Great value. However, the surprises kept coming. Immediately afterwards, the system triggered a new task. Ding! Triggered task, say goodbye to the past and start a new life as a godly tycoon. Trial task, start the godly tycoon shopping spree and spend 10 million yuan within 3 hours. Explanation, a qualified godlike tycoon should know how to invest in himself and cultivate himself into a high-quality godlike tycoon with good taste. Requirements, the 10 million must all be spent on oneself. Reward for completing the task, Charisma +1, a duplex penthouse worth over 500 million. Spending money can even get rewards, so cool. Both charisma and a penthouse are good things. Charisma in particular is something that money can't buy. Of course, he also really wants a duplex penthouse worth over 500 million. Spending 10 million in 3 hours doesn't seem like a big deal. The key to this mission is to spend all the money on yourself. As long as you buy things for yourself, there are no restrictions. This is great. Why should you please other people when you have money? Isn't pleasing yourself nice? Isn't treating yourself good? He should have invested in himself a long time ago. In the past, Yi Kuan gave all the nice things to that green tea bitch. He bought the other person thousands and tens of thousands of dollars worth of clothes, while he only wore a few $100s worth of street-sourced goods. He bought the other person a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars, while he couldn't even afford to buy a wallet worth a few $1,000s. He bought the other person a female watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, while he couldn't even afford to buy a watch. With his financial strength, he could have lived a carefree and awesome life, but because of a trashy woman, he became a fool. He would never be that kind of fool again. Invest the money in yourself, improve your taste and image, and attract high-quality women. Doesn't that sound good? Wenwen, go shopping with me at the IFC. Yi Kuan waved his hand at Chen Wenwen and spoke imperiously. It's pretty boring to go shopping alone, so I'll also take my personal secretary. Yes, boss. Chen Wenwen smiled and nodded, very obedient. She was Yi Kuan's personal secretary, and would obey whatever the boss commanded. Chapter 4, a convoy of Rolls-Royces, fine wine, and beautiful women. After leaving the private kitchen, Yi Kuan took out the keys to his Porsche and was about to go and start his Cayenne. However, he saw 2 rows of Rolls-Royce Phantoms parked outside the door. They were extraordinary in style and dazzled the eyes of countless passers-by. Holy shit! Who is this person with such a grandiose display? So many Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Yi Cohen was shocked to see 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms neatly lined up outside the door. 1 or 2 Rolls-Royces might not be a big deal. But 6 Phantoms lined up together was a real visual impact. One of the Rolls-Royces in particular was a special extended version, much wider than the normal Phantom, and looked very luxurious and imposing. At a glance, you could tell it was the ride of a big shot. Just who was the big shot with such a fleet of Rolls-Royce Phantoms? Boss, please get into the specially made extended version in the middle. Just then, Chen Wenwen respectfully spoke to Yi Cohen, pointing her finger at the most luxurious extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Holy cow! No way! These 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms are all my cars? It turns out that I am the big shot who owns the entire fleet of Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Awesome! So extravagant! However, Yi Cohen soon felt relieved after some thought. Now that he was a $900 billion tycoon, it was not too much to have a few Rolls-Royces, right? It turned out that this fleet of Rolls-Royces was the one that the system had given away for free. The bonus fleet was so awesome, and those other tycoons were all losers. Ha ha ha. Yi Cohen was shocked, but on the surface he remained calm. Steady, steady. He had to adapt to his new identity as a super tycoon as soon as possible. With the Rolls-Royce Phantom fleet, he didn't even bother to drive the Porsche Cayenne. Driving himself was ultimately not as comfortable as sitting in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Especially when there was a hot personal secretary by his side. Boss, please get in the car. A driver in a black suit, wearing white gloves, with a burly figure and sharp eyes, respectfully opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom for Yi Cohen. Ding, the host's security captain Zhao Hu has completed his report. Name, Zhao Hu. Height, 190. Face value, 65. Loyalty, 95. Proficient in various fighting techniques, firearms, reconnaissance, and tracking. This burly driver turned out to be his security captain. Not bad, it makes him feel very safe. A 900 billion group company, a one-stop service for bodyguards and secretaries. It's awesome. Yi Cohen nodded slightly to Zhao Hu, and then calmly got into the back seat of the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chen Wenwen sat next to Yi Cohen, her faint feminine fragrance filling the Rolls-Royce Phantom. His butt was sitting on a spacious and comfortable leather seat, the head was above a luxurious starry ceiling, and next to him sat a beautiful and attractive personal female secretary. It was very boring. Unadorned. So, Yi Cohen opened the wine cabinet of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and casually took out a bottle of wine, planning to have a small drink. However, when he took a closer look, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. The bottle of wine in his hand was actually a bottle of Romane Conti from the 1990 vintage. You have to understand that this is Romane Conti from the 1990 vintage, and the price of this bottle alone is over $1 million. Moreover, this wine is not something that can be bought with money, but is instead offered in limited quantities to certain distinguished people. Romane Conti from the 1990 vintage is generally a collection of the wealthy, and on days without significant meaning, it is simply not worth taking out to drink. Yi Cohen, however, was very casual and simply asked his secretary to open a bottle of Romane Conti for him. Today is the first day he has become a super tycoon, and he must celebrate with a bottle of Romane Conti. Sitting in the back of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, with his sexy secretary in his arms, sipping a glass of Romane Conti, the super tycoon's charisma comes through immediately. The key point is that the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom offers absolute privacy. Once the curtains are drawn, it's a world of its own. No matter what Mr. Yi and his secretary are doing in the back, the chauffeur will turn a deaf ear. 6 Rolls-Royces, 2 abreast, drive towards the Shanghai International Financial Center. Yi Cohen sits in the middle of the most luxurious extended Phantom. 2 Rolls-Royces lead the way, 2 more escort them, and another Rolls-Royce stands guard next to them. It's extraordinary, just like a presidential trip. It was simply awe-inspiring and shook the whole audience. This was much more awesome than any sports car blowing up the street. Handsome guys drive sports cars, and big shots all just sit in Rolls-Royces. Holy shit! Which godly big shot is traveling? Awesome! 6 Rolls-Royces, and they're all Phantoms. Awesome, each of these Rolls-Royce Phantoms costs tens of millions of dollars. Holy shit! See that? The Phantom in the middle is a custom-made extended version, luxurious and unique in the world. Along the way, the Rolls-Royce Phantom fleet shocked the eyes of countless passers-by and drivers. Ding! The Rolls-Royce Phantom fleet shocked passers-by and rewarded a domestic Hongqi hypercar worth 30 million yuan. Hongqi Tang, a concept hypercar with a twin W16 engine, made entirely of carbon fiber, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 1.9 seconds and reaching a top speed of 360 km/h. Only one was made, making it unique. The Hongqi Tang hypercar has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved by the host at any time. Holy cow! A Hongqi Tang hypercar has been rewarded. Yi Koan is shocked. The Hongqi Tang is a new concept hypercar from the domestic Hongqi brand. In terms of both appearance and power, it is in no way inferior to the Ferrari LaFerrari, a legendary car. With a top speed of 360 km/h, it even surpasses the Porsche 918. A domestically produced legendary car, it must be praised. All those rich and powerful protagonists drive Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Pagani Zondas, Bugattis, Veyrons, etc. They're all over the place. Handsome guys should drive domestic supercars. The Hongqi hypercar is just my style. Right now, he can't afford a Hongqi. He'll enjoy the luxury of the Rolls-Royce Phantom for now. Yi Koan wrapped his arm around Chen Wenwen's waist as he sipped on the Romane Conti. It was so boring. The car was driving so smoothly. Yi Koan couldn't feel a single bump in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Come on, Wenwen, have a drink with me. Yi Koan said to his secretary Chen Wenwen. How can you drink alone? It's more fun to drink with a beautiful woman. Okay, boss. Chen Wenwen smiled and poured herself a small glass of Romane Conti. This is a 90-year-old Romane Conti that costs over 1 million yuan, and it costs tens of thousands of yuan to drink a single sip. Many wealthy people can't drink this famous wine, and she is also able to taste this fine wine thanks to her boss. The two lightly clinked their glasses and drank together, which was quite a special experience. Chen Wenwen's posture of holding the wine glass was very elegant, and she took small sips of the wine, which was full of charm. Red lips, fragrant wine in a beautiful car. After 2 glasses of red wine, Yi Koan suddenly felt a little dizzy. The wine doesn't make a person drunk, the person makes themselves drunk. Boss, if you feel dizzy, lean on me and rest for a while, and I'll wake you up when we get to the IFC. Chen Wenwen spoke with a smile and a gentle tone. That's very considerate. Okay, I'll take a rest then. Yi Koan nodded, put down his wine glass, and leaned lightly against Chen Wenwen's plump and delicate body. Right now, he actually really needed comfort. His heart had been broken by that scumbag of a woman, and it wasn't going to heal so easily. Unless there was a gentle and obedient girl who was willing to comfort him wholeheartedly. With her gentle hands, she would smooth out the wounds in his heart. With her broad bosom, she would give him a warm harbor. Boss, let me give you a massage. Chen Wenwen is very well behaved and understanding, and thoughtfully massages Yi Koan. She understands that at this moment, her boss needs comfort the most. Girls who are understanding and considerate are the cutest. Chapter 5, Shopping Spree. Boss, we've arrived at the IFC Mall. Upon reaching their destination, Chen Wenwen leans over and whispers softly. Ha? We're here already? Yi Koan is also slightly surprised, and just feels that time has passed particularly quickly while they were in the Rolls-Royce. IFC is one of the top luxury shopping malls in the city. Luxury brands such as Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Hermes, Prada, Dior, Gucci, Armani and Van Cleef Arpels all have stores here. Unlike the bustling crowds in ordinary shopping malls, IFC is a little deserted. There are actually not many people in the extremely lavishly decorated stores. Because not many people can afford to shop at the IFC, most of them are the so-called elites. If your wallet is not full, ordinary people really don't have the confidence to set foot in the IFC. This kind of luxury shopping mall is positioned for a small number of high-end customers. Ordinary people will not go to the IFC to wander around for nothing. Looking at the expensive luxury goods in your dry wallet will undoubtedly be a huge ordeal and easily create a psychological gap. Yi Koan is considered to be a young and accomplished person, and he used to come to IFC to shop a lot. However, every time he went, he bought things for his ex-girlfriend. He bought her bags, shoes, clothes, and jewelry. But never bought himself a good outfit. This time, Yi Koan is not pleasing anyone, he is only investing in himself. Starting today, he will live for himself and live a carefree life. He wants to be a charming, uninhibited man. Yi Koan led Chen Wenwen into the luxury goods store and received extremely attentive treatment. There was no situation where he was despised or mocked, as in the novels. In fact, as long as you enter a luxury goods store with your back straight and stride in, the sales will come to serve you very attentively. They will treat you like a god, speak sweetly, and provide the most attentive service. Regardless of whether you are rich or poor, when you enter such a luxury store, you must not lose in terms of momentum. Even if you only have a coin in your pocket, you must imagine that you are a tycoon with billions of assets in your hands. In that way, your aura will rise, and you can easily suppress the salespeople in those luxury stores, making them welcome you with a smile. Of course, a man needs to have money in his pocket to really feel confident and stand tall. Yi Cohen and Chan Wonwon first walked into a Gucci store with luxurious decorations. In the most conspicuous position in the store were several rows of the latest fashionable women's bags that had just participated in the International Fashion Week conference. Any bag here costs tens of thousands of yuan. Sir, your girlfriend is really beautiful. Are you here to choose a bag for your girlfriend? We have the latest women's bags that have just arrived. A saleswoman came over to them very politely. Although Yi Cohen was dressed very plainly, he stood straight with a radiant look on his face and an air of authority about him, and was accompanied by an extremely beautiful woman. Generally speaking, people who bring beautiful women to luxury goods stores are, in 9 cases out of 10, genuine customers who intend to make a purchase. Such customers will often spend a lot of money in order to please the beautiful women. Moreover, some dogs will lick goddesses, even if it means bleeding profusely. The price of licking a goddess once may be having to eat instant noodles in silence for months in a dark corner. Despite this, there are still some people who willingly become lickspittles. The saleswoman saw that Yi Cohen was accompanied by an exquisite beauty and subconsciously assumed that he was buying a gift for his companion. If you're not buying a bag, I'll take a look at the sunglasses, Yi Cohen said lightly. He did not play by the rules. Instead of buying a women's bag, he entered the store to pick out a pair of fashionable sunglasses for himself. Now, he doesn't need to please any woman, he's just buying for himself. He buys whatever he likes. It's so cool. A dashing man is the most charming. And licking a dog is despicable. Oh, okay. Our Gucci sunglasses are also very trendy. The saleswoman looked embarrassed. This ass-kisser didn't seem to be in the right place. She glanced at Chen Wonwon again. She was a very pretty and sexy girl. Could it be that this beautiful girl, who is on the level of a school beauty queen, is not the gentleman's girlfriend, but his lover? However, even if the two are in a lover's relationship, it is still the man who should buy gifts to please the beautiful girl. However, Yi Cohen was very indifferent and very carefree, and there was no sign of him trying to please the beautiful girl. This instead greatly enhanced the charm of Yi Cohen. How could a man who can remain so indifferent next to an extremely beautiful girl be an ordinary person? The saleswoman mentally labeled Yi Cohen as a quality man. A real quality man would never kneel and lick a woman. Their goal is to find a quality woman who is their equal. Women who are like little babies or have princess syndrome tend to only attract dogs and scumbags. Quality men can't stand them. Chen Wonwon is a top beauty, and Yi Cohen didn't try to please her. Obviously, in their relationship, Yi Cohen is in the dominant position. The saleswoman was very discerning, and immediately went out of her way to serve Yi Cohen. Chen Wonwon noticed the saleswoman's gaze, but just smiled and didn't say anything. She followed Yi Cohen obediently, helping him choose glasses. This only confirmed the saleswoman's judgment, and she served Yi Cohen even more attentively. In the end, Yi Cohen just picked out a pair of fashionable sunglasses with blue lenses. They weren't expensive, 8,600 yuan. No other merchandise in the Gucci store could attract Yi Cohen, so after swiping the card, the two left. Then, Yi Cohen entered the Armani store and started shopping. Although Yi Cohen was not short of money now, he did not buy indiscriminately like a nouveau riche. He would only buy the merchandise he liked. The saleswoman enthusiastically recommended several trendy items of the season to Yi Cohen. The female secretary, Chen Wonwon, was very attentive in choosing the matching outfits for Yi Cohen. Although Chen Wonwon is only a secretary, she has a unique eye and a keen sense of fashion, and the clothes she matches together make Yi Cohen very satisfied. Chen Wonwon, the secretary, is quite capable. Yi Cohen has a lot to say about this. In the end, Yi Cohen spent more than 1 million yuan at the Armani store. This made the female salesperson who served Yi Cohen feel happy inside and out, and she treated Yi Cohen like a god. When she finally saw him off, she bent her waist to 90 degrees. Big clients like Yi Cohen, who can casually spend millions, are the high-quality clients that these luxury goods salespeople try every means to capture. Mr. Yi, here is my business card. When you next visit Armani, please be sure to let me know, and I will be happy to serve you. The saleswoman deliberately lowered her collar to show off her cleavage and handed over her business card with all due diligence. On the card was the saleswoman's personal phone number and WeChat ID. Yi Kuan didn't refuse her in person, but after taking the card, he handed it directly to his secretary, Chen Wenwen, without even looking at it. This made the saleswoman, who considered herself quite attractive, feel very disappointed. She also hoped that a wealthy person like Yi Kuan would contact her privately, but it seemed that hope was very slim. Not to mention anything else, the beauty by Yi Kuan's side is incomparable to her as a luxury goods salesperson in terms of appearance and figure. She is also quite good looking, and can score 8 points after applying makeup, and with her hot figure and fashionable attire, she is a goddess in the eyes of some losers. However, in Yi Kuan's eyes, she is completely unworthy of his attention. She can only be considered an ordinary, mediocre woman. Chapter 6, Green Tea versus the fake rich brat scumbag. Boss, you really look super handsome in that outfit. Chen Wenwen's beautiful eyes stared at Yi Kuan, her eyes full of stars. Successful men are the most charming, and Yi Kuan is a good-looking guy to begin with. After changing into a fashionable trendy outfit, Yi Kuan's good-looking temperament was obvious. He's very handsome. Yes, he's as handsome as those good-looking guys who add this book to their bookshelves. He is as rich as those handsome guys who have given the book 5 stars and are close to everyone. Are you saying that I wasn't handsome before? Yi Kuan said with a deliberately stern face. No, boss. Even if you are wearing flip-flops and beach pants, you are still the most handsome. Chen Wenwen immediately changed her words and started to act cute. No matter when, boss is the most handsome. That's more like it. Yi Kuan rubbed the head of his female secretary. She is a close female secretary who is very obedient and cute. I really like her. Boss, let me carry these bags. Chen Wenwen saw Yi Kuan carrying various bags and volunteered to help. Yi Kuan didn't say anything and just gave Chen Wenwen a few bags. The main reason was that it was really inconvenient for him to carry too many bags by himself. Holy cow! That guy actually let such a delicate and pretty girl carry his bags for him. He is absolutely inhumane. If I had a girlfriend as pretty as her, I would take the initiative to carry her bags and buy her all kinds of stuff. Exactly, girls are little princesses, how can you let a little princess carry bags? This kind of person is a straight man, with no gentlemanly manners at all. A few lemon-flavored men and women saw the ultimate beauty Chen Wenwen carrying several bags in her hands, obediently following Yi Kuan's side, and couldn't help but feel sour. Just then, 4 bodyguards in black suits greeted Yi Kuan. Let's get the stuff into the car first. Yi Kuan waved his hand at the bodyguards and said, Yes, boss. The bodyguards quickly took the various bags from Yi Kuan and Chen Wenwen's hands. Holy shit! She's got a couple of well-dressed bodyguards following her around when she goes shopping. This is a real big shot, I've only seen them on TV. She's got it made. What's wrong with a beautiful woman carrying bags? Give me a rich guy, I'd carry cement for him. Yi Kuan paid no attention to the surprise of the few people and led Chen Wenwen into the Hermes store. Suddenly, Chen Wenwen leaned close to Yi Kuan and affectionately took his wrist. Just as Yi Kuan was wondering why his female secretary was suddenly so proactive, he saw the green tea ex-girlfriend. There was also a pot-bellied man next to her. He didn't look that old, but his figure was already getting fat. Lu Bai, today I'll give you a chance to turn things around. If you buy me this latest Hermes bag, I'll agree to be your girlfriend. Annie said haughtily, pointing to an Hermes bag. The man next to her was Lu Bai, a rich second-generation heir who was one of Annie's backups. After she was dumped by Yi Kuan for revealing her true colors, she immediately found a rich second-generation heir to replace him, and even brought him to a luxury goods store to buy a bag. Annie wanted to prove that she had a market. Even if Yi Kuan didn't want her, there were plenty of people who would love her and buy her bags and gifts. This bag is so expensive, it costs 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Can I not buy it? However, Lu Bai frowned and shook his head, not wanting to be the sucker. He never bought the real thing when wooing a girl, only the knockoffs. Today, Annie suddenly said she would give him a chance to turn over a new leaf, and asked him out to dinner and a movie, but instead she brought him to the IFC mall. He was made to pay the bill, and he felt like he had fallen into a trap. This woman is so manipulative, it's hard to defend against her. Didn't you say you were a rich kid? You can't even afford a bag that costs over 20,000 yuan? So you don't love me at all? Annie looked suspicious, glaring at him with dead fish eyes, as if she would never give up until he bought it. Moreover, she pulled out the usual arguments of a green tea bitch. If you love me, you have to buy me things. Only by being willing to spend money on her can you prove that you love her. And if you are not willing to spend money on her, or if you don't spend enough, and you don't meet her expectations, then you don't love her. Everything is measured in material terms. But she doesn't understand what it means to have insatiable desires, and she just blindly satisfies her own desires. She doesn't understand what mutual respect and mutual giving is. To put it bluntly, she is a green tea who only knows how to take. My monthly pocket money is only 30,000 to 50,000 yuan, and I'm crazy to buy you a 20,000 odd yuan bag? Lu Bai, however, is very shrewd and belongs to the type that won't budge until it sees the rabbit. After he understood that he had fallen into the green tea's trap, he was resolutely unwilling to pay. This Lu Bai can be considered a second-generation rich man, with tens of millions of yuan in family assets. However, the money he can dispose of himself is really not much. He does nothing but live off the small allowance his family gives him. To put it bluntly, he is just a rich second-generation kid with an aura who goes around picking up girls, and he looks good on the surface. His cost of picking up girls is very low. It is absolutely impossible for him to buy a woman a bag costing more than 20,000 yuan. Whenever a woman asks him to give her a gift costing more than 3,000 yuan, he will directly categorize her as a green tea girl and not suffer any loss. These second-generation rich green tea girls have seen a lot of them and are very cunning. They can casually say sweet nothings for free. But there's no way they'll ever fork out real money to woo a woman. These second-generation scumbags are actually harder to fool than honest men. Honest men will do anything to satisfy a scumbag woman, only to end up being cheated of their money and their love, leaving them battered and bruised, and with nothing to show for it. What's even worse is that the scumbag woman cheats them of their money, but not their love. Didn't you say you loved me? You can't even afford a bag costing more than 20,000 yuan. You're so disappointing, you really let me down. I was wrong about you. Ugh, scumbag. Annie was furious when she heard that Lu Bai wasn't willing to buy her a bag. Before, Lu Bai had kept saying that he loved her, making all kinds of oaths and promises, sweet talk and kind words, saying that he was willing to do anything for her. He would go through fire and water for her. But then, as soon as he brought up buying a bag, he turned on her. Lu Bai, a rich second generation, is so unreliable. Is it too much to ask for a bag that costs tens of thousands of dollars? He's not even willing to spend more than 20,000 yuan, and he still wants to woo a girl. Annie immediately labeled Lu Bai a scumbag. Although Lu Bai is indeed a scumbag, he hasn't actually started to lose his temper yet. He was just trying to please her, he just didn't want to pay her out of his own pocket. What's all this talk of eternal love? You believe whatever I say, don't you? I'm not going to a club to find some young model to drink tea with for 20,000 yuan. Why should I spend it on you? Who knows if you're some trash that's been passed around a few times? Lu Bai was shocked by the green tea, and couldn't help but sneer, revealing a look of disdain as he began to fight back. This green tea hasn't even let him have sex yet, and she wants to trick him into spending over 20,000 yuan on a bag? No way. He won't fall for this kind of trick. Even if he did have sex with this kind of woman, he would just pull up his pants and deny it. There is no way he will pay for anything. You bastard. Annie's face turned green when she heard Lu Bai say such harsh and explicit things. This Lu Bai has been showing off his luxury cars and mansions in his circle of friends, flying around the world on vacations, staying in 5-star hotels, and spending tens of thousands of dollars on a single meal. She had thought that Lu Bai was a wealthy second generation. It so happened that she had just been dumped, so she wanted to give Lu Bai a chance to turn things around. Unexpectedly, Lu Bai was so ungrateful that he wouldn't even buy her a bag costing more than 20,000 yuan. Yes, she thought Lu Bai was ungrateful. If you can't even afford a bag costing more than 20,000 yuan, you're a fake rich second generation, a poor loser, a scumbag. Annoyed and furious, Annie slapped Lu Bai's big, flat face. Pop. Lu Bai was slapped hard, and his anger rose, and his wickedness grew. The green tea bitch had tried to trick him, but instead she got angry and hit him. He definitely could not tolerate this. They were both scum of the earth, a scumbag to a scumbag. Why should he put up with this scumbag woman? Pop. Lu Bai slapped Annie back with a loud slap, sending her stumbling. The slap was not light, leaving 5 red fingerprints on her face. Ugh. Green tea bitch, you won't let me fuck you, and you even want to trick me. After Lu Bai slapped Annie, he spat at her. He had seen plenty of green tea bitches before. But this was the first time he had met someone who was so brazen as to hit someone else after tricking them. You fat bastard, how dare you hit me? I'll fight you to the death. Annie was by nature a very aggressive person, and she refused to take any losses. After being beaten, she went into a state of hysteria and, like a madwoman, charged at Lu Bai and scratched him all over, leaving him bleeding. Fuck, bitch. You're crazy. Lu Bai was also unwilling to take any losses, and immediately threw a series of punches at Annie, and the two of them wrestled with each other in public. Chapter 7, Mission Accomplished, Reward Received. Boss, your ex-girlfriend with the green tea is fighting with his spare tire. Should we go up and help? Chen Wenwen put her arm around Yi Kuan's, looking like she was enjoying the show. The boss is young and accomplished, handsome and charming, so why did he fall for that green tea bitch's trap before? As long as the boss speaks, he can find any woman he wants. There are plenty of high-quality women out there, it's just unlucky to get involved with this green tea. Fortunately, the boss woke up in time and saw the true face of that green tea bitch. Go help? Help with a few kicks? Yi Kuan was also speechless. He is not a saint, and seeing the green tea and the spare tire dog eat dog, naturally he would not feel sympathy. Unexpectedly, when I came to the shopping center to do some shopping, I could also see such a farce. Annie is really a scumbag, and immediately after being dumped, she found a rich second-generation replacement to take over. This kind of green tea, like scumbags, will raise a lot of fish. Usually, she flaunts her life in her friends' circles, checking in at various luxury hotels, going to fancy restaurants, flying around, and traveling all over the place. While pretending to be a high-end independent woman, all in order to fish for men. She spends the money she gets from men, but pretends to be independent. She acts like a bitch, but wants to be respected. She also hopes to catch a wealthy husband this way and marry into a wealthy family. No matter what the ending is for this kind of trashy woman, she deserves it and is not worthy of sympathy. However, that fat guy was also very clever and didn't fall for green tea's tricks. The second generation of rich kids have seen too much green tea because of their circles. It's actually quite difficult for green tea to trick the second generation of rich kids and get money from them. This is because many second generation of rich kids may appear to be wealthy, living in their family's mansions and driving their family's luxury cars, but in reality they don't have much money in their pockets. They can be tricked by green tea, who want to hook up with the second generation of rich kids and marry into a wealthy family, for a small amount of money. What's more, nowadays there are many fake rich kids, just like those single-name celebrities, who are all fakes. They don't have any money themselves, and they even have to cheat women for money and sex. It's all a setup. Lu Bai, perhaps because he didn't have enough power, didn't want to satisfy green tea's unreasonable demands by spending a lot of money. Neither he nor green tea was willing to suffer losses, and they both felt that they had been cheated and set up by the other party, so they had a big fight and ended up fighting together. Since ancient times, deep feelings cannot be kept, and only tricks can win people over. But there are times when tricks don't work. Green tea usually doesn't end well. If you're in it for the long haul, sooner or later you'll have to pay the piper. Green tea can fool most honest people, but when you meet a ruthless person, it can be ruined. Or you can lose your reputation and everyone will despise you. Or you can go down together and perish together. A while ago, it was reported that a female sea king cheated for money and sex, and the result was made into a 66-page PPT, which became famous overnight and went viral all over the internet. Moreover, green tea usually doesn't think that they have done anything wrong. Because green tea is money-oriented and shameless. They just want to live a more luxurious and high-end life, so what's wrong with that? They have cheated money from men with their own abilities and bodies, so what's wrong with that? They just want to become the best of the best, so what's wrong with using dishonorable means to get ahead? Even if they are exposed and their reputation is ruined, they can still survive. They can even continue to find honest people to take over. But if they meet a ruthless person, it will be a different story altogether. One must be kind. A little more sincerity, a little less trickery. Boss, what I mean is to step on them some more. This kind of green tea is the most detestable. Chen Wenwen gave a wicked smile, a little bit of belly aching. Forget it, although I don't sympathize with green tea, I won't kick someone when they're down. Yi Kuan shook his head. Where's the security guard? Where's the security guard? The fat guy and Annie were fighting in the Hermes store, surrounded by a crowd of people jeering at them. But the two of them were fighting so fiercely, scratching and hammering at each other, their eyes bloodshot, they didn't care about the stares from the bystanders. The two of them fought to a stalemate, putting on a farce. Soon, a shop assistant came over to stop them and called for the security guard. When Annie was forcibly taken away by the security guard, her gaze happened to fall on Yi Kuan in the crowd, and she looked shocked. Then she actually broke free from the security guard and rushed towards Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan, let's not break up, okay? I'll never do it again. Please don't break up with me. I know I was wrong, I won't do it again, never again. Annie hugged Yi Kuan's thigh and begged desperately. At this time, she had disheveled hair, various palm prints and footprints on her body, and her clothes had been torn, making her look miserable and like a ghost. Leaving Yi Kuan, she really is nothing. No one will ever spoil and pamper her like Yi Kuan. She has never been a queen. She doesn't have the life of a princess, but she has all the symptoms. We've already broken up, there's no going back, so please respect yourself. Yi Kuan shook his head, unmoved. Now that he has seen the other person's true colors, there is no way to turn back. When Annie tried to continue pestering him, two burly bodyguards stopped in front of her. In the end, Annie and the fat guy were both kicked out of the shopping mall by the security guards. Once they left the shopping mall, the two of them wondered if they would fight again. The battle between the green tea girl and the fake rich second-generation scumbag was evenly matched. Boss, are we continuing shopping? Chen Wenwen asked, noticing that Yi Kuan seemed a little out of sorts. Continue, of course we're continuing shopping. Yi Kuan laughed. He was saying goodbye to the past and starting a new life as a rich man. Next, Yi Kuan bought a men's wallet and a bottle of men's perfume in the Hermes store. Then, he led Chen Wenwen on a shopping spree in the various luxury goods stores in the IFC. If they liked something, they bought it. It was very casual, and they didn't care about the price at all. It was really a super feeling. After more than an hour, Yi Kuan had changed from head to toe into a fashionable trendy outfit. From the sunglasses on his head, to the clothes he was wearing, the leather shoes on his feet, and the wallet, everything was brand new. A man's equipment is expensive in quality, not quantity. Yi Kuan only bought 3 or 5 outfits. They weren't expensive, and it cost less than 2 million. The expensive item was the watch on his wrist, a Patek Philippe worth more than 8 million. They say that the poor play with cars, while the rich play with watches. This watch is equivalent to a Lamborghini. In fact, Yi Kuan has no interest in watches and is not keen on famous watches. He just wants to complete the system's tasks as quickly as possible to get rewards. Yi Kuan changed into a whole new outfit, looking vibrant and fashionable, and became a handsome guy who could charm thousands of girls. Like those handsome guys who gave 5-star reviews, he was handsome and intimidating, and had a lot of money. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have invested and spent 10 million on yourself. Ding! The host used the tenfold spending refund card to get 100 million in funds. Ding! Host's charisma +1, current charisma increased to 8. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won a penthouse at Bund Kuanping Ipine, valued at 880 million yuan. The reward prompts sounded one after the other, stirring the heart and filling it with excitement. Chapter 8, Bund Kuanping Ipine Luxury Home. A reward of 100 million yuan. That's already pretty cool. Not to mention the bonus of a Kuanping Ipine penthouse worth 880 million yuan. The Kuanping Ipine penthouse is located on the Bund, in a unique location overlooking the entire Bund of the magical city. It is a top-level luxury penthouse that is even more luxurious and expensive than Thompson Riviera. The most important thing is that his charm value has also increased. Charm cannot be bought for any amount of money, it is a kind of temperament and aura that radiates from the inside out. Of course, a man with the ability to spend money will be even more charming. Let's go back to Kuanping Ipine. Yi Kuan said to Chen Wenwen, unable to wait to go back to Kuanping Ipine to take a look. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove Yi Kuan and Chen Wenwen directly into the basement of Kuanping Ipine. The basement of Kuanping Ipine was full of luxury cars, such as Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Aston Martins, Mercedes-Benz Maybachs, and various supercars. It felt like entering a huge luxury car show. The scale of the luxury cars in the basement gives an indication of the financial strength of the owners of Kuanping Ipine. The price of a random luxury home in Kuanping Ipine is over 200 million yuan. The owners who can live in Kuanping Ipine are either very rich or very important. Yi Kuan and Chen Wenwen took the elevator together to the top 66th floor of Kuanping Ipine. Entering the living room of the luxury home, What caught their eye was the huge floor-to-ceiling windows with a 270-degree view and all kinds of top-of-the-line luxury matching furniture. There is also an expensive piano in the living room. The entire mansion is stylishly decorated in a trendy and tasteful manner. The most important thing is that it is extremely luxurious. Wow, it's so beautiful, the view is unbeatable. The Oriental Pearl Tower is right across the street, and you can overlook the entire night view of the Bund from your home. Chen Wenwen is even more excited than Yi Kuan. This is the first time she has seen such a luxurious and oversized mansion. This is the top luxury mansion in the city, without a doubt, Yi Kuan laughs. Not to mention the detached villas, but in terms of luxury homes alone, Kunping is the top of the range in the whole of the Magic City. And the fact that he has become the owner of this luxury home is just great. The view here is truly unbeatable. Whether you are in the living room or bedroom, you can enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Bund in the Magic City. In the Magic City, where every inch of land is precious, to own such a large, top-class luxury home feels like you have reached the pinnacle of life. Chen Wenwen followed Yi Kuan around the entire mansion, including the huge rooftop garden and private outdoor swimming pool. The entire top floor was Yi Kuan's private space, and he could even park a helicopter there. Yi Kuan was already thinking about when to buy a few helicopters. After all, for a super tycoon like him, driving a luxury car and the like was already too ordinary. Boss, can I also live in the Kunping mansion? After taking a look around, Chen Wenwen was still in a daze when she returned to the mansion. It's so luxurious. This is the kind of house only a super tycoon could live in. And Yi Kuan is that super tycoon, so she's benefited from his success. Of course, you're my personal secretary, so of course you can live here. You can choose any room you like. Yi Kuan laughed. Chen Wenwen, his personal secretary, had a loyalty score of 96, was a beautiful school beauty, and was considerate, gentle, and attentive to him. Naturally, he was willing to let Chen Wenwen move into the Kunping mansion. It would be very boring to live in such a large mansion without a beautiful woman to keep you company. And after spending some time together, he was quite satisfied with Chen Wenwen as his personal secretary. Boss, I'm your 24-hour personal secretary. Chen Wenwen gave a charming smile. She was beautiful, with a sexy figure, and every movement was full of charm. Little secretary. Yi Kuan directly walled Chen Wenwen in. He was so overbearing. Chen Wenwen was worthy of being the school beauty with a face value of 92. She had a beautiful face, delicate features, fair skin, and skin that was so flawless you could pop a bubble on it. Boss, you're hungry, right? Why don't I cook for you first? Chen Wenwen panicked and hurriedly fled. Yi Kuan laughed, daring to tease him like that. Have you ever had a boyfriend? Yi Kuan asked Chen Wenwen. No, I haven't. I've been single since birth. Chen Wenwen didn't hide anything and told the truth. Ha! I didn't expect that. Chen Wenwen is a charming and attractive woman with a sexy body, but she is still a piece of paper. She is worthy of being the personal secretary arranged for him by the system. She is truly pure as water. Chapter 9. The entire Kunping is Yi Kuan's. Ha, you look so stupid, but you're actually quite cute. Yi Kuan reached out and pinched Chen Wenwen's blushing face, smiling. Chen Wenwen is really a cute, sexy girl. Let's go eat first, I'm a little hungry. Yi Kuan said. Okay, boss, I'll cook you something delicious. Chen Wenwen let out a sigh of relief and said. Boss, the fridge at home is empty, there is not a single ingredient. Chen Wenwen looked through the fridge and kitchen and found that there were no ingredients at all, not even rice. It is really hard for a clever housewife to cook without rice. Let's go out and eat tomorrow, and we'll go buy the ingredients then. Yi Kuan said. He had just moved into Kunping, so of course he hadn't prepared any ingredients. He was considering whether to hire a few maids or something. After all, the mansion was so big that it would be difficult to manage it with just Chen Wenwen. Moreover, Chen Wenwen's position was that of her personal secretary, not maid. The Kunping community had a matching high-end clubhouse, gym, and restaurant. Yi Kuan had never been there, so he could take Chen Wenwen there to have a look and find out about the supporting facilities of the Kunping community. Yi Kuan and Chen Wenwen went to the lobby on the first floor and found the community housekeeper. The housekeeper was wearing a blue uniform, slender, with a youthful appearance, and looked like a flight attendant. In fact, the housekeepers at Kunping luxury apartments are all selected based on the appearance of flight attendants, and then undergo rigorous training before taking up their positions. Beauty, where is the community restaurant? Yi Koen asked the community housekeeper in a casual tone. She only saw her name written on her name tag, called Wang Jingtong. She was at least 172 centimeters tall, had a dignified bearing, and a great figure and face. Sir, may I ask which floor you own? Wang Jingtong saw that Yi Koen was a bit unfamiliar, as if they had never met before, and couldn't help but ask. The top floor. Yi Koen said the two words indifferently. The top floor. Wang Jingtong's voice trembled after hearing Yi Koen say that he lived on the top floor. You are the chairman of the Kuanping Group, boss. Wang Jingtong's body trembled as she stared at Yi Koen with excitement. The penthouse at Kuanping Ipin luxury residence was reserved for the boss himself and was not for sale. In other words, Yi Koen was the mysterious boss of Kuanping Group. She had finally met the legendary boss, and it turned out that the boss was so young and handsome. Yi Koen nodded slightly, acknowledging his identity. When he saw the name Kuanping Ipin luxury residence, he already knew that this most luxurious residential area in the whole city was actually owned by the Kuanping Group. In other words, the entire Kuanping Ipin luxury residence belonged to him. He was the big boss behind the scenes. Chairman Dong, I'll go inform the leaders to come and greet you. Wang Jingtong was trembling with excitement after confirming Yi Koen's identity. She quickly straightened her clothes, afraid that the makeup she wore today didn't look good. She was very excited anyway. No need, just tell me where the restaurant is. Yi Koen said indifferently. It was just a meal, he didn't want to make a big deal out of it, and low-key was the way to go. Oh, okay. Wang Jingtong quickly pointed out the location of the community restaurant to Yi Koen. Thank you. After saying thank you, Yi Koen went to the restaurant with Chen Wenwen. Wow, the boss is so handsome, so young, and so approachable. After Yi Koen left, Wang Jingtong still stared at his back like a flower girl. The Kuanping Ipin restaurant is equivalent to a 5-star standard. Yi Koen and Chen Wenwen had a very low-key meal at the restaurant. At a little after 9 in the evening, Yi Koen received a phone call. It was from Lin Su, a buddy from university. They had all stayed in the Magic City after graduation and occasionally got together. Brother Koen, it's been a long time, let's go out for a few drinks tonight? I know a new high-end nightclub bar that's huge. It's almost vacation time, let's go out and have some fun. Lin Su said over the phone. This guy is a rich second generation, his family is in a good position, but he's not arrogant. He's a righteous person, and he's also generous and easygoing. He just likes picking up girls and hanging out in bars. He basically knows which bars in the city are fun. Okay, let's get together. What bar? Send me the location. Yi Koen said. This newly opened bar is called TX Bar. Principal Wang and many celebrities go there. The place is very lively, there are a lot of beautiful women, and my buddy is treating tonight. Lin Su couldn't help but get excited when he heard that Yi Koen was willing to go out. After hanging up the phone, Lin Su quickly sent Yi Koen the location of TX Bar, which was not far from the Bund. Chapter 10, Superb Car Skills, Kuanping Short Video. In the underground parking lot of Kuanping Ipin, the doors of a cool blue supercar slowly opened, stunning the eye. This car is the domestically produced Hongqi concept supercar, limited to one in the world, and it turns out to be your boss's car. Chen Wenwen looked at the Hongqi supercar in front of her in shock. She could only see that the supercar had a cool appearance, full of a sense of technology, and was even more eye-catching than the Ferrari LaFerrari. After the butterfly doors of the Hongqi open, it looks like a blue butterfly with its wings spread, and people can't help but like it at first glance. It's so beautiful, so dreamlike, so cool. You know this Hongqi sports car too? Yi Koen laughed. He thought that a girl like Chen Wenwen wouldn't know anything about cars. Since Huawei started building cars, domestic cars have developed rapidly. Now, the top models of some domestic cars are not inferior to those imported luxury cars at all. What's more, they are more affordable and don't have to pay those expensive import taxes. Of course I know it. At the last Shanghai International Auto Show, the Hongqi supercar was on display for 3 days and caused a huge sensation. The official price of the Hongqi is 30 million Chinese yuan, and it is unique in the world. At the auto show, local tyrants from all walks of life scrambled to buy the Hongqi supercar, and some even offered 80 million, but they were unable to take possession of this divine car. It is said to have been taken by a certain mysterious godly magnate, and it turns out that the godly magnate is the boss. Chen Wenwen looked at Yi Koen with admiration. It turns out that the boss likes domestic godly cars. Ding! Obtained plus 99 admiration points from female secretary Chen Wenwen. Admiration points are the currency of this godly magnate system, which can be used to redeem goods and enter prize draws. Let's go and experience a domestic godly car. Yi Koen laughed and got into the driver's seat of the Hongqi Tang. Chen Wenwen also sat in the passenger seat in an elegant posture. Just then, the system's prompt tone suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected a school beauty sitting in the passenger seat of a god car, rewarding the host with god-level car skills. In an instant, Yi Koen's mind was flooded with a large amount of car skills knowledge, and he directly gained control of god-level car skills. Holy cow! Chen Wenwen, this school beauty, sat in the passenger seat and was actually rewarded with god-level car skills. This is amazing. You have to understand that although he is an experienced driver, he is still a long way from having god-like driving skills. He was very surprised. Yi Koen started the car, and when he took hold of the steering wheel, he suddenly felt a magical sense of oneness with the car. At that moment, he was the god of cars. Hold on tight, boss, I'll take you for a ride. Yi Koen gently pressed the accelerator, and the car rushed out like a nimble cheetah, incredibly agile. Once they exited the Kuanpingipin residential area, the Hongqi Tang became the most beautiful car on the streets of the Magic City. Yi Koen drove the divine car at full speed all the way, and soon arrived outside the TX bar. Outside this bar, too, were clouds of luxury cars, especially Porsche, Ferrari, and Lamborghini sports cars, which could be seen everywhere. However, as soon as Yi Koen's Hongqi divine car appeared, it shocked the whole audience. Holy shit! This is the Hongqi Tang concept supercar from the car show, limited to 1 unit worldwide and priced at tens of millions. Awesome, this car is also pretty cool. I didn't realize that domestically produced cars could look this good. Not only does it look good, the Hongqi Tang's test results on the track are even better than the Porsche 918. It's definitely a domestically produced god car. For a while, the Hongqi Tang supercar became the focus of the entire crowd, drawing onlookers' awe and admiration. Ding! Admiration value plus 66. Ding! Admiration value plus 88. Ding! Admiration value plus 99. Yi Koen drove the domestic supercar for a small circle, and he wildly reaped a wave of admiration from the crowd. Hey, Koen, have you arrived yet? Yi Koen had just parked the car when his buddy Lin Su called. I've arrived, I just parked the car, Lin Xiaozi, where are you? Yi Koen said. In college, Lin Su was one of his followers, and Yi Koen always called him Lin Xiaozi. Although Lin Su was a rich second generation, he has no temper in front of Yi Koen. I just got here too, and I'm at the bar entrance. Lin Su said, and there was a beautiful woman with a popular online face standing next to him. Soon, Yi Koen brought Chen Wenwen to the entrance of the bar and saw Lin Su. Holy shit! Brother Koen, the beautiful woman next to you is really pretty. Is this your new girlfriend? Lin Su couldn't help but scream when he saw Chen Wenwen next to Yi Koen. Chen Wenwen's appearance was already on the level of a school beauty, and coupled with her extremely hot body, she could immediately wow the crowd wherever she appeared. She's the secretary. Yi Koen said indifferently. The secretary? Brother Koen is awesome, you really are my idol, I'm in awe of you, I admire you so much. Lin Su was shocked, then gave Yi Koen a thumbs up and showed a face full of admiration. It's been less than a year since he graduated from university, and Koen already has a secretary, and she's an extremely beautiful woman. Brother Koen is just so awesome. Although he is a rich second generation, he doesn't have a secretary either. In the past few days, he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a live streaming website to get a date with a female host. However, after meeting her, he realized that the real person was not only a grade worse than in the video, but also not comparable to a beauty of Chen Wenwen's caliber. Suddenly, he felt that the female internet celebrity beside him was no longer attractive. Ding! Obtained Lin Su's admiration value plus 666. Unsurprisingly, Lin Su contributed a sum of admiration value to Yi Koen. Quickly call Brother Koen. Lin Su said to the beautiful internet celebrity next to him. My brother Koen made millions on the capital market during his university years by his own abilities. He is a man with real abilities. My entire university allowance was earned by Brother Koen for me. Lin Su still admired Yi Koen very much. During university, while most of his classmates were busy dating or playing games, Yi Koen had already entered the capital market and started making big money. Moreover, Yi Cohen was not a second-generation rich man, and he had completely made his fortune from scratch. Hello, Cohen. My name is Wu Dan. I'm a female anchor for Kunpeng Short Video Live Broadcast. Nice to meet you. Hearing that Yi Cohen was so awesome, Wu Dan immediately greeted him politely. Not only was Yi Cohen handsome and charming, he also made money, and this kind of person was the kind of person that female anchors needed to cling to. Kunpeng Short Video Live Broadcast? Yi Cohen was slightly shocked. This Kunpeng Short Video Live Broadcast should also be a subsidiary of the Kunpeng Group. In other words, it is also his company. How many companies does the Kunpeng Group actually have? Even Yi Cohen himself is not sure. Perhaps when he has some free time, he will go to the Kunpeng Group headquarters to take a look. Yes, Cohen, this Kunpeng Short Video Live Broadcast has only recently risen to prominence. Although it is currently unable to compare with the three giants of MOing Short Video, Shark Live, and Tiger Live, Kunpeng Live is backed by the Kunpeng Group and is rising rapidly. Lin Su also said. He often watches short video broadcasts and rewards female anchors, so he seems to know a lot about Kunpeng short videos. Really? Then I'll download a Kunpeng short video. Yi Cohen laughed. He is the big boss of the Kunpeng Group, but he hasn't even downloaded a Kunpeng short video yet. Can you believe it? You have to download it. There are a lot of interesting videos on Kunpeng short videos, and there are also a lot of beautiful female anchors. Lin Su said. After a few more brief exchanges, the group walked together towards the TX bar. Chapter 11, the most luxurious bar in the demon capital. The Bund Bar Street in the demon capital is full of lights and wine. At this time, the nightlife has just begun. Brother Cohen, let me tell you, this TX bar is the biggest, most expensive, most luxurious, and top-notch bar in the entire demon capital. When it came to the TX bar, Lin Su began to ramble excitedly. The TX bar has also hired celebrity endorsers, and many top second-generation rich kids, including Principal Wang, are regulars at this TX bar. Oh. It seems pretty awesome. What level of consumption is there for the booth? Yi Cohen asked. He rarely goes to bars, so he doesn't know much about this TX bar, and he's not very clear about the consumption market. The minimum consumption for the lowest booth in the TX bar starts at 30,000 yuan. The minimum consumption in Zone 1 is 100,000 yuan. The minimum consumption in Zone 0 is 300,000 yuan. The minimum charge for the VIP area is 1 million yuan. Lin Su said. This bar is so expensive, with a minimum charge of 30,000 yuan, and the average urban white-collar worker really can't afford it. Most of the people who can afford to spend here are rich second-generation masters and wealthy people. Oh. This bar in the Devil's Capital doesn't seem to be very expensive. Yi Cohen said nonchalantly. Now that he is already a 900 billion godly master, he really doesn't take this spending into account. Even before the binding system, he could afford it. Brother Cohen, you're the big shot. I can only spend 100,000 yuan a month on pocket money. Lin Su said with a pout. He knew that Yi Cohen could make hundreds of thousands of yuan in just a few minutes in the capital market. Even second-generation rich kids like him envied Yi Cohen's ability to make money. Well, which section did you book? Yi Cohen changed the subject. Brother Cohen, I booked a seat in section 1. This bar is so damn popular. Except for the VIP area, all other seats are almost always full, and they are booked in advance. Lin Su said that he also had a hard time booking a seat in the first section with the bar's marketing. Other bars are marketing to beg customers to book seats. At TX Bar, customers have to cultivate a good relationship with marketing in order to book a seat. It's so damn popular. There are many second-generation rich people who come to TX Bar to spend money, and naturally there are also a lot of beautiful women, all of whom appear in groups. This has made the bar's business even more popular. I guess the owner of TX Bar has made a fortune. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead, as if some big internet celebrity had appeared, attracting a crowd of onlookers and gawkers. Holy shit! The one in front of Principal Wang is Wang Tsong, the principal. I heard that he recently got a new internet celebrity girlfriend. Lin Su pointed at a figure ahead and exclaimed in surprise. He heard that Principal Wang often came to TX Bar to hang out, and he never thought he would run into the real person this time. You should know that Principal Wang is not only a top-level second-generation rich kid, but also a super internet celebrity. Wherever he appears, he often attracts crowds and heated discussions. Yi Koen looked forward and saw only a man in pajama-style clothes walking towards the passage to the TX bar. He was accompanied by a long-legged female companion dressed in a revealing manner. There were also many onlookers around. Yi Koen just glanced at them casually and then withdrew his gaze. Although Principal Wang could be considered a super second-generation rich kid in the country, he was only average to him. Yes, just so-so, average. Now, Yi Koen owns the Kunpeng Group, which is worth 900 billion. Old Wang is not as rich as him, let alone little Wang. Unconsciously, the super-rich second generation in the eyes of ordinary people all seem commonplace to him. As the few entered the TX bar, the ear-splitting electronic music came. The bar was very large and divided into several distinct areas. Many beautiful women in revealing clothes shuttled among them, wildly shaking their bodies to the electronic music. The more expensive the area, the higher the attractiveness of the women, the better their figures, and the less they wore. Lin Su led a few people towards Area 1. Then, a bar marketing staff approached Lin Su with a displeased expression. "Lin Xiao, I'm sorry, your booth has been taken." The marketing staff said apologetically to Lin Su. "What the fuck is going on? Who the fuck dares to take the seat I booked?" Lin Su was furious. He had invited Koen and a female internet celebrity to come and have fun tonight, and the seat he had booked was taken by someone else, so how could he not be angry? "I'm sorry, Lin Xiao," Xiao from the Supreme Zone spoke, "and there was nothing I could do about it." The marketing staff said with a sad face. There were people he could not offend. So, he chose to offend Lin Su. These nightclub marketers also pick and choose their targets. "I don't care if he's Xiao or Xiao Duo, he just can't take my seat." Lin Su is not someone to be trifled with either. He's also a rich second generation, and he's got a bad temper to boot. If he doesn't provoke others, it's fine, but others just keep riding him. How can he stand it? Soon, Lin Su rushed to the booth in Zone 1. He saw a few young men and women sitting in the booth that originally belonged to him, drinking over there. One of the fat guys had a lot of scratches on his face and neck, and some places even had band-aids on them, which looked very funny. Holy shit, isn't this guy the backup for that green tea? Yi Koen recognized the fat guy at first glance as the rich second generation who had a big fight with her green tea ex-girlfriend at the IFC mall before. What a coincidence, running into this fat guy here. Fuck, Lu Bai, it's you piece of shit, you dare to take the seat I booked? Lin Su obviously recognized Lu Bai too, and yelled at him unceremoniously. Although this Lu Bai is also considered a rich kid, he is only of the lower class. He usually pretends to be arrogant and flaunts his wealth, but in fact his family doesn't have much assets. You have to know that even rich kids are divided into classes. Lin Su, Xiao helped me book this booth, if you're capable, go argue with Xiao. Lu Bai glanced at Lin Su and didn't intend to give up his seat. Although he was considered an inferior second-generation rich, he hung out with Xiao. He had a fight with the green tea bitch in the mall today and was in a bad mood, about to drown his sorrows in alcohol. I don't care if you're Xiao, you can't take my seat, so get out of my way. Lin Su saw that the fat guy had no intention of getting up, so he couldn't help but angrily say. Yo, isn't this Lin Xiao? What, you're not even going to give Xiao Tianyuan face? At that moment, a young man with an earring walked over from the VIP area. His name was Xiao Tianyuan, the eldest son of the Xiao Group, with family assets of hundreds of billions of dollars, and he was one of the top second-generation rich in the Demon City. He was a second-generation rich who liked to spend money, and he spent a lot of money in bars, making a lot of friends. Young Master Xiao, I reserved this booth a long time ago. Lin Su looked a little embarrassed. The Xiao family has businesses in all walks of life and has a lot of connections in the Demon City, so he didn't dare offend them lightly. However, he also didn't want to suffer this humiliation and remained silent when someone stole his seat. Chapter 12, The Skill of Not Getting Drunk Even After 1,000 Cups. I want to reserve the whole place. Lin Su was very unwilling to have Xiao Tianyuan steal his booth. Mr. Xiao, I reserved this booth, and I've invited friends here today, so please give me face. Lin Su said to Xiao Tianyuan. Yi Koen was standing nearby, and if he were to have his seat taken like that, it would be a great loss of face. Xiao Tianyuan glanced at Yi Koen and felt that he looked unfamiliar, obviously not someone from the top second-generation circles of Shanghai. These second-generation rich kids all have their own circles. If they are in the same circle or the same level, they will also give each other face. If they encounter someone of a higher level than themselves, they will admit defeat and even deliberately befriend and ingratiate themselves. if they encounter someone of a lower level than themselves, they will often look down on them and even deliberately step on them. Xiao Tianyuan is a top second-generation rich kid in Shanghai. He saw that Yi Kuan was obviously not someone from his circle, so naturally he would not give him face. However, when he saw Chen Wenwen next to Yi Kuan, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Beautiful, so beautiful, she is a supermodel. Especially, her figure is really hot, any man would be tempted to act stupidly when they see her. This beauty, my name is Xiao Tianyuan, the eldest son of the Xiao group, I have reserved a seat in the VIP area, are you interested in going over for a drink? Xiao Tianyuan directly targeted Chen Wenwen and started flirting with her. Girls who come to the bar to have fun are generally very open-minded, and most of them worship money, wanting to hook up with a rich second generation. He directly revealed his identity as the young master of the Xiao family and reserved a seat in the VIP area. Very few girls could resist this temptation. Yi Kuan's gaze hardened. This Xiao Tianyuan actually dared to flirt with his female secretary right in front of him. He's got some nerve. However, his attempts to flirt with Chen Wenwen were doomed to be futile. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Chen Wenwen's expression was cold as she decisively rejected Xiao Tianyuan's invitation. So what if you're the young master of the Xiao family? Compared to General Cohen, he is just a nobody. A second-generation rich kid is no match for a first-generation rich magnate. Xiao Tianyuan was obviously taken aback. It seemed that he had not expected that after revealing his identity, he would actually be rejected by this beauty. This kind of situation rarely happened to him. However, he was after all the young master of a 100 billion group, and after being rejected, he did not continue to pester Chen Wenwen. Lin Su, don't say that I, Xiao Tianyuan, bullied you. I am a VIP in the VIP area and have the privilege of selecting a table first. Unless you have also made a reservation in the VIP area, otherwise I cannot let you have this table today. Xiao Tianyuan turned to Lin Su and said. Chen Wenwen's ruthless rejection made him feel very embarrassed, and he could not let Lin Su have this table. Otherwise, what face would he, the young master of the Xiao family, have? Make a reservation in the VIP area? Lin Su couldn't help but frown. The minimum charge for the VIP area was 1 million. Although he was a rich second generation, he had not yet inherited the family business, and there was not much money that he could freely dispose of. What? Can't afford to spend in the VIP area? Then don't embarrass yourself at TX Bar, just get lost as soon as possible. Xiao Tianyuan's gaze swept Lin Su and Yi Kuan, and he couldn't help but sneer. He was a rich second generation who liked to spend money, and he also liked to act like a big shot. When he encounters someone who is wealthier and more domineering than him, he will indeed admit defeat. When he encounters someone who is not as wealthy as him and whose status is not as high as his, he will sometimes stomp on them hard. Just then, Yi Kuan heard the system's prompt in his head. Ding! Triggered random task, slap the face of Xiao Tianyuan, the young master of the Xiao family. Task rewards: 1. The skill of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. 2. A card that refunds 10 times the amount spent in cash on drinks. Holy cow! The skill of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Yi Kuan's heart slightly rejoiced. Is this going to make him a wine immortal? The skill of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk doesn't seem to be very useful normally, but it can be very useful in critical moments. For example, having the skill of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk in a bar or nightclub will make him feel right at home. If you can't afford it, don't force yourself. The TX bar is not suitable for you. Xiao Tianyuan saw Lin Su's face turn red with anger, and he couldn't help but show contempt as he didn't say a word for a long time. He waved his hand and was about to leave this booth position in a dashing manner. Wait, isn't this the VIP area? Lin Su was furious. Isn't this the VIP area with a minimum consumption of 1 million? Today, even if he gritted his teeth, he had to fight for this, and he couldn't lose face in front of Brother Cohen. Wait, I'll charter the place tonight. Yi Kuan stopped Lin Su, but spoke up first. What? Charter the place? Everyone present thought they had heard wrong. TX Bar is the most expensive and exclusive bar in the city. A night's charter would cost at least 10 million yuan. Brother Cohen, don't be impulsive. I know you're doing this for me, but there's no need to charter the whole bar. It's really too expensive. Lin Su was both shocked and moved. Brother Cohen must have seen him being bullied and couldn't help but step in. But there's really no need. 10 million yuan, wouldn't it be better to buy a Lamborghini? Did I hear you right? You want to charter the entire TX bar? Xiao Tianyuan also stopped in his tracks, staring at Yi Koan in amazement. Spending over 10 million yuan to charter the TX bar, even he wouldn't dare to do that. Chartering the entire bar was much more ridiculous than reserving a seat in the VIP area. Yi Koan ignored Xiao Tianyuan and said to the marketing person next to him, "Tonight, I'm chartering the entire TX bar. I'll pay for all the drinks consumed by the customers. However, I have conditions. First, everyone in this booth has to get out, and I don't want to see them in TX bar tonight." Yi Koan pointed at the fat guy Lu Bai in the booth and said, "Get out? Do you have that kind of money? How dare you book the whole TX bar?" Lu Bai was also shocked. He now recognized Yi Koan as Annie's ex-boyfriend. It was Yi Koan who had dumped the green tea, and she had then found him as a spare tire. However, he didn't believe that Yi Koan could really book TX. "Sir, are you sure you want to reserve the entire TX bar?" The marketing manager also looked shocked. Yi Koan was not a regular customer at TX bar, and he wasn't sure if the other party was joking. "Cut the crap, and get your boss here." Yi Koan waved his hand and spoke imperiously. When he raised his hand, he inadvertently revealed the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. Immediately, the marketing manager of the bar was dumbfounded. He had paid special attention to those top luxury cars and watches in order to develop his eye for such things. The watch Yi Koan was wearing was clearly the Patek Philippe diamond watch worth over 8 million yuan. Even Xiao Tianyuan's gaze tightened, and he looked serious. Someone who could wear a Patek Philippe worth over 8 million yuan was at least someone on the same level as him. "Boss, I'll take you to the VIP area to wait, and I'll have someone notify the general manager to come greet you." The attitude of the bar's marketing towards Yi Koan and the others immediately became extremely respectful. However, the most he could do was notify the general manager of the bar. As for the mysterious owner behind the TX bar, even he had never met him before, and naturally he was not in a position to invite him over. Chapter 13, Goddess Level Beauty, Shang Yutong. Yi Koan and Lin Su and the others were respectfully led to the location of the Supreme Zone by another bar staff member. This is the most prime location in the entire TX bar. Not only are the seats the best, but the view is also the best. "Mr. Yi, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment, our general manager will be right over," the bar staff respectfully said. "Order some wine first," Yi Koan said indifferently. Since they were already seated in the VIP area, they couldn't just wait around, they had to order some wine first. "Okay, Mr. Yi, what would you like to drink?" the marketing staff respectfully asked. "Lin Zizi, you order." Yi Koan told Lin Su to order some wine. "How about a dragon set to start?" Lin Su hesitated for a moment and asked Yi Koan. The so-called dragon set is the champagne black spade set. The dragon set comes in 6 colors, black gold, gold, pink, and violet, and costs 88,888. No matter which bar you go to, if you order this set, all the lights will come on and there will be cheers, making you the most popular guy in the bar. The dragon set. Wu Dan, who was standing next to Lin Su, couldn't help but get excited when she heard that they were going to order the dragon set. This is the 888,888 yuan Shenlong set. She took a photo and posted it on WeChat Moments, and it was enough to brag about for a while. How is one Shenlong set enough? Be confident, order 10 Shenlong sets first. Yi Koan patted Lin Su's shoulder and laughed. One Shenlong set is only 6 bottles of champagne black ace, which is completely not enough to drink. 10 Shenlong sets. The marketing was surprised and happy. One dragon set costs 88,888 yuan, and 10 dragon sets cost 888,888 yuan. Only a wealthy person would dare to spend like this. "Brother Koan, you're really rich, you ordered 10 dragon sets right at the start." Lin Su was shocked, staring at Yi Koan with admiration. He is a second-generation rich man, and he would not dare to order 10 dragon sets like this. Wu Dan was even more dumbfounded. She had seen what a wealthy person was like today. She thought that ordering one Shenlong set was pretty awesome, but Yi Xiao ordered 10 of them at once without a hint of stress. She was going to take some pictures and show them off. Just one drink with Yi Xiao would be enough to brag about for a whole year. Yi Xiao, the Ace of Spades in the Black Gold edition is only available in a limited number of thousands of bottles worldwide. We still have some in stock at TX Bar, and we only offer it to our most valued guests. I'll have someone go order it right away. the bar staff said politely. The Black Ace of Spades in the Black Gold Edition is not available in most bars, but it is available at TX Bar. However, it is only available to certain distinguished and special customers. Yi Xiao wants to book the entire TX Bar, so of course he is in the ranks of the most distinguished customers. On the other side, Xiao Tianyuan, who was sitting on the sofa in the VIP area next door, looked a bit gloomy. Xiao, that Yi Xiao wants to kick me out of TX Bar. This is not giving you face, this is slapping you in the face. Lu Bai, the fat guy, said with a sad face, it would be so embarrassing if he were kicked out. He was Xiao Tianyuan's #1 lackey, and could only beg Xiao Tianyuan for protection. Today, he had really had bad luck. He had fought with that green tea bitch during the day, and then he was being kicked out of the bar at night when he came to drink. It was all that bitch's fault. Now, Lu Bai could be said to hate Annie to the bone. It's like cheating on your girlfriend and getting a bad reputation. Shut up, as long as you're by my side, no one can throw you out. Xiao Tianyuan said coldly. Even if Yi Kuan had booked the whole bar, he couldn't throw everyone there out. Moreover, he was also the supreme VIP of TX Bar, who would dare to throw him out? At that moment, the 10 Shenlong sets ordered by Yi Kuan were served by some bar staff wearing glowing glasses and strange costumes. Behind them, there were also groups of people, holding various flashing lightboards and electronic fireworks, pushing transparent champagne wine coolers. The scene was quite grand. Along the way, it attracted countless glances, eliciting bursts of cheers and exclamations. Holy cow, 10 Dragon God sets, he is the god of the Supreme Zone. Awesome, if I can go over to the god of the Supreme Zone and swipe a card, and take a picture, that would be great. Yi Kuan and Lin Su were in the Supreme Zone, which became the focus of the entire event. 6 bottles of black spades of different colors were opened, and Yi Kuan and Lin Su casually drank them. The taste of the black spades was better than that of ordinary champagne. However, it was not necessarily very good. They were just drinking to quell their loneliness and boredom. Yi Kuan was still waiting for the owner of TX Bar to come over so that he could slap Xiao Tianyuan's face. Just then, there was another commotion in the crowd. A slender, extremely beautiful and exquisite beauty was seen walking towards the VIP area, surrounded by numerous bodyguards. She walked with style, exuding an aura of power and a cold beauty, and immediately became the focus of the entire crowd. Who the hell is she? She's got so many bodyguards with her, and she's so damn beautiful, she's practically a goddess. Did you see that? The general manager of TX Bar is following her around like a puppy. Could she be the mysterious owner of TX Bar? I heard that the owner of TX Bar is an extremely cold and beautiful woman. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, the cold and beautiful woman walked to the VIP area. Chang Yueshi, the female president of the Chang Group? Xiao Tianyuan stood up directly from his seat in the VIP area, his eyes filled with surprise. Chang Yueshi was the mysterious owner behind TX Bar. However, Xiao Tianyuan knew that she had another identity, that of the female president of the Chang Group and the eldest daughter of the Chang family. She was cold, mysterious, and intelligent, and the Chang Group had rapidly developed and grown under her leadership. Xiao Tianyuan often came to TX Bar to spend money, and he was not shy about spending a lot of money, not least to get the chance to get close to this Chang family heiress. However, he had never seen Chang Yueshi at TX Bar before. Miss Chang, my name is Xiao Tianyuan, heir to the Xiao Group. I have admired you for a long time. Xiao Tianyuan saw Chang Yueshi approaching and immediately greeted her, instantly turning into a dog licking her feet. However, Chang Yueshi didn't even look at him, and walked straight past him. She was so cold and aloof that she didn't even pay any attention to the Xiao family's young master. This made Xiao Tianyuan very embarrassed and he instantly turned to stone. Chang Yueshi walked straight up to Yi Kuan and held out a jade hand, saying, I am Chang Yueshi, the owner of TX Bar. I heard you wanted to meet me? At this time, her expression was still very cold and aloof. Ding! A goddess-level beauty has been detected. Name, Chang Yueshi. Appearance, 97 goddess level. Height, 172. Measurements, 88, 60, 92. Bra size, 36D. Favorability, 10. Personality, charming, generous, and heroic. Yi Kuan could not help but be surprised. The woman in front of him was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her appearance score was a whopping 97, reaching goddess level, and her figure was also perfect. However, her name is obviously Chang Yutong, so why does she call herself Chang Yueshi? Moreover, she looks very cold and elegant, but the system's evaluation is that she is charming, generous, and heroic. Something is wrong. This is very wrong. Chapter 14, Holding the Goddess's Hand for 10 Seconds. Despite Chang Yutong's best efforts to put on a cold and aloof appearance, there was no way to hide the charming aura emanating from her brows and expression. Yes, her cold and aloof appearance was a disguise, and Yi Kuan had seen through it all. The only difference between Chang Yutong and Chang Yushi's names was one character, so he guessed that the two must be sisters. This Chang Yutong is a bit naughty. However, Yi Kuan did not mean to expose Chang Yutong's identity. Yi Kuan stared at Chang Yutong's stunning beauty and gently grasped the jade hand she extended. It's so soft. So smooth. My name is Yi Kuan, and I plan to charter the TX bar tonight. Yi Kuan said, a handsome smile emerging at the corner of his mouth. He was confident and composed, and did not show any signs of weakness because of Chang Yutong's beauty and identity. Unlike Xiao Tianyuan, he didn't act like a dog when he saw Chang Yuqin. Such a man is even more charming. Just as Yi Kuan was about to hold Chang Yuqin's hand, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Triggered random task, hold the goddess Chang Yuqin's hand for 10 seconds without letting go. Reward, 5 physical fitness points. Damn, holding Chang Yuqin's hand for 10 seconds rewards 5 physical fitness points. System, you're a bit cheeky. But the reward is really tempting. You have to know that his constitution is only a total of 8 points, and the peak constitution of an ordinary human is only 10 points. Completing this small task of holding the goddess's hand is rewarded with 5 points of constitution. It's very cool. This task must be completed. So Yi Kuan held Chang Yutong's soft and boneless little hand without letting go. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chang Yutong twitched her hand slightly, but she couldn't pull it back, so she couldn't help but frown slightly. However, since only 3 seconds had passed, she wasn't sure if the other person was deliberately holding her hand. I want to book the TX bar, but I have a request. Yi Kuan noticed Chang Yutong's movement to pull her hand away, so he couldn't help but speak up. By speaking to make a request, he distracted her attention. It had only been 3 seconds, but he had to persevere. He couldn't let go. The customer is always right. Since Mr. Yi wants to reserve our TX bar, of course he can make a request. Please go ahead. Chang Yutong was indeed distracted, and tried her best to act like a female CEO. 4 seconds, 5 seconds. 2 more seconds passed. Tonight, for all customers who come to TX bar, I will pay for all drinks and food. Yi Kuan said, still holding Chang Yutong's hand. Moreover, he deliberately slowed down the speed of his speech. 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds. Time seemed to pass very slowly, but Yi Kuan had gained 3 more seconds. At this time, Chang Yutong made another hand-pulling gesture. Because a normal handshake would not last more than 5 seconds. The time she and Yi Kuan had spent shaking hands had been on the long side. I want that fat guy and Xiao Tianyuan to get out of the TX bar. Yi Kuan finally spoke his request. At the same time, he looked agitated and tightly grasped Chang Yutong's small hand. I won't let go. I won't let go. 9 seconds. 10 seconds. KO. It's done. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of holding the goddess-level beauty Chang Yutong's hand for 10 seconds. Ding. Reward 5 physical fitness points. Congratulations, host, your physical fitness has increased to 13. In an instant, it felt as if a magical energy had been injected into Yi Kuan's body, and his physical fitness instantly increased. It feels great. Being strong is the only way to be truly strong. Yi Kuan instantly felt full of vitality. Full of vitality. Full of energy. Full of energy. He felt that even if he was made to jump for 3 days and nights, he would not get tired. Most importantly, his enhanced constitution greatly improved his combat effectiveness. Chang Yutong saw Yi Kuan holding her hand, revealing a look of ecstasy and enjoyment, and she couldn't help but feel both embarrassed and annoyed. Fortunately, Yi Kuan let go of her hand in time, so she didn't lose her temper. At this time, Xiao Tianyuan, who had been paying attention to Yi Kuan's situation, also heard what Yi Kuan said. What? You want me to get out of the TX bar too? Xiao Tianyuan rushed over, looking unconvinced. Just now, he had seen Yi Kuan clutching his goddess's hand tightly, and he was already very unhappy. But Yi Kuan was even asking him to get out. This made him feel like he had lost face in front of his goddess. The other guests can stay, but they must go. I'm renting out the entire TX bar, so I don't think it's too much to ask, do you? Yi Kuan ignored Xiao Tianyuan and said to Chang Yutong. Well, it doesn't seem unreasonable. Chang Yutong looked thoughtful, then nodded her head in agreement. She wasn't the owner of TX bar and didn't have any experience dealing with this kind of thing. However, she felt that Yi Kuan had a very good point. The person spent more than 10 million yuan to book the entire TX bar, so what's wrong with kicking out a few people who are in the way? This is a very reasonable request. Moreover, she also knew that it was Xiao Tianyuan who started the trouble in the first place, and Yi Kuan was right to fight back. She actually found Yi Kuan very domineering. Chang Zone, I am Xiao Tianyuan, a regular at TX bar, and I am also a VIP in the Supreme Zone. You cannot kick me out. Xiao Tianyuan was desperate. If he were kicked out today, it would be a great loss of face, and his prestige in the second-generation circles of the demon capital would also be greatly reduced in the future. Your consumption in the VIP area today can be waived, please leave the TX bar, and you are not allowed to set foot in it again tonight. Chang Yutong imitated her sister's mannerisms and put on a cold expression, making a decision directly without giving Xiao Tianyuan, the young master of the Xiao family, any face. Just then, Yi Kuan's mind rang with the system's wonderful prompt tone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of slapping Xiao Tianyuan in the face. Reward 1, the skill of not getting drunk even after 1,000 cups. Reward 2, a card that refunds 10 times the amount spent on drinks. Awesome! The task of slapping Xiao Tianyuan in the face was actually completed so easily. This is thanks to Chang Yutong, the owner of the bar TX. Chang Yutong did a really good job, and he really likes this girl. He really likes her. No, I won't accept it. It's just renting out the TX bar, right? I, Xiao Tianyuan, can also rent out the whole place. Xiao Tianyuan became anxious when he heard that Chang Yueying wanted to kick him out of the bar. But it's just renting out the whole place. He, the young master of the Xiao family, is capable of renting out the whole place. It's just throwing money around, right? Who's afraid of anyone? Chapter 15, 100 million to book the whole place, a slap in the face. Xiao Tianyuan loves to spend money. As the young master of the 100 billion group Xiao family, every time he comes to a nightclub to hang out, he is the one who spends the most money and is the most generous. As a result, there are many second-generation young men from the devil's capital who hang around behind his ass. Yes, it's just booking the whole place, isn't it just spending money? Our young master Xiao can also book the whole place, and he can pay a higher price. Xiao Tianyuan's top henchman Lu Bai jumped out and said. Spending money, Xiao Xiao has never been afraid of anyone. Yes, Xiao Xiao can also book the TX bar. Xiao Tianyuan's entourage of a few rich second-generation followers also voiced their support behind him. This Yi Kuan is not someone from the circle of second-generation rich people in the city of demons. I don't know where he came from, but he actually dared to compete with Xiao Xiao for money. He is simply ignorant of the world. They guess that Yi Kuan might be a second generation from some small place. A strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Only when they arrive in the magic city will these second-generation people from small places realize that they don't have enough money. Yes, I'm willing to pay 20 million to book the TX bar for one night. The condition is that they get out. Xiao Tianyuan tilted his mouth, held up two fingers, and glanced at Yi Kuan with disdainful eyes. At this moment, he once again felt like throwing money around. 20 million. He's willing to pay 20 million to act like a jerk. He believed that at this moment, he was the coolest guy in the room. He believed that Miss Chang Yueshi would definitely be impressed by his domineering attitude. Chang Yueshin did not say anything, but looked at Yi Kuan with beautiful eyes. At the moment, Yi Kuan had not paid the money, so in theory Xiao Tianyuan could offer a higher price to book the whole place. Previously, Yi Kuan had been very domineering, wanting to book the entire TX bar. Now, how would he respond to Xiao Tianyuan's provocation? What's the deal? I, Xiao Xiao, am willing to pay 20 million to book the whole place. Do you dare to outbid me? If you don't have the money, get out of the TX bar. Little punk, how dare you compare money with me, Xiao Xiao? You're not qualified to spend money. Lu Bai, the lackey, jumped out again and yelled. Previously, Yi Kuan threatened to book the whole place and kicked him out, so he held a grudge. Now that Xiao Xiao has the upper hand, he immediately stands up and shouts like a clown, as if he paid for the entire bar. Fat ass, who are you calling a little punk? I'll rip your fucking mouth off. Lin Su angrily pointed at Lu Bai's nose. This fat ass is good for nothing, but he's a first-class lackey, and his mouth is really cheap. What? You have no money but you dare to act like a snob. You are the little scumbags I was talking about. Lu Bai looked like a villain who had gotten his way and was taking advantage of the situation. You guys should speak more politely and not cause trouble in the TX bar. Chang Yueshi's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she spoke coldly. The several burly bodyguards behind her took a step forward, ready to intervene at any time to stop the few people from causing trouble. Xiao Tianyuan could not help but feel nervous when he saw that Chang Yueshi seemed to be about to lose her temper. Pop! Xiao Tianyuan gave Lu Bai a hard slap on the head and lectured, "You fat idiot, don't swear. We're all civilized people. This fat idiot, he has no sense." The female CEO Chang Yueshi is standing right next to him, and she still dares to speak nonsense. This is ruining his heroic image. He decided that next time, he wouldn't bring this fat idiot along. Xiao, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. Lu Bai immediately bowed and kowtowed, admitting his fault, and stepped aside. What do you say? I'll pay 20 million to book the entire TX bar. If you dare to outbid me, I'll match it. Whoever concedes is the loser. Xiao Tianyuan looked at Ji Kuan with a face full of provocation. Today, he had to show off the class of a top second-generation young man in Shanghai and overwhelm Yi Kuan with money. He was never one to back down from a fight. He was the strongest and most powerful young man in the entire TX bar. Ding! Triggered random task, slap Xiao Tianyuan again. Task reward, +3 strength. Holy shit! He had just felt like slapping Xiao Tianyuan again, and now he had the chance. But he had triggered the task of slapping Xiao Tianyuan again. Although the task reward was a bit small, only 3 points of strength. It was still something, and he had to slap him. Yi Kuan took a sip of the Aces of Spades champagne with great aplomb, then slowly extended a finger. What does this mean? 10 million? No way, it can't be 10 million. Could it be 100 million? Everyone present was shocked. Is Yi Kuan going to bid 100 million to book the bar for one night? No way. 100 million, I'll bid 100 million. At this moment, Yi Kuan spoke. He was going to pay 100 million to book the TX bar. Because he had 10 times the amount of the drink consumption rebate card, spending 100 million could earn him 1 billion back. He could also slap Xiao Tianyuan in the face. Why wouldn't he do it? The whole audience was shocked. Petrified. In an uproar. Exploding with rage. He's crazy. He's actually going to spend 100 million to book the TX bar for one night. 100 million could buy more than 10 supercars. Even in this expensive city, it's not a problem to buy a luxury home. Yet Yi Kuan directly spent 100 million to book a bar. Moreover, shouldn't everyone increase the offer round after round? Yi Kuan completely played outside the box and directly spent 100 million. If Yi Kuan is not crazy, then he is a true god of wealth. At this moment, Xiao Tianyuan was stunned. Although he is a top second-generation rich in the Demon City, his family's assets exceed 100 billion. However, most of those assets are real estate and stocks, which are virtual assets, not cash. He would never dare to spend 100 million to book the entire place, and he couldn't come up with that amount of money in a short time. Of course, if he really tried to scrape up the money, he could definitely do it. But he was just a second-generation rich kid, not a first-generation rich kid. His father would definitely break his legs and put him in solitary confinement for a few months. Therefore, Xiao Tianyuan was discouraged. Chapter 16, the whole table's bill will be paid by Yi Xiao. Mr. Xiao, why don't we pool our money together and raise the price? Yes. Mr. Xiao, don't give in, let's do it. Xiao Tianyuan's entourage spoke up. They were all second-generation rich kids and were very proud. If they pooled their money together, it would definitely be more than 100 million. Xiao Tianyuan glanced at Yi Kuan and saw that the other party looked calm and composed, so he shook his head. Yi Kuan can easily throw away 100 million, so who can guarantee that he won't throw away 200 million? What if these rich kids pool their money together? They've already lost in terms of momentum. Although he didn't want to admit it, the truth was that he was being crushed. Completely crushed. Young Master Yi, I admit defeat. If you can really come up with 100 million, I'll admit that I'm a loser. Xiao Tianyuan glanced at Yi Kuan and admitted defeat. It's not a shame to admit defeat when you encounter someone who is more powerful and domineering than you are. These top second-generation rich kids can generally be flexible. They don't stubbornly refuse to admit defeat and fight to the death. In particular, when they encounter a boss who is more domineering than they are, they will often admit defeat decisively. However, he still needs to see if Yi Kuan can really get 100 million in funding. Yi Kuan gave a faint smile, took out a black gold bank card, and handed it to the general manager of the bar. The black gold card only had 100 million yuan in it. If Xiao Tianyuan had raised the price just now, he might have had to admit defeat. However, he directly bid 100 million yuan, which directly shocked the group of rich second-generation kids in terms of momentum. They didn't dare to raise the price at all. The general manager of the bar carefully took the black gold bank card from Yi Kuan's hand. The material of this card was very special, and it had a lot of weight in his hand. He didn't know what material it was made of. He had never seen such a black card before. But that was not important, the key was whether there was any money in the card. Soon, the bar staff swiped 100 million yuan from the black gold card. Mr. Yi, please keep your card. The general manager of the bar respectfully handed the black gold card back to Yi Kuan. Now, you are the most distinguished guest at the TX bar. You have booked the entire TX bar tonight, and you are in charge. The general manager of the bar said with a face full of attentiveness. Yi Kuan is someone who can casually spend 100 million to reserve the entire bar, so he must be someone important for him to curry favor with. Chan Yueying also looked at Yi Kuan with admiration and became very curious about him. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yueying's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yueying's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yutan's favorability towards the host has increased to 30. Chang Yutan's favorability towards Yi Kuan has increased by 20 points. Yi Xiao is really full of drive, come and visit often in the future, I'll buy you a drink. Chang Yutan gave Yi Kuan a charming smile and said generously. Sure, as long as you're in TX, I'll come again. Yi Kuan laughed. Chang Yutan, this goddess-level beauty, shook his hand for 10 seconds and contributed 5 points to his physique. If their relationship gets even closer, will there be a reward? Like a hug? Or a kiss? What would the reward be? You'll see me again. After leaving a sentence, Chang Yutong took her bodyguard and left in style. Just then, the whole place fell silent and the music in the bar stopped. Then, the exciting voice of the bar DJ rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, I have exciting news for you. The TX bar has been booked by Yi Xiao from the VIP area. Tonight, the drinks consumption of the entire venue will be paid for by Yi Xiao. Let's party. Get high. Suddenly, the entire venue exploded. Awesome. Yi Xiao from the VIP area has booked the place. Holy shit. This is the legendary case of the entire venue's consumption being paid for by Yi Xiao. Awesome. So fucking awesome. Countless admiring gazes were cast at Yi Kuan in the VIP area, and screams continued to echo. Especially the beautiful women in the TX bar, who were dressed in revealing clothes, looked at Yi Kuan with burning eyes, eager to throw themselves into his arms. This kind of godly hero, if he could just look at them, would make them so excited that they couldn't keep their legs together. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking the audience. Reward +5 spirit. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your spirit has been raised to 12, surpassing the limits of ordinary people. In an instant, Yi Kuan felt refreshed and full of energy. Moreover, his powers of observation and perception had all been significantly enhanced. It was very satisfying. At this time, Yi Kuan waved to the general manager of the TX bar. What else does Yi Xiao have to order? The general manager of the bar respectfully asked. Yi Kuan had spent 100 million to book the entire place, so there must be other requests. Even the general manager himself had to stay behind to entertain. Spread the word, any beautiful woman with a face score of 80 or above can enter TX bar for free tonight. As for the men, don't let any more in. Yi Kuan spoke indifferently, setting a new rule for the bar. Apart from the customers already present, the only people who could enter TX bar from then on would be beautiful women with a face score of 80 or above. As for how to screen beautiful women with a face score of 80 or above, that was left to TX Bar. Yes, Yi Cohen, I'll arrange it. The bar's general manager nodded. Free admission for everyone. If no rules are set, the TX Bar will definitely be packed tonight. Set the rule that beautiful women with high appearance values can enter for free. Tonight, beautiful women in Shanghai with good looks and figures will definitely rush to the TX Bar. Chapter 17, Convince him with your actions. Yi Cohen turned his attention to Xiao Tianyuan and looked at him with a teasing expression. He was still waiting for this Xiao Xiao to admit defeat and contribute to the cause. Yi Xiao, you were so domineering, I, Xiao Tianyuan, am convinced, and I will punish myself by drinking 3 glasses of wine to admit my mistake. Xiao Tianyuan said, and asked someone to pass him a wine glass, which he filled with a glass of black spade champagne. He admitted defeat today. Yi Cohen is indeed more successful and domineering than him. Wait, since it's an admission of fault, it needs to show some sincerity. Yi Cohen stopped Xiao Tianyuan from drinking the champagne and turned to the general manager of the bar and said, bring 10 bottles of Louis XIII. Great. The general manager of the bar nodded and then instructed the staff to get the wine. Louis XIII is a very expensive foreign wine in bars, with a price tag of tens of thousands of yuan per bottle. Usually, if someone goes to a bar and wants to act cool, they'll order a bottle of Louis XIII and put it on the booth, and then they won't even open it, just purely to act cool and use it to attract girls. Yi Cohen casually ordered 10 bottles of Louis XIII, just like an ordinary person ordering a beer. Yi Xiao, isn't this a bit excessive? Xiao Tianyuan, however, frowned, his face looking very unpleasant. The other party obviously refused to let him off the hook and wanted him to toast with foreign wine. Yes, you've gone too far. Xiao Xiao has already conceded, so why are you being so aggressive and bullying him? We are all second-generation elites in Shanghai, and we are not to be trifled with. Don't push us too far, or we will use our family connections to make sure you can't set foot in Shanghai. At this moment, Xiao Tianyuan's lackey Lu Bai jumped out again and yelled. Yi Cohen glanced at the fat Lu Bai with disdain, then his gaze turned cold as he looked at Xiao Tianyuan and said, is this what you mean? He really didn't take this group of rich second-generation kids seriously. That fat Lu Bai was just a scumbag, not even worthy of talking to. Xiao Tianyuan seemed to have some discernment and could barely talk to him. If Xiao Tianyuan didn't know how to behave himself, he wouldn't mind getting rid of him as well. Xiao Tianyuan shuddered when Yi Cohen gave him a look. Yi Cohen was obviously a boss of a higher rank than him, someone who could casually spend 100 million yuan to book a bar. He dared not offend him lightly. The fat guy had the guts of a bear and a leopard, daring to threaten the other party. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Pop. A crisp sound. Xiao Tianyuan slapped Lu Bai hard, sending him stumbling. Yi Xiao is talking to me, where do you get the nerve to interrupt? Pop. Xiao Tianyuan slapped him again, causing Lu Bai's mouth to bleed. You fat idiot, you have no sense, get out of my sight. Xiao Tianyuan kicked Lu Bai to the ground. The more he looked at Lu Bai, his lackey, the more he found him detestable and insensitive. In the future, he should stay as far away from him as possible. Sorry, Xiao Xiao, I was wrong. Lu Bai fell to the ground and begged, tears streaming down his face. He had failed to flatter the right person several times today, which had earned him a flurry of punches and kicks from Xiao Xiao. Fuck, apologizing to me is useless, apologize to Yi Xiao. Xiao Tianyuan kicked Lu Bai again. If it weren't for Lu Bai, the fat idiot, he wouldn't have been punched in the face by Yi Xiao today. Moreover, he had lost face in front of his goddess. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. So Xiao Tianyuan gave Lu Bai a few more hard kicks, taking out all his anger on him. Yi Xiao, I'm sorry. I was blind and didn't know who you were. Lu Bai curled up on the ground, wailing and begging for mercy. Get out of here. Yi Cohen waved his hand, indicating for Lu Bai to get out. This fat guy is no good, he's just a spare tire for his ex-girlfriend who drinks green tea. Let's take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Thank you, Yi Xiao, thank you for sparing me. Lu Bai hurriedly got up and fled in a panic. He is just a lackey who pretends to be a tiger. Now that Xiao Xiao has admitted defeat in front of Yi Cohen, how would he dare provoke Yi Cohen? At this time, 10 bottles of Louis XIII foreign liquor had been delivered by the hotel staff. Yi Xiao, you really want me to toast with foreign wine? Xiao Tianyuan's face looked very bad. He had already admitted defeat many times and lowered his stance, but this Yi Xiao still wouldn't let him off the hook? Yi Xiao, I know you're not convinced. Don't say I'm bullying you, but I'll drink as much as you do. I'll drink all of you, dare you? Yi Kuan swept Xiao Tianyuan and the others with his gaze and spoke imperiously. The system's reward has not arrived yet, which means that Xiao Tianyuan has not been slapped hard enough. This Xiao Tianyuan is just not convinced. Today, he must be convinced. What? You're going to drink all of us? Are you sure you're not joking? Xiao Tianyuan was shocked. Yi Kuan actually said that he would drink alone with 7 or 8 of them. Even the whiny mortals would not dare to make such a boast. You have to know that they are regulars at the nightclub bar, and all of them have a good drinking capacity, and some of them can even drink very well. Brother Kuan, you're drinking alone against so many of them, that's a real disadvantage. Count me in. Lin Su also stepped forward. Although he didn't know why Yi Kuan dared to make such an obviously disadvantageous request, he believed that Yi Kuan would not do anything he wasn't sure about. Boss, count me in. Chen Wenwen also stepped forward. Although she was a woman, how could she stand by and do nothing while the boss was in the front line? She, too, wanted to help the boss. Brother Kuan, count me in too. Even Wu Dan volunteered. Today, Yi Kuan showed her what a true god of wealth is. Now, she had a chance to show off in front of a god of wealth, so how could she miss it? Yi Kuan looked at Chen Wenwen, Lin Su, and Wu Dan, and nodded. They had come together, so they were a temporary group, and it was only right that they should stand together. Although he could drink everyone else under the table by himself, there was no need for him to stand out alone. What do you say? The 4 of us will drink with the 8 of you. Are you up for it? Yi Kuan picked up a bottle of Louis XIII and looked teasingly at Xiao Tianyuan. He was going to compete in drinking and directly beat these rich second generation. Chapter 18, Not drunk after 1,000 cups, the god of wine really knows how to have fun. The 8 of us will drink with the 4 of you? Xiao Tianyuan smiled, surprised that there was such a good thing. He had thought Yi Xiao would force him to drink alone with the foreign wine. Naturally, he would be very unhappy and unwilling to do so. However, Yi Kuan had instead said that they would compete with them in drinking, and it was even more of an uneven match. There were a total of 8 people on their side, and everyone could drink, which was obviously advantageous to them. Xiao, compete with them in drinking and drink them under the table. Yes, it's just drinking, we've never been afraid of anyone. The several rich second-generation men around Xiao Tianyuan also couldn't help but clench their fists, thinking that this was a great opportunity to strike back at Yi Kuan. There was no reason why they would lose if they drank with 8 people against 4. Okay, then let's drink our fill. Yi Xiao, you tell us how. Xiao Tianyuan also gritted his teeth and said. If they still back down in this situation, then they wouldn't need to hang out in the circles of the second generation in the demon capital. It's simple. Pour some Louis XIII and cheers. Yi Kuan said, pouring a bottle of Louis XIII into his glass. Then he signaled the bar staff to fill each glass. Cheers with Louis XIII. Xiao Tianyuan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. It's not an easy thing to toast with pure Louis XIII without mixing it with any drinks. However, there was now no turning back, and they had to compete in drinking. Yi Xiao, I'll toast you first. Xiao Tianyuan was still considered a man of spirit, and he raised a glass of Louis XIII and gulped it down in one go. Halfway through the drink, his face was already red with exertion, but he gritted his teeth and finished it. Yi Xiao, I'm done. Your turn. Xiao Tianyuan turned the glass upside down to show that he had already finished it. Yi Kuan said nothing and raised a full glass of Louis XIII, finishing it in one gulp. He had the skill of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and drinking Louis XIII was like drinking water for him. It's no big deal, just drink it. Next, Chen Wenwen, Lin Su and Wu Dan each drank a glass of Louis XIII with the rich second generation facing them. Yi Kuan then drank 4 glasses each, toasting the 4 rich second generations across from him. During the second round, Yi Kuan let Chen Wenwen rest and drank a glass for her. During the third round, 2 people from Xiao Tianyuan's side had already fallen, and Lin Su was on the verge of collapse. One glass followed another, round after round, until someone collapsed or voluntarily quit. Before long, all the rich kids on Xiao Tianyuan's side had collapsed from drinking. Only Yi Kuan looked carefree. It was as if he was drinking not foreign wine, but just plain water. The skill of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk is very impressive. Yi Kuan, I'm convinced. Xiao Tianyuan was convinced. I'm a grandson, please spare me. After spitting a few times, Xiao Tianyuan finally conceded and begged for mercy, unable to speak clearly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of slapping Xiao Tianyuan again. Reward plus 3 power. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your power has increased to 11, surpassing the limits of ordinary people. In an instant, Yi Kuan felt a magical energy being infused into his body, filling him with power. His muscles also seemed to have become stronger. 11 points of power, which was already beyond the peak level of an ordinary human. In other words, if he punches out now, it will at least be the strength of a boxing champion. That's awesome. Next, Yi Kuan checked his basic information again. Name, Yi Kuan. Strength, 11. Agility, 7. Stamina, 13. Spirit, 12. Charisma, 8. Note, the peak attributes of an ordinary person are 10. Godly wealth reserve, 100 billion huaxia currency. Disposable Shinho gold, 10000000000. Skills, God-level driving skills, never gets drunk. Equipment, none. Godly hero points, 1. Note, each time you spend 100 million funds, you can increase your godly hero points by 1. Godly hero points can be used to increase the 4 basic attributes of the body: strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. They cannot be used to increase charisma. Yi Kuan muttered to himself. He had originally wanted to use his divine hero points to increase his charisma. Unfortunately, charisma could not be increased using divine hero points. The reason he chose to use divine hero points to increase his agility was because he did not want to leave himself with a shortcoming. Now, his strength, constitution, and spirit had all surpassed the peak level of ordinary humans. Only his agility had not yet reached 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1 divine hero point to increase agility to 8. Meanwhile, a piece of news quickly spread among the young people of the Demon City. It is said that the most expensive TX bar in the Demon City has been booked by a godly hero. Holy shit! It is said that the booking fee is as high as 100 million, I'm blown away, this is truly a godly hero. It is said that beautiful women with a face value of over 80 points can enter the TX bar for free drinks and free fun. Holy shit! Godly heroes really know how to have fun. In the freshman dormitory of the Shanghai Film and Television Drama College, a few cool-looking beauties in pajamas and shorts are playing short videos and browsing their moments. Suddenly, one of the beauties screams. Everyone, look! The most expensive TX bar in Shanghai has been booked by a godly hero tonight. As long as you have a face value higher than 80 points, you can drink for free and have fun for free. There are also celebrities at the scene, it's super exciting. The TX bar is super expensive, with a minimum consumption of tens of thousands of yuan. Usually, no one can afford it if they aren't invited. Just show your face and you can have fun for free. What are you waiting for, sisters? Let's go. I don't like drinking or clubbing. I mainly want to meet the rich guy. In addition to some pretty female students, there were also some urban white-collar women who thought they were pretty, all rushing to the TX bar. Some wanted to drink and play for free, while more wanted to take the opportunity to get to know the rich guy. If the rich guy took a fancy to you, wouldn't you be able to fly up the social ladder and become a phoenix? Chapter 19, School Beauty Level, Yang and and Tangro. Tonight, the TX bar was full of people, and there were clouds of beautiful women. Yi Kuan was destined to be the most handsome guy in the room. As soon as he sat down, the gazes of countless beautiful women converged on him, all of them eager to throw themselves into his arms. However, there was a whole row of black-clad bodyguards arranged by the bar standing outside the VIP area, with an extraordinary air of power, and ordinary people simply could not set foot in it. The god of wealth was not someone those flirtatious bitches could approach if they wanted to. Yi Kuan set another rule: only school beauty queens could come to the supreme zone to toast him. Any beauty below the school beauty queen level was not welcome. The godly rich were full of arrogance. At first, there were always some mediocre beauties who thought they were somewhat attractive coming over to harass, fantasizing that they could be noticed by the godly rich Yi Kuan. That was why Yi Kuan set the rule that only school beauty queens were welcome. Brother Kuan, you are so awesome. You completely impressed the rich kids Xiao Tianyuan and the others with your hard power. You are my idol for life. Lin Su looked up at Yi Kuan with admiration as he raised his glass. Xiao Tianyuan is the top second generation in the city, usually very arrogant, but he was completely subdued by Brother Kuan. In the end, not only did he admit defeat, he got drunk and had to be carried out. Yi Kuan's ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk also shocked everyone. Ding! Obtained Lin Su's admiration value critical strike plus 666. Now, Lin Su has become Yi Kuan's most loyal little fanboy. Yi Xiao, you have shown me what a true godlike hero is like. I toast you. Wu Dan also toasted Yi Kuan, and threw an intentional flirtatious glance. She is an anchor woman with millions of followers and is considered a goddess by ordinary people. However, in Yi Kuan's presence, she did not dare to put on any airs of a goddess, but instead deliberately tried to please Yi Kuan. Feel free. Yi Kuan raised his glass, lightly clinking it with Lin Su and Wu Dan, and took a small sip of the Black Ace champagne. At the same time, several beautiful women from the Drama Academy were constantly stealing glances at Yi Kuan's location in the VIP area. They learned through their circle of friends that the TX bar had been booked by a godly hero, and that as long as the beauty quotient of any woman exceeded 80 points, she could come and have fun for free. So all four of them in one dormitory hurried over. They were from the Drama Academy in the Magic City, and just happened to be in a dormitory full of beautiful women, so they easily got their entry qualification. Once they entered the TX bar, they found that indeed all the drinks were free, and there were so many beautiful women there that the atmosphere was very lively. Is that handsome guy in the black shirt the legendary godlike hero who was booked the entire TX bar? He's so handsome, so cool, and so young. See? The table is full of blackjack champagne and Louis XIII liquor. The price of those drinks alone must be over $1 million. If only we could go into the VIP area and take some photos to post on WeChat Moments. Let's go over and meet the godlike hero. But there seem to be bodyguards over there. These girls are also very bold. After discovering that Yi Kuan is handsome and young, they decisively walked towards the VIP area. It's not every day you meet a handsome young god like him. However, as soon as they walked into the VIP area, they were stopped by a few black-clad bodyguards. Sorry, Yi Xiao said that only school beauty level beauties with a face score of 90 points or above can go in. The black-clad bodyguards scanned the four beauties in front of them with their eyes. Only school beauty level beauties can go in? The girls were shocked. The standards of that rich guy were too high. Suddenly, two of the girls looked disappointed. They were both class flower and flower girl level beauties, but they were not yet school flower level. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were already extremely beautiful, but they did not even have the qualifications to enter the supreme area to meet that rich guy. They were shocked. However, there were still two girls with heads held high, like proud swans. Because they had both reached school flower level. Don't worry, after we go in, we'll ask Yi Xiao to let you in too. If he doesn't want to, we'll just take a few pictures and leave. The two school beauty queens also comforted the other two companions. You wait a moment, I still need to go and inform Yi Xiao. One of the bodyguards said with great care. Then, he walked towards Yi Kuan. Yi Xiao, there are two school beauty queens who want to toast you. The bodyguard whispered in Yi Kuan's ear. Are you sure they are school beauties? Yi Kuan raised an eyebrow. Previously, these bodyguards had brought him some mediocre women, which made him doubt their aesthetic taste. Yi Xiao, this time I guarantee that they are school beauties, they are so pretty. The bodyguard patted his chest and promised. Okay, then bring them over and let's take a look. Yi Kuan nodded and said. Soon, two slender women with fashionable outfits walked over holding hands. One of them was dressed in sexy clothes and walked proudly in front. The other was dressed in a pure and innocent way and followed behind timidly. Yi Xiao, we are freshmen at the Shanghai Theater Academy. Can we take some pictures here? The girl in sexy clothes stared at Yi Kuan for a while before she spoke. She appeared calm on the surface, but in fact she was panicking inside. This handsome guy in front of her was the godlike hero who spent 100 million to book the entire TX bar. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. Oh? What are your names? Yi Kuan felt his heart skip a beat when he saw these two girls. They weren't the kind of plain-looking girls, their appearance definitely reached the level of school beauties. My name is Yang and I. The sexy and charming girl spoke. Ding! A school beauty has been detected. Name, Yang and I. Face value, 94, school beauty level. Yi Kuan glanced at Yang and I and nodded slightly. She had a beauty rating of 94 and a curvy figure. In particular, she had a pair of peach blossom eyes, which added a touch of charm. I'm Tang Ro, a freshman in the dance department. At this time, another girl with a pure appearance also spoke up, her voice a little timid. Chapter 20, Invincible Skills. Name, Tang Ro. Looks, 96, goddess level. Age, 18. Height, 169. Measurements, 85 60 90. Bra size, 34C. Favorability, 30. Characteristics, delicate and gentle. Tang Ro's looks are actually as high as 96, reaching the level of a goddess. Moreover, she is delicate and gentle. And is worthy of being a dance major. Ding. Triggered a random task, invite Yang and I and Tang Ro to sit down and drink. Reward, agility +5, a chance to participate in a random lucky draw. The task was triggered. Sure enough, Yi Kuan's guess was correct, and the chance of triggering a task and receiving a reward was high when meeting a beauty above the level of school flower. Yang and I and Tang Ro were a school flower level beauty and a goddess level beauty, respectively, and their appearance and figure were naturally top-notch. However, the lighting in the bar was a bit dim, so it wasn't very clear, but there was a kind of hazy beauty. Yi Kuan stared at Yang and I and Tang Ro, patted the seat next to him, and laughed. There's no problem taking pictures, so why don't you sit down and have a drink with us? He knew very well in his heart that since Yang and I and Tang Ro had come of their own accord, they certainly weren't just going to take a photo and leave, they must want to sit down and have some fun. After all, being able to sit and drink with a godlike hero was in itself a rare opportunity. Be good, Yi Xiao. Yang and I couldn't help but feel very excited when she heard Yi Kuan invite them to sit down, and she pulled Tang Ro over and sat next to Yi Kuan. They were all goddesses at school, surrounded by countless lickspittles. However, they had never really had the chance to meet someone of the same level as a godly magnate. At school, they had only met the kind of second-generation rich kids who drove multi-million-dollar cars, but even their wealth was not freedom. The second-generation rich kids were just spending their family's money, and were a million miles away from the real godly magnates. Yang Ni's gaze became feverish as she stared at the various colors of black spade champagne on the table. A single bottle of champagne costs 88,888 yuan. Usually, it is rare to see a bottle of champagne, but here it seems to be casually placed like ordinary beer. It's so luxurious. This is what a real godly man is like. Yi Kuan noticed Yang Ni's gaze and casually took a bottle of pink black spade champagne, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Yang and I and the other to Tang Ro. This champagne is not bad, have a glass. Yi Kuan laughed, and it was very casual. Yi Xiao, I toast you. Yang and I was not shy, and raised his glass to toast Yi Kuan. Tang Ro hesitated for a moment, and also raised her glass. It's fine, there's no need to toast. Yi Kuan laughed. The couple lightly clinked their glasses, and then took a small sip. Just then, a wonderful system prompt sounded in Yi Kuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of inviting Yang and I and Tang Ro to sit down and have a drink. Ding! Reward agility +5. Congratulations, host, on increasing your agility to 13, surpassing the limits of the average person. Reward a random chance at a lucky draw. So easily, I completed this task. This system really is like cheating. It's just so cool. System, I want to draw a lucky draw. Yi Kuan muttered to himself, planning to use the lucky draw opportunity directly. Suddenly, a huge roulette wheel appeared in his mind, with dazzling rewards of all kinds. 1 beauty card. 1 health card. 1 lucky charm. 1 bad luck charm. 1 peach blossom charm. 2 personal maids. Invincible sex skills. Plus 1 godly wealth point. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! Inside the giant wheel are all kinds of goodies that money can't buy. I wonder which prize the handsome guys who are chasing after the book want the most. The beauty card. A handsome guy like him doesn't need something like a beauty card. He's just handsome and has the ability to make money. However, the beauty card can be used by women, and it's a great thing that can make any woman crazy. The health card is not bad. Yi Kuan is now as strong as a bull and very healthy. However, if you draw a health card, you can give it to your parents and elders. It is definitely a good thing. Needless to say, the lucky charm is the Emperor of Europe if you draw it. If you draw a bad luck charm, you can use it on your enemies and stick a bad luck charm on whoever you don't like. It must be awesome. The peach blossom charm is also a good thing. With a peach blossom charm, good luck will come immediately. The personal maidservants are very good, and there are even 2 of them together. Invincible. This is great. This is definitely a magical skill that all handsome guys desire. In addition to these prizes, there are many other good things in the big wheel. Handsome guys can leave a comment here to tell us what prizes they want to appear in the wheel. The author will interact with handsome guys for a long time and select prizes from them to appear in the book. Those dazzling prizes made Ji-Kun jealous just by looking at them. Host, are you going to start the lottery? The system prompted. Start the lottery. Immediately, the large turntable in Yi-Kun's mind began to slowly rotate, and then accelerated. Stop. With Yi-Kun shouting stop, the turntable in his mind slowed down, and finally the pointer stopped on a prize. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won a health card. Prize description: once you use the health card, minor illnesses will be cured and major illnesses will be prevented. One health card can maintain good health for 1 year. The health card can be used on yourself and others. Although he didn't draw the invincibility skill, it was a bit of a pity. However, the health card is not bad, and it can be used on his parents. Modern people are all in sub-health, with various problems constantly occurring. With the health card, they can prevent all diseases. Yi Xiao, there were originally 4 girls in our dormitory who came together, but the other 2 couldn't come to the Supreme Zone. Can you let them come and play together too? After sitting down and having a drink, Yang and I plucked up her courage and asked. I know this might be a bit presumptuous, but if it's not possible. Yang and I said a little apprehensively. She was going to say that if it's not possible, then just forget it. After all, Yi Xiao had already done her a great favor by inviting the 2 school beauties to drink. Why should he also invite her 2 classmates to drink? Yi Xiao set the rule that only beauties above the level of schoolflower are allowed into the VIP area. It can be seen that Yi Xiao's eye for beauty is very picky. Not all beauties can enter his good graces and be eligible to drink his wine. She regretted a little after she said it, feeling that she was a bit ungrateful. What if Yi Xiao gets angry? She didn't want to just sit down in the VIP area and then have to leave. However, Yi-Kun was very easygoing. He wasn't angry about it. You still have 2 classmates with you? Then let them come over. Yi-Kun laughed. Anyway, the seats in the VIP area are very spacious, so 2 more people are not a problem. Yang and I and Tangro had given him a reward, so he could still fulfill this small request. Chapter 21 Kuanping Live Broadcast, starting with a Kuan. Yi-Kun waved to a bodyguard and told them to let Yang and I and Tangro's roommate in. Younger Yi, you are so nice. Yang and I was overjoyed when she saw that Yi-Kun had agreed to her request, and her words carried a hint of coquettishness. Younger Yi is indeed rich and generous, and kind to everyone. Ding, the school beauty Yang Ni's favorability towards the host has increased by 10, bringing her favorability towards the host to 40. Her favorability has increased. It seems that for him, a godly wealthy man, it is not difficult to increase the favorability of the school beauty. With his handsome appearance and money-making ability, he can succeed in everything. Are you giving me a good guy card? Yi-Kun laughed. No. Yi Xiao is really easygoing and doesn't have the airs of a godly hero at all. Yang and I said with a flirtatious smile. She had originally thought that a godly hero like Yi-Kun would definitely have a big ego, a strange temper, and be arrogant and difficult to get along with. She had never expected Yi-Kun to be so easygoing, chatting and laughing with her. Yi-Kun just smiled. He has a good temper, but it depends on who you are. Soon, Yang and I and Tangro's 2 female classmates were led into the VIP area. They were at least class flower level beauties. Yi-Kun greeted them and gestured for them to sit down as well, which made them feel flattered. Younger Yi, can we take some photos and post them on short videos? Yang and I asked. Drinking with a godly hero in the VIP area and taking some photos to post on short videos can attract a lot of traffic. Sure, which short video website are you posting to? Yi-Kun nodded and asked. It's posted on Kuanping Short Video. This short video website is very popular these days, and you can also broadcast live. The 4 of us in the dormitory play Kuanping Short Video and occasionally broadcast live. Yang and I said. They are all students at the Shanghai Theater Academy and have accumulated a lot of fans by playing short videos. Moreover, they can also make money by broadcasting live. Although they are only first-year students, they have already earned enough to pay for their tuition and living expenses by playing short videos and taking advertisements and doing live broadcasts. This has given them a taste of the sweetness of playing short videos and doing live broadcasts. Short videos and live broadcasts are a new outlet for self-media that is rapidly gaining popularity. As long as you hit the right spot, even a pig can take off. What's more, they are all beautiful girls. Tonight, all 4 members of their dormitory went out to TX Bar, also to make short videos to increase their followers. Go ahead and film. I'll download a Kuanpung short video and follow your account. Yi Kuan laughed. This Kuanpung short video belongs to the Kuanpung group. He is the big boss behind the scenes, and he must download a Kuanpung short video to have some fun. Really? Yi Xiao wants to follow our Kuanpung account, that's great. Yang and I and Tang Rou and the others couldn't help but be overjoyed when they heard that Yi Kuan, the godly tycoon, wanted to follow their account. You see, a godlike influencer can make them skyrocket just by giving them a little praise. Yi Xiao is definitely a godlike influencer, being able to buy out the entire T-bar for 100 million yuan. Yang and I and Tang Rou took out their phones and started taking photos and short videos with great excitement. Yi Kuan, on the other hand, opened an app and started downloading the Kuanpung short video app. Soon, Yi Kuan had installed the Kuanpung short video app and followed Yang and I and Tang Rou's Kuanpung short video accounts. Yang Ni's account name on Kuanpung short video is NINI. Tang Rou's account name is Xiao Rou. Yi Kuan casually browsed the short videos of Yang and I and Tang Rou while drinking with the girls. Yang and I takes the sexy route, and will film some hot dance routines and short skits in her short videos. She is a student in the acting department of the Shanghai Theatre Academy, and her acting skills are quite good, and she is very versatile. Tang Rou takes the innocent route. Her specialty is classical dance, so most of the short videos show her dancing classical dance. In the short videos, she dances gracefully and nimbly, like a fairy. What's more, her body is incredibly flexible. She does all kinds of splits and flying moves. It's gone viral. My short video has gone viral. Suddenly, Yang and I screamed. She saw that the short video she had just filmed already had tens of thousands of likes and quite a few comments. Holy cow, this is the Magic City TX Bar. I heard it was booked out by a mysterious local tycoon for 100 million yuan. Holy cow. 10 Shenlong sets, 10 bottles of Louis XIII, just the price of the alcohol on the table is over 1 million yuan. Holy cow. Only beautiful women with a face score of 80 points or above can enter TX for free, and I was rejected because I'm ugly. Holy cow. NINI is drinking with a local tycoon, is that for real? I want to watch the live broadcast, I want to see the local tycoon. I want to see the local tycoon. Ding. Adoration value plus 10. Ding. Adoration value plus 10. Ding. Adoration value plus 10. As short videos become more and more popular, the system prompts that worship points are constantly increasing. Yi Xiao, can I start a live broadcast? A lot of fans have asked me to start a live broadcast, they all want to see the godly hero. Yang and I asked Yi Kuan. You can start a live broadcast, but I won't be in the camera. Yi Kuan said. He is not a public figure, so there is no need to show his face. Keeping a low profile is the way to go. Okay. Yang and I was happy to hear that she could start a live broadcast. However, it was a bit of a pity that Yi Kuan, the godly tycoon, would not be appearing on camera. Soon, Yang and I turned on the Kuanpung live broadcast. The live broadcast room quickly filled with several hundred people. Hello everyone, I am broadcasting live from the TX bar. Sitting to my left is my best friend Xiao, and to my right is Yi Xiao. He is the godly tycoon who rented out the TX bar for 100 million tonight, but he is very low-key and doesn't want to appear. Yang and I spoke eloquently in front of the live broadcast camera. Ding. Triggered quest, become NINI's number 1. Quest reward, charisma plus 1. Explanation, the maximum charisma is 10. Once it reaches 9, it will trigger the everyone loves you, flowers bloom in your presence charisma aura, and the host's favorability with the beautiful woman will increase rapidly. Holy cow. This reward actually increases charisma. You have to know that charisma cannot be increased using divine points, and the maximum is only 10. Everyone loves me, flowers bloom at my presence. I'll take this aura of charisma. Yi Kuan immediately entered the Kuanpung short video live streaming app and gave his account a name Opening a Kuan. Why did he name it Opening a Kuan? Because he was rewarded with the Kuanping group by the system at the start. Kuanping Live is his company, and it has the character in it. Moreover, his name also has the character. He has a lot of affinity with this. Starting with a, he can win big or small, transform into a, soar straight up, and have a bright future. It's awesome. Chapter 22, a super generous platform, a million gifts. Yi Kun entered Ni's live broadcast room and saw that many people were sending her small gifts. Hug. 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 A hug is the smallest gift on Kuanping Live, 1 hug equals 1 diamond. And diamonds on Kuanping Live are 1:1 with Huaxia coins. Some people sent 10 diamonds for a superstar appearance. Some sent 52 diamonds for a Zoxo. Some sent 100 diamonds for a cannon. Ni is the school beauty queen of the Shanghai Theater Academy, and there are many people sending her gifts. However, very few people give gifts worth more than 100 diamonds. Ni, let that godly hero appear in the spotlight, and I'll buy you a lightning hypercar. A noble title for the Regent's management sends out a barrage of messages. A lightning hypercar costs 1,888 diamonds. And you can only get the noble title of Regent by spending 1 million on Kuanping Live. Emperor, 3 million. Super Emperor, 10 million. God-level Emperor, 50 million. Top Emperor, 100 million. God, 300 million. Mythical God, 500 million. God of War, 1 billion. Godly Warlord, 10 billion. So rich. So rich. A godly warlord actually needs to spend 10 billion. Yi Kun, the big boss behind Kuanping Live, was shocked. I'm sorry, but the godly tycoon refuses to appear on camera. Ni apologized to the management of the Regent. Ni, I'll give you 10 private escapes to the moon, and you get the godly tycoon to appear on camera. The management of the noble title of Regent was relentless, and another barrage was issued. 1 private escape to the moon costs 5,000 diamonds. 10 private escapes to the moon is 50,000 diamonds. That's 50,000 yuan. The Regent is a big shot. We want to see the godly hero. We want to see the godly hero. Some streamers also started to clamor, all wanting to see the godly hero who spent 100 million to book the TX bar. Yi Xiao, they want you to appear on camera, is that okay? Yang and I looked at Yi Kun with pleading eyes. Yi Kun, however, shook his head. Are you kidding me? You can't just watch the godly hero whenever you want. He's not that cheap, just because you want him to appear on camera after dropping 50,000. Sorry, the celebrity won't appear on camera. Yang and I could only apologize again on the live broadcast. Yi Kun was unwilling to appear on camera, and there was nothing she could do. Should she seduce Yi Xiao for the 50,000 yuan gift? This celebrity is probably not fake, right? Right, why didn't that celebrity give gifts to Ni? The stream viewers in the live broadcast room started to make trouble when they saw that the godly hero refused to leave the country. Everyone, don't say anything. The godly hero and I just met, and he just followed my Kuanping account. Yang and I saw the stream viewers making trouble and was worried that Yi Kun would be angry, so she quickly explained. Wow, the godly hero followed Ni's account. Only if he made it to the top of the list would I believe that he was a real godly hero. The number 1 is an emperor who has spent more than 1 million on Ni. At this time, Yi Kun was recharging money in the background, Kuanping short video live streaming software, which can be topped up to 10 million at a time. Yi Kun charged 10 times to top up to 100 million. I'm going to take Ni's number 1, and if you don't like it, come and fight. The opening move is a Kun. Yi Kun posted a comment in Ni's live broadcast room. He now has 100 million diamonds in his account, and he's looking down on everyone, wanting to challenge his fellow players to a duel. Holy cow, this guy is just a level 0 civilian, and he's already talking big about being number 1. Kun, don't brag, the number 1 guy is an emperor. That's right, Kun, when you become an emperor, then you can compete for number 1. The streamer's friends in the live broadcast room couldn't help but start mocking Kun, who had just started the game as a level 0 character. Holy cow! They called me Kun? I can't stand it. Then Yi Kun directly clicked on the gifts tab to start checking the gifts. 520, 520 diamonds. Super 666, 666 diamonds. Love you for 10,000 years, 1314 diamonds. Lightning Supercar, 1888 diamonds. Elope to the moon, 5,000 diamonds. Royal banknote gun, 6,666 diamonds. Grand ceremony ace of spades, 7,777 diamonds. Royal flush, 8,888 diamonds. Dream home, 9,999 diamonds. Love rocket, 10,000 diamonds. Sacred rocket, 100,000 diamonds. Infernal rocket, 500,000 diamonds. Super battleship, 1 million diamonds. Cupid, 3 million diamonds. Eternal heart, 5 million diamonds. Summit god of war, 9.99 million diamonds. Yi Cohen was stunned. The gifts on Cohenping Live were so generous. A gift from the Summit god of war cost 9.99 million diamonds, which was equivalent to 9.99 million Huaxia coins. Amazing. It's awesome. But I like it. The Cohenping platform is where the rich and powerful should come. It's no wonder it's a product of his Cohenping group. The more gifts you send, the more he makes. It's awesome. How come the one who started with a Cohenping isn't in the top one yet? Has he run away? Start with a Cohenping, get to the top quickly, let's see what's out there. The stream viewers couldn't help but start booing when they saw that Cohen had gone silent. The next moment, the screen was filled with the special effects of an incredibly cool super battleship. A super battleship gift of 1 million diamonds, that's 1 million Huaxia currency. Cohen Yi doesn't play around. He goes straight for the 1 million gift. That's the kind of pressure a true godlike tycoon can exert. Suddenly, the whole audience was shocked. Petrified. Awesome. Explosive. Holy shit. At the start of the game, Cohen directly spent 1 million diamonds to buy a super battleship. This was $1 million gift. After Cohen spent 1 million diamonds to buy a battleship, his noble status was immediately upgraded to regent. Holy shit. The $1 million gift was broadcast across the entire platform. This was awesome. Cohen was awesome. It turned out that Cohen was a real big shot and a real god of wealth. Yi Cohen spent 1 million diamonds to buy a battleship, which immediately caused a sensation. The whole platform exploded. Countless people rushed into N9's live broadcast room at the same time. In less than a minute, the number of people in N9's live broadcast room quickly increased from a few hundred to tens of thousands. Ding! Adoration value critical strike plus 666. Ding! Adoration value critical strike plus 888. Ding! Adoration value critical strike plus 999. For a while, her admiration value skyrocketed. She was grateful for the super battleship gift from the Cohen boss at the start of the game. NINI was stunned. Someone had actually sent her a gift worth 1 million. The most expensive individual gift she had ever received was a sacred rocket worth 100,000. She had never received a super battleship worth 1 million before. She was shocked, both in surprise and delight. Chapter 23, Everyone loves her, and flowers bloom wherever she goes. Holy cow! Is Start a Business really going to be on the list? The top guy has given NINI more than 1 million gifts in total. If Start a Business can get another battleship, it will be able to knock the top guy off the list in no time. Holy cow! A super battleship costs 1 million Huaxia coins. Can it just be obtained like that? Start a Business is about to knock the top guy off the list. N9's live broadcast room is blowing up. Countless netizens are wondering if Cohen can knock off the top spot in seconds. $1 million super battleship has set the entire live broadcast room on fire. However, Yi Cohen has lost interest in super battleships. Because, the Cohenping platform has even more expensive and more impressive gifts than super battleships. Let's continue to blow up the room. This time I'm going to give the most expensive gift of the pinnacle god of war and shock everyone. Yi Cohen fixed his gaze on the 9.99 million diamond valued pinnacle god of war gift. A pinnacle god of war is worth 9.99 million Chinese yuan. It's equivalent to a Lamborghini. It's absolutely outrageous. This is a super gift tailored for the god of wealth. It's exclusive to the god of wealth. It's a big shots gift. As Yi Cohen's finger gently slid across the screen, the next instant, a golden-hued Aries with special effects fell from the sky, majestic and domineering, filling the entire screen and dazzling everyone's eyes. Holy shit! A peak Aries. A 9.99 million yuan gift of a peak Aries. Holy shit! It dazzles my titanium alloy eyes. It's inhuman. I'm kneeling to the big boss. General Cohen, it's so inhuman. Cohen, I'll send my sister to your bed, and you can give me a war god, okay? What the hell is upstairs thinking? Does that big guy like Lolas? My sister can be cute. Ding. Super critical strike to admiration value plus 6,666. Ding. Super critical strike to admiration value plus 7,777. Ding. Super critical strike to admiration value plus 8,888. Super crits appeared like crazy. The entire broadcast room exploded. A peak war god was given away, and the whole platform broadcasted it for 3 whole minutes. For a time, countless netizens and anchors flooded into NI's broadcast room like crazy. Holy cow! What kind of luck did NI get? She actually had a godly magnate send her a 9.99 million peak war god. The last time they saw a godly magnate war god, it was a month ago when Shitong the godly magnate swiped it, and it caused a huge sensation at the time. NI was noticed by a big boss at the beginning of the game, and she was about to take off. The anchors on those platforms looked at NI's live broadcast room and shed tears of envy and jealousy. Then, some female anchors followed Yi Cohen's account one after another and sent private messages quietly. Yang Ni was even more stunned. She actually received a gift from the peak warlord sent by the boss at the beginning of the game. This is an exclusive gift from a 9.99 million yuan godly hero. Just from this godly warlord, she can get nearly 5 million in revenue, and she has become a little rich woman in one fell swoop. Moreover, she has gained countless new followers overnight. Yang Ni was wrapped in a huge surprise, staring at the special effects of the warlord on the screen. Tang Rou and her 2 roommates were full of envy, and then screamed. Just by giving away 2 gifts, the godly warlord had become famous overnight. One was a super battleship worth 1 million, and the other was the godly warlord worth 9.99 million. The extravagance is creepy and breathtaking. Moreover, after the Cohen sent more than 10 million gifts at the start, his noble rank was directly upgraded to Super Emperor, and he became the platform's new god of wealth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming Yang Ni's #1, and the task is complete. Ding! Reward Charisma +1, congratulations to the host for increasing Charisma to 9. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained the aura of charm that everyone loves and flowers bloom. Explanation, you will be the most handsome guy in the crowd. The aura of charm has an effect on beautiful women, increasing their initial favorability towards you by +30. Everyone else's first impression of you will also be greatly enhanced. Holy cow! This aura of charm that everyone loves and flowers bloom is really something. From now on, he is just like those readers who return books with 5-star reviews, the most handsome guy in the crowd. It's awesome. At this time, Tang Rou cast a glance at Yi Cohen, an involuntary glance. Ding! Tang Rou glanced at the host, and was charmed by the host's handsome appearance, favorability +30. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Tang Rou's favorability towards the host has increased to 60, and her physical fitness has been rewarded with +5. Ding! Congratulations, the host's physical fitness has increased to 18. Tang Rou just glanced at him and increased his favorability by 30 points. Indeed, it was influenced by the aura of charm that endeared him to everyone. This aura of charm is amazing. Moreover, the goddess-level beauty's favorability reached 60, and she was even rewarded with 5 points of physical fitness. That's great. Next, Yang Ni also looked up at Yi Cohen. Ding! Yang Ni looked at the host for a moment and was charmed by his charm, +30 favorability. Ding! The school beauty Tang Rou's favorability towards the host has increased to 70, and her bonus strength has increased by 5. Ding! Congratulations, host, your strength has increased to 16. Yi Xiao, you are the godly merchant who gave me the gift of the peak war god, aren't you? Yang Ni's beautiful eyes stared at Yi Cohen. Today, only Yi Cohen, the godly merchant, had followed her Kunping account. Who else would give her gifts worth more than 10 million, except Yi Cohen? It can't be a coincidence, it must be him who sent the gifts. Moreover, Yi Cohen's charm was infinitely magnified in her eyes at this moment, giving her a feeling of excitement. Yes, I'm the one who sent you the super battleship and the godly hero warlord. Yi Cohen nodded slightly and admitted directly. He didn't need to do a good deed without leaving his name, but also to increase Yang Ni's favorability. Ding! Yang Ni's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Ding. Yang Ni's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Ding. Yang Ni's favorability towards the host has increased to 90, and her reward is a plus 10 constitution. Ding. Congratulations, the host's constitution has increased to 28. Ding. Once a beauty's favorability towards the host is higher than 90, she will take the initiative to pursue the host, launch a fierce attack, and be more than willing to have physical intimacy with the host. Holy cow! A favorability rating of 90 will actually make a beauty chase after you. Awesome! This is simply off the hook. What is it like to be chased after by a beauty? Wow! Yi Koen is so handsome. So charming. My heart is beating so fast. Is this the electric shock feeling of falling in love with someone? At this moment, Yang Ni suddenly felt an electric shock throughout her body. She looked at Yi Koen with an extra touch of tenderness and charm in her eyes, and her heart was pounding like a fawn inside. She really wanted to get close to Yi Koen. If there weren't other people around, she would have jumped into Yi Koen's arms. At that moment, she had already fallen in love with Yi Koen. Love is like a tornado, it comes suddenly and catches people off guard. Yi Koen had spent more than 10 million on gifts, so he must like her too. Yi Ge, let's go dance on the dance floor. Yang Ni took the initiative to take Yi Koen's hand and walked towards the center of the dance floor. Chapter 24, Godlike Ranking. In the dance area, Yang Ni's petite body was pressed against Yi Koen, and the dance was hot and extremely passionate. On the contrary, Yi Koen was still a bit reserved. Yi Ge, don't be so formal. Put your hands on my waist. Yang Ni's petite body was pressed closely against Yi Koen, and she whispered in his ear. In fact, because their bodies were pressed so closely together, her proud pair of towering peaks were pressed tightly against Yi Koen's body. However, the dance floor was packed, and no one would care about this detail. Yi Koen only felt an amazing softness and elasticity coming from his chest. Then they quickly parted, and they didn't keep pressing, otherwise people would be unable to breathe. Well, the beauty took the initiative, so naturally Yi Koen would not be embarrassed. He gently embraced Yang Ni's soft waist and swayed his body to the electro music blasting from the bar. Come on, shake it. Let's dance together. Yi Koen has never danced much, so he looks a little awkward. But that's okay, no one here cares if you dance well or not, just move to the music. The important thing is the feeling of letting go. Besides, he has Yang Ni, the beautiful campus queen from the drama school, next to him, interacting with him closely. This is much better than dancing alone. Watching others dance is like watching a bunch of demons dance wildly. But if you go down there and dance yourself, you can easily get high. It all depends on the atmosphere. The whole place is high. The DJ knows how to set the mood, the lights are dazzling, and the music is blasting. Rock and roll. Let's rock and roll. But after not long, Yi Koen noticed something was wrong, because more and more beautiful women were flocking towards him. They were twisting their bodies wildly around Yi Koen, throwing him seductive glances, trying to get his attention. Most of these beauties have a face score of over 80 points, and they range from sexy and intellectual urban white-collar women to slightly immature young female students. They have been eyeing Yi Koen, the rich and powerful, for a long time, but they have been kept out of the VIP area by the bodyguards. Now that they see Yi Koen come down, they naturally want to attract his attention as much as possible. Moreover, Yi Koen has activated his aura of charm that endears him to everyone and attracts everyone's attention, and he is even more attractively to them. Soon, Yi Koen fled the dance floor area, mainly because the beautiful women were too enthusiastic and a bit overwhelming. Having too much charisma is not necessarily a good thing. He almost got drowned out by the various beautiful women. It was better to go back to the VIP area and not be disturbed. At this time, Tang Ro was in the Kunping live broadcast room, competing with someone. Moreover, she was being crushed. Because there was a top emperor in the opposite live broadcast room, a godly hero who had spent more than 100 million on gifts. Regent, 1 million. Emperor, 3 million. Super Emperor, 10 million. God Emperor, 50 million. Top Emperor, 100 million. Yi Koen has spent over 10 million on gifts, but he is only a Super Emperor. There are really a lot of super players on the Kunping platform. It is said that the total gifts spent by the mysterious first goddess have already exceeded 1 billion, and her noble title is War God. The Kunping platform has even created a separate noble title for her, the Godly Warrior, with a value of 10 billion. This is almost an impossible goal, just to give the first goddess the motivation to continue to send gifts. Because she has no rivals. The Kunping platform has a Kunping Godly Heroes list, which ranks the top 30 based on the total value of gifts sent. Yi Kun clicked on the Godly Heroes list to view it. He wanted to find out about the Kunping platform and who the top players were. First place, Shitong 1.8 billion noble title, God of War. Second place, Huan 800 million noble title, Phantom God. Third place, Tianya Chitsi 600 million noble title, Phantom God. Fourth place, Lunzi 400 million noble title, God. Fifth place, Dashifu 350 million noble title, God. Emperor. Sixth place, Shining Girl 300 million noble title, God. Seventh place, Xinxing Tianyuan 200 million noble title, Top Emperor. Eighth place, Miao Mao Beishang 150 million noble title, Top Emperor. Ninth place, Little Ghost Home 100 million noble title, Top Emperor. 10th place, Mao Mao 88 million, God level Emperor. The top players on the Kunping platform are really wealthy. The top player, Shitong, has already spent 1.8 billion on gifts. It is said that this goddess level player has been immersed in the game for more than a month because she is lonely and cannot find any opponents on the platform. Last time, she spent 99.99 million in a single breath to buy gifts for 10 god level players, shocking the entire network and earning her the title of the #1 goddess level player online. Since then, she has not appeared again. Because she is invincible. Hey, Yi Kun, am here, and this goddess of fortune will not be lonely. Yi Kun thought to himself. He is the mastermind behind the Kunping platform, so how could he let the goddess of fortune be lonely just because she is invincible? He will make the first move and become the strongest god of fortune on the Kunping platform. Yi Kun clicked on Tang Rou's live broadcast room. Suddenly, the cool entrance effect of the Super Emperor captured everyone's attention. Holy cow! The big boss of Kun has entered Xiaoro's live broadcast room. Is Kun going to help Xiaoro in the battle? There is a top emperor in the opposite live broadcast room, with a higher noble title than Kun. The person in the opposite live broadcast room is the 7th ranked big boss of Xinxing Tianyuan on the list of wealthy people. The total amount of gifts he has sent has already exceeded 200 million. Kun is probably afraid that he can't beat him. The moment a Kun entered Xiaoro's live broadcast room, it triggered a heated discussion. Because Kun had just been used to summon a godly hero, the war god, which shocked the entire platform. Now, Kun is very popular and has even gained quite a few fans and followers. The person in the live broadcast room opposite is the 7th ranked godly hero, Xinxing Tianyuan, an old-time godly hero. Tang Rou's heart raced when she saw the Kun entering her broadcast room. She looked up at Yi Kun, then timidly looked away again. Ding! Triggered random task, help goddess level Beauty Row win the PK competition. Task reward, Spirit +3, 1 chance in a random draw. Ugh. I just wanted to casually watch the broadcast, but I actually triggered a random task. Sure enough, it's easy to trigger tasks on goddess level beauties. And, this time, the reward also includes a chance to win in a lucky draw. The lucky draw will has a lot of great things. Last time, he won a health card and other great things that he really wanted. For example, that magical skill. At this time, there was only 1 minute left in the PK. The broadcast room opposite Xiaoro's was occupied by a beautiful internet celebrity with tens of millions of followers, nicknamed Big Sister. She was really big. She was on a par with Chen Wenwen. At this point, Xiaoro's PK bar was completely crushed. Because, in the Big Sister's room, there is a guardian big brother, the 7th ranked godly hero on the list of godly heroes, Tianyuan. No one in Xiaoro's broadcast room dares to fight Tianyuan. Help Xiaoro, goddess! Kun, please, get rid of that godly hero Tianyuan. Chapter 25, PK between powerful players. Goddess Xiaoro is so pitiful, her PK bar has been crushed beyond recognition. Xinxing Tianyuan is so arrogant, he claims that as long as he is there, Big Sister Xiaoro will never lose a PK. Kun Zong, please, go and hit that Xinxing Tianyuan in the face. Stop begging, Kun Zong is only a super emperor, while Xinxing Tianyuan is a top-level emperor, 2 levels above him. Even if you start with a Kun, you can't beat that Xinxing Tianyuan. The audience in the live broadcast room were looking forward to a battle, hoping that the Kun would be able to defeat the Xinxing Tianyuan. However, most people didn't think that the Kun could defeat the Xinxing Tianyuan. After all, the Xinxing Tianyuan was the 7th ranked tycoon on the Godly Tycoon list, having spent a total of 200 million gifts. At this point, the PvP bar is 188v66666. Xiaoro is completely crushed. Yi Koen doesn't waste any words, and directly clicks on the gift bar to send 10 Grand Ceremony Spades Aces. 1 Grand Ceremony Spade Ace is 7,777 diamonds. 10 Grand Ceremony Spade Aces are 77,777 diamonds. Suddenly, Xiaoro's PvP bar health surpasses the big sister on the other side. Since it's a battle, it's only interesting if there's a give and take. Therefore, Yi Koen didn't just kill the opponent with one blow, but gave them a chance to fight back. Holy cow! At the start of the game, Koen the boss made his move. He started with 10 Grand Festival Spades, awesome. Xiaoro's PK bar has caught up. Koen the boss is awesome. The onlookers cheered and waved their flags to cheer for Koen. The opponent, Xinxing Tianyuan, was not to be outdone, and immediately swiped 10 royal flushes. 1 royal flush is 88,888 diamonds. 10 royal flushes is 888,888 diamonds. The Master Sister's PK bar once again caught up. Yi Koen's mouth curled up into a smile, and he directly swiped 50 love rockets. 1 love rocket is 10,000 diamonds. 50 love rockets is 500,000 diamonds. Suddenly, cool love rockets were launched into the air one after the other, filling the entire screen. The godly man across from him also followed suit, launching love rockets, which kept Xiaoro's head down on the Master Sister's pot bar. This is interesting. Yi Koen directly sent 10 sacred rockets. 1 sacred rocket is worth 100,000 diamonds, so 10 rockets are worth 1 million. Suddenly, 10 super sacred rockets launched into the sky, filling the entire screen. Holy cow! Koen is always crazy, but these are 10 sacred rockets. Another gift worth 1 million. Xinxing Tianyuan will match it, right? After all, he is the big boss on the list of rich people. The live broadcast room was abuzz, and the onlookers were frantically messaging. It was as if they were swiping gifts themselves, and they were extremely excited. Sure enough, the other person, Xinxing Tianyuan, was a stubborn idiot, and he directly swiped 2 nether rockets. A nether rocket costs 500,000 diamonds, so 2 nether rockets cost 1 million diamonds. The Master Sister's PK bar once again surpassed Xiaoro. This made the other Master Sister beside him excited, and her chest kept heaving. It made people dizzy. It's time to make the killing blow and defeat the opponent. Yi Koen no longer wanted to play tug of war, and directly pointed his finger at the most expensive gift from the godly hero, the warlord. Suddenly, a majestic warlord descended from the sky, shining with gold, mighty and domineering, filling the entire screen and dazzling the eyes of all the melon-eating members of the public. Holy cow! Here comes the godly hero warlord again. Holy cow, a 9.99 million godly hero warlord. Once the warlord appears, who can compete with him? Koen is so domineering, he's slapping the face of the opponent, Xinxing Tianyuan, hard. Suddenly, the entire live broadcast room exploded, and countless melon-eating people began to cheer. At the same time, because the godly warlord fell from the sky and was broadcast across the entire platform, countless melon-eating people flocked into Xiaoro's live broadcast room. Holy cow! Koen has once again posted the godly warlord. Koen is so domineering, from now on I will be your loyal little fanboy. Will Xinxing Tianyuan admit defeat? The live broadcast room on the other side was also dumbfounded by this godly and powerful warlord. Holy shit! A Koen at the start is too fierce, going straight for the godly and powerful warlord. Shouldn't he slowly build up? Going straight for the godly and powerful warlord, how can people follow? A Koen at the start, no martial virtue. Xinxing Tianyuan, don't be a wimp, go for the godly and powerful warlord too. The live broadcast room of the older sister on the opposite side also exploded. At this time, in a luxurious villa in the devilish city, Xiao Tianyuan was leaning against the bed with a red face, watching the live broadcast and sending gifts. Yes, he is the online godly hero, Divine Movement Tianyuan, who has sent a total of 200 million gifts. Today, he was pretending to be cool in a bar, but Yi Koen gave him a good hiding. In the end, he got so drunk that he had to be carried out of the TX bar. He was in a terrible state. When he got home, he felt dizzy and sick, and threw up several times. After he sobered up a little, he felt even more frustrated. He is a second-generation Shanghainese who likes to spend money, but he was actually crushed in his field of expertise. He was very depressed. So, he went on Kuanping Live to find comfort and confidence. He was the 7th-ranked boss on Kunpeng Live's list of top spenders, and had already spent more than 200 million yuan in gifts. Apart from the previous 6 top spenders, he was the most well-known boss on Kunpeng Live. Whenever he entered a live broadcast room, there would be an outpouring of cheers, with countless netizens cheering for him, which gave him a great sense of satisfaction. As usual, he entered the broadcast room of the senior hostess to help her fight the PK. Everything was going well, and he easily crushed the opposing host as usual. Suddenly, a Koan appeared and swiped gifts with him. At first, he didn't take Koan seriously. After all, the opponent was only a super emperor, while he was a top emperor, 2 grades apart. However, the opponent suddenly spawned a godly war god, which made him gasp in surprise. He rarely ever spawns the 9.99 million gift of a godly war god. Unless it's during some big event where he'll be playing PK, then he'll spawn the godly war god. Godly war god, don't be scared, go get the opponent. The audience in the live broadcast room started cheering again, which made Xinxing Tianyuan feel a surge of enthusiasm. Yes, he mustn't be a pushover. He had been slapped in the face by Yi Xiao in the bar today, and he couldn't admit defeat on the internet. He had to find that thrill of splashing money again. So, Xinxing Tianyuan also ordered a godly warlord. Suddenly, the big sister's PK bar once again took the lead. Xinxing Tianyuan is awesome. Xinxing Tianyuan is 666, and the opponent is just a nobody, no match for the big boss. However, just as Xinxing Tianyuan was not yet happy for a second, the opponent immediately followed up with another godly warlord. A golden godly warlord fell from the sky, filling the entire screen and once again shocking the audience. Chapter 26, a magical gift that can increase your favorability. Holy cow, a second godly war god. Awesome, the godly war god is so domineering. Koan is always so awesome, he has already sent over 20 million gifts. Koan is so domineering, he will take down the opposite side Xinxing Tianyuan. When Yi Koan swiped the second gift from the godly hero, the entire live broadcast room went wild. This was a 9.99 million gift from the godly hero, and he had swiped 2 in a row. Only a true godly hero would dare to play like this. This godly hero was definitely a real-life godly hero. More and more people flooded into the live broadcast room to watch this battle. Does Divine Action Sky Far dare to match it? If he matches the gift from the godly hero, the master's pokestick will overtake him. At this point, there are only 10 seconds left in the competition. Xinxing Tianyuan, you are the top emperor, beat the other side, don't be scared. The onlookers are cheering again. It's not their money anyway. It's exciting to watch the godly heroes send gifts. I'm Xinxing Tianyuan, what's there to fear? Xiao Tianyuan gritted his teeth and sent out another gift to the godly hero. The 9.99 million gifts were a bit painful for him, but not enough to break bones. He gritted his teeth and sent the gifts out. The key was not to lose the competition and lose his reputation as the big boss of Divine Movement. On the other side, Xiao Rou's live broadcast room. Everyone was shocked to see that Divine Movement had followed up with another gift to the Divine Battle God. Divine Movement lived up to his reputation as the 7th-ranked super rich on the Divine Riches leaderboard, having followed up with 2 gifts to the Divine Battle God in a row. Over 20 million gifts were spent. General Kuan, go for him, don't be afraid. Gifts are showering the godly warlord. General Kuan, slap Xinxing Tianyuan hard, don't stop. The onlookers cheered, looking forward to seeing an even more intense battle between the two. Yi Kuan smiled. He was giving gifts to his own platform. Although the gifts were also real money, the platform also made money. In the end, the money earned would still go into his pocket. No matter how many gifts he gave, he would not lose. It would also increase the popularity and income of the Kunpeng platform. It was very satisfying. So, Yi Kuan placed his finger on the gift for the God of War and gave another God of War with a single tap. Suddenly, a golden, shining godly war god fell from the sky and filled the entire screen. Once again, it shocked the audience. Holy cow! This was the 3rd godly war god gift from the start of the game. Over 30 million gifts were just thrown away. Kuan always dominates. So awesome! A new godly war god is about to be born. The live broadcast room exploded, and countless people were in a frenzy. The scalp tingled. It was creepy. The trench was inhumane. Xiao Tianyuan was also shocked to see that Kuan had started the game by giving the 3rd gift to the godly hero. This Kuan is really something. He just played a normal PK and gave away more than 30 million gifts. He was crushed by Yi Kuan in reality, so why should he be humiliated in the virtual world? He refused to accept it. He was unwilling to accept it. He had already spent over 20 million. He couldn't give up. He couldn't be discouraged. At this time, Xiao Tianyuan was also killing red-eyed, and he was in a difficult situation. So, he clicked on the gift from the godly hero on the gift list again. However, a prompt popped up, saying that there was insufficient balance. Damn, he had spent over 20 million, and he didn't have enough diamonds. It was too late to recharge at this time. And even if he continued to recharge, he might not be able to beat the other player's Koan. The PK time countdown. 321. The PK time is over. Koan defeated Tianyuan and helped Ro win the PK battle. Holy cow! Koan defeated Tianyuan, ranked 7th on the godly wealth list. Holy cow! In an ordinary PK, the two sides together spend a total of more than 50 million. Awesome, at the start of the game, Koan had already earned more than 30 million, and a new godlike hero was born on Koanping Live. Koan is always so domineering, please accept my knee. Koan, I'm selling cute women's clothing, would you please send me gifts? The live broadcast room once again erupted with excitement. Ding! Super critical strike to admiration value plus 6,666. Ding! Super critical strike to admiration value plus 8,888. Ding! Super critical strike in admiration value plus 9,999. The super critical strike in admiration value went on a crazy combo and quickly skyrocketed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task and helped the goddess level beauty Tang Ro win the competition. Ding! Reward plus 3 spirit points, congratulations, host, your spirit has increased to 15. Ding! Reward a chance at a random draw. In an instant, Yi Kuan felt refreshed and full of energy, and his spiritual perception had become stronger. System, I want to draw a prize. Yi Kuan muttered to himself. It was once again time for the exciting lottery draw. Suddenly, a huge wheel appeared in his mind. The wheel contained all kinds of magical gifts. 1 like, increases favor by 1 point. 1 love letter, increases favor by 1 point. 1 cup of bubble milk tea, increases favor by 3 points. An aphrodisiac charm, which increases favor by 5 points. An inspiration capsule, which increases favor by 9 points. A character summoning card, which increases favor by 19 points. Holy shit! The gifts in the big wheel have all changed, and they've become magical gifts that increase favor. Anything that can increase favor is definitely a good thing. I want them all. Handsome boy, I want them all. Host, do you wish to start the lottery? Start. At Yi Kuan's command, the huge roulette wheel in his head began to spin, slowly at first and then faster and faster, until it became a whirlwind. Stop. The speed of the wheel gradually slowed, and then finally stopped, with the pointer pointing to an inspiration capsule. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won an inspiration capsule. Description: if the other person takes an inspiration capsule, it will increase the host's favorability by 9 points. Note, inspiration capsules are only effective on people with a favorability rating below 90. If the favorability rating is already 90, the capsule will have no effect. Holy shit! I actually got an inspiration capsule. 1 inspiration capsule and my favorability rating skyrockets. It feels so good. Ding! Tang Ro's favorability rating towards the host has increased by 10. Ding! Tang Ro's favorability rating towards the host has increased by 10. Ding! Tang Ro's favorability towards the host has increased to 80. Hint: once a goddess level beauty's favorability towards the host increases to 90, she will throw herself at the host and reward the host with 20 physical fitness points. Holy cow! Tang Ro's favorability is only 80, and even after using the inspiration capsule, it's only 89. A bit of a pity. I'd better save the inspiration capsule and not use it. Next, Yi Kuan checked his basic information again. Name: Yi Kuan. Strength: 16. Agility: 13. Stamina: 28. Spirit: 15. Charisma: 9. Note: the peak attributes of an ordinary person are 10. Godlike wealth: 100 billion Huaxia coins. Disposable godlike wealth, 900 million. Skills, god-level driving skills, never gets drunk. Aura, everyone loves him, like flowers blooming in the spring, a charming aura. Props, a health card and an inspiration capsule. God-level points, 1. Just then, the music stopped and the guy on the stage shouted in an exciting voice. "Please welcome the most beautiful DJ in the bar," the crowd screamed. With a burst of screams, a sexy and charming female DJ walked onto the stage. She was beautiful. She dazzled the whole room. Hey, isn't that Chang Yutong, the bar owner? How did she become the DJ queen? Yi Kuan was also full of surprise. The DJ on the stage was the goddess-level beauty Chang Yutong he had seen before. It turns out that she also has the identity of DJ Queen. Then, Chang Yutong began to play the disc, with her dashing movements and charming expression, looking very sexy. The electronic music even set the whole place on fire. The whole audience screamed and cheered non-stop. The whole place exploded. At this moment, Chang Yutong was the focus of the whole audience and the brightest star, the well-deserved DJ Queen. Ding! Triggered a random task, invite DJ Queen Chang Yutong alone to the VIP room to drink and chat. Reward, +5 strength. Ugh! Another random task has been triggered on the goddess-level beauty Chang Yutong. It's so cool. Yi Kuan waved his hand and called the general manager of the TX bar. Does your bar still have the Supreme Emperor box? Yi Kuan asked. He is sitting in the Supreme card seat, and there should be more expensive and more luxurious boxes in the bar. Young Master Yi, the most expensive thing in our bar is the Supreme Emperor box, which costs 5 million for one night. However, Yi Xiao has chartered the entire TX bar and has the right to use the Supreme Emperor's box. The general manager of the bar respectfully said. Yi Kuan spent 100 million to charter the entire TX bar, so naturally he has the right to use the best Supreme Emperor's box. Okay, then take me to the Supreme Emperor's box. Yi Kuan said. Okay, Yi Xiao, please. The general manager of the bar respectfully said, personally leading the way in front. Yi Kuan then greeted Lin Su and Shan Wenwen, and followed them towards the Supreme Emperor's box. The Supreme Emperor's box is the most luxurious box in the entire bar, and can accommodate at least 50 people dancing and partying at the same time. It also has the best location in the entire venue, just a few steps away from the DJ. Yi Kuan sat in the luxurious Supreme Emperor's box, sipping a glass of Black Ace champagne and enjoying a close-up view of the DJ, Queen Chang Yutong, playing the music. She was beautiful, sexy and charming, with delicate collarbones, a slender waist, fair skin and an extraordinary temperament. Moreover, there was a unique aura about her, a little mysterious, a little charming and a little dynamic, making people want to get close to her, get to know her and explore her. Beautiful, so beautiful. Chang Yutong is worthy of being rated by the system as a goddess-level beauty with a face value of 97 points. Yi Kuan couldn't help but marvel. Then he waved his hand and said to the general manager of the bar, after the DJ finishes playing, invite the DJ Queen to the Supreme Emperor's box for a drink. Okay, Yi Xiao. The general manager nodded and left the Supreme Emperor's box. Yi Kuan continued to drink champagne while watching Chang Yutong play the disc. Not only was she beautiful, but her disc playing was also very cool, which lit up the whole audience. After a while, Chang Yutong finished playing the disc and was invited into the Supreme Emperor's box. Then, Chang Yutong glanced at Yi Kuan, and her beautiful eyes could not help but light up. Yi Kuan exuded a sense of mystery and a special charm that made people feel good. Very likable. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yutong glanced at the host, and was influenced by her charming aura that made everyone love her and everything bloom. Her favorability increased by 30. Ding! Congratulations, goddess-level beauty Chang Yutong, your favorability towards the host has increased to 60. Ding! Reward spirit +10, congratulations, the spirit of the host has increased to 25. In an instant, Yi Kuan felt refreshed and couldn't help but feel very happy and comfortable. Yi Xiao, we meet again. Let's get reacquainted, my name is Chang Yutong. Chang Yutong smiled, extended her jade hand towards Yi Kuan, and appeared very generous. Meeting again, her favorability towards Yi Kuan had greatly increased, and she felt that this man was very charming. Yes, we meet again, my name is Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan and Chang Yutong shook hands lightly and laughed, saying, so Miss Chang is such a good DJ, very inspiring and awesome. DJing is my hobby and profession. By the way, you can just call me Yutong. Chang Yutong laughed. She is the second daughter of the Chang group and has a twin sister named Chang Yashi. Unlike her cold and domineering CEO sister, she lives life on her own terms, is generous and heroic, and likes to make friends. Well, Yutong, then don't call me Yi Xiao, just call me by my name, Yi Kuan. Please sit down. Yi Kuan smiled, inviting Chang Yutong to sit down and drink with him. Chang Yutong's every expression and every movement was full of charm, very charming and attractive. Especially when viewed up close, it gave a feeling that made one's heart pound. Then, Yi Kuan poured a glass of champagne for Chang Yutong. The two lightly clinked glasses. Yi Kuan, you seem to have a good drinking tolerance. You drank all of Xiao Tianyuan's second generation and carried them out of the bar, but you were fine. Chang Yueying stared at Yi Kuan in amazement. She knew that Yi Kuan and Xiao Tianyuan and the others had toasted with Louis XIII. As a result, all 8 people on Xiao Tianyuan's side were completely drunk, but Yi Kuan was still full of energy. It was amazing. Ha, I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Yi Kuan smiled and said. He has the skill of not getting drunk after 1,000 cups, and 10 Xiao Tianyuans are no match for him. You haven't joined the Shanghai Hypercar Club yet, right? I haven't seen you before. Chang Yueying asked. Yi Kuan seemed very mysterious. No one in the Shanghai second-generation circle had heard of his name, but he was able to spend 100 million yuan to book the TX bar. I haven't joined any clubs. Yi Kuan shook his head. He also only obtained a Hongqi hypercar today. Then you can join the Supercar Club in the Magic City. I'm a senior member and can recommend you to join. We can hang out and race cars together sometime. Chang Yutong laughed. Sure. Yi Kuan nodded. He had god-level car skills and was already a car god. That Xiao Tianyuan is also a member of the Magic City Supercar Club, and he just spent more than 70 million yuan on a Pagani Zonda. I guess he'll be looking for you to race against then. Chang Yutong said. Xiao Tianyuan has a high-profile personality and likes to spend money. He was brutally slapped in the face by Yi Kuan at the TX bar today, and he will definitely get his revenge on other occasions. These rich second-generation kids are very proud and will not admit defeat easily. Unless you are much stronger than them and completely overwhelm them, they will never admit defeat and will even surrender to you and admit defeat. He is no match for me in a car race, because I am a car god. Yi Kuan laughed. He has god-level car skills, who can compete with him? Not to mention a second-generation rich kid like Xiao Tianyuan, there is no one in the whole of China who can beat him in car skills. He is just invincible. Really? Then I want to see your car skills. Chang Yueying smiled, charming and moving. Chapter 28. Yi Xiao can play the disc and blow up the audience. Yi Kuan and Chang Yueying drank and talked about life in the Supreme Emperor's box for a while, and their relationship quickly became much closer. Chang Yutong is not only beautiful and charming, but also has a generous and heroic personality. Spending time with her is very comfortable and enjoyable. She is a very charming girl. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of inviting Chang Yutong for a drink and a chat about life. Ding, reward host with +5 power. Congratulations, host, your power has increased to 21. In an instant, Yi Kuan felt a magical energy being infused into his body, making him stronger and more powerful. It feels great. His current strength is already twice the peak level of a human, and he estimates that he can probably kill a cow with one punch. He can lift a girl up in the air with one hand and spin her around. Ha ha. Excuse me, I'll be playing the discos again soon. Chang Yutong stood up from her seat and said. Just then, Yi Kuan heard the system's prompt in his head. Ding. Played the discos for goddess-level beauty. Chang Yutong once and lit up the whole audience. Reward, male god-level DJ skills. Air. Playing the decks once in place of Chang Yutong is rewarded with male god-level DJ skills. DJing is a very unpopular skill. From the drinking and chatting with Chang Yutong just now, he knows that DJing is also divided into multiple skill levels. Rookie DJ. Veteran DJ. Junior DJ. Intermediate DJ. Senior DJ. Top DJ. Ace DJ. Goddess God level DJ. Superstar DJ. And the highest, DJ Queen. The system directly rewards the DJ skills of a male god-level DJ, which is already very strong. The DJ skills of a male god-level DJ are sufficient to participate in large-scale tours and control large occasions with tens of thousands of people. This DJ skills can definitely get the whole crowd hyped. Yutong, how about letting me take your place in DJ once, how about it? Yi Kun called out to Chang Yutong. You can also play the disc? Chang Yutong stared at Yi Kun in disbelief. Disc playing is a relatively unpopular skill, and most people don't know how to do it. Even if there are occasional people who can play the disc, their skills are just so-so, and it's hard to control the whole audience. Ha, I'm a male god level DJ, and I guarantee that I can get the whole audience hyped up. Yi Kun laughed. He is an all-around male god, and there is nothing he can't do. He can drive and play the disc, and is proficient in everything. Really? Then I'll wait and see, and I'll listen with all my ears. Chang Yueying laughed, her beautiful eyes sparkling, showing a look of great anticipation. If Yi Kun can even play the disc jockey, then he will definitely impress her. Wait until I blow up the whole place. Yi Kun laughed, very confident. Soon, the excited and generous voice of the MC came from the raised platform of the bar. Please welcome the most handsome male god DJ Yi Xiao to the stage, and the whole audience screamed. Amidst the screams of the crowd, Yi Kun made his dazzling entrance. Holy shit! Isn't he Yi Xiao, the godlike hero who booked the entire TX bar? Shocked. Yi Xiao can actually play the disc jockey. Awesome! My godlike hero is omnipotent. The crowd went even crazier when they saw Yi Kun enter the stage, screaming non-stop. Especially some female white-collar workers and female students, screaming like crazy. Yi Kun placed his hands on the DJ console and took a deep breath. Ding! Reward the male god-level DJ skills of the host. In an instant, Yi Kun's mind was flooded with a large amount of DJ skills and experience, and his level immediately reached a high level. It was very awesome. Does Yi Xiao know how to DJ? Why hasn't he started yet? He's not going to go up there for fun and not know how to DJ. The dazzling light shone on Yi Kun, and the eyes of the entire audience were fixed on him, waiting for him to ignite the whole place. At this moment, he was the center of attention. The next moment, Yi Kun's fingers moved, as if dancing on the turntable, very agile. His finger movements were so fast that they were dazzling. His technique was superb and breathtaking. His expression was very focused, intoxicated, and irresistible. He was the most handsome guy in the room. As his fingers danced rapidly, all kinds of wonderful and explosive electronic music filled the room. The wonderful melodies and dynamic music made people's scalps tingle. Holy shit! Yi Xiao really knows how to DJ. And his moves are super cool. Awesome! Yi Xiao is the most dashing and the handsomest guy. So hi! Yi Xiao, I love you. Love you. Love you. The whole audience screamed non-stop. There was non-stop cheering. The whole audience was in a frenzy. The whole audience was blown away. The whole audience was on fire. At that moment, everyone was in ecstasy. Ding! Received 666 adoration points. Ding! Received 777 adoration points. Ding! Received 888 adoration points. Ding! Received 999 adoration points. In an instant, Yi Kun also wildly reaped a wave of worship points at the scene. It was very satisfying. Chang Yutong was also stunned as she watched Yi Kun's dashing and skilled, mesmerizing DJ moves. Yi Kun actually knew how to DJ. And his skills had reached a consummate level. It was amazing. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yutong's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Ding! Chang Yutong's favorability towards the host has increased to 70. At this moment, Goddess Chang Yutong's favorability towards Yi Kun once again increased, and she became even more curious about him. Yi Kun is so charming, as if he can do anything, and he deeply attracted her. She wants to know more. Learn more about this mysterious and charming man. What an interesting person. Chang Yutong's beautiful eyes stared at Yi Kun, revealing an extremely charming and moving smile. She rarely becomes interested in a man. Yi Kun is very charming and gives her a different feeling. A little bit of a flutter. Not love yet. Just very curious. Chapter 29, Turning 100 million yuan into the family, the Centennial Celebration. Yi Kun used his superb DJ skills to get the whole crowd hyped up and reap a wave of adoration. He was the handsomest man in the audience, triggering countless screaming girls. He also impressed the goddess Chang Yutong, who felt a stirring of emotion and a sense of curiosity. Then, Yi Kuan and Chang Yutong exchanged contact information and made a date to go off-road racing together next time. Then, Yi Kuan returned to the VIP area booth. "Boss, you can also play the disc, that's amazing. The whole audience cheered and screamed for you just now." Female secretary Chen Wenwen stared at Yi Kuan with admiration. At this moment, she was already a little drunk, her face flushed. Not only is the boss a master of car racing, he can drink 1,000 cups of wine without getting drunk, and he is also proficient in the unpopular skill of disc jockeying, blowing the audience away. Such a boss is simply too handsome and has an irresistible charm. What else can't the boss do? Brother Kuan, it turns out you are a hidden talent. Disc jockeying is so exciting and it turned the whole audience on, it was awesome. Lin Su was also shocked and in awe. The two had been classmates for 4 years at university, and he had no idea that Yi Kuan was so domineering and capable. First, he spent 100 million yuan to charter the entire TX bar. Then, he showed his miraculous ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and got all of Shanghai's top second-generation rich kids, including Xiao Tianyuan, drunk. Then he showed off his superb DJ skills and blew the audience away. It was as if he had come to know Yi Kuan all over again, and it was just so shocking. Brother Yi, you are so handsome and charismatic, even more so than a celebrity. I was screaming and cheering for you the whole time. Yang Yan'ai wrapped her arms around Yi Kuan's arm, her face full of excitement. After spending just one night together, she had already been completely charmed by Yi Kuan, and was even more dazzled and enchanted by his good looks. Her current favorability rating for Yi Kuan had reached 90, and she was willing to take the initiative to pursue him and throw herself at him. Yi Kuan is handsome, charming, versatile, and a super rich guy. No ordinary girl, not even a school beauty, can resist his charm. "Yi Ge, you're really great, super awesome." Tang Rou, who had rarely spoken before, also became bold after a few drinks. Her favorability rating for Yi Kuan reached 80, which is quite likable, and if it were a little less, she would chase after him. In her eyes, Yi Kuan is very attractive, very manly, and a man who makes her heart beat. It's all basic operation, not worth mentioning. Yi Kuan laughed. He knows a lot more than that. Basic operation, don't be ridiculous. However, being surrounded by all kinds of beautiful women like this is also very annoying. At the moment, Yang Ni's soft and hot body was pressed tightly against him. The pair of breasts were full and plump, and every now and then they rubbed against his arm, sending a tingling sensation through him as he felt their amazing softness and elasticity. Yang Yan'ai was a little demon, constantly hanging on to Yi Kuan, but also keeping her distance, actively seducing him. Tang Rou was not as hot and bold as Yang Yan'ai, but she also took the initiative to get close to Yi Kuan, and had light physical contact with him. She studied dance, and her delicate body had an amazing degree of flexibility that was mesmerizing. The group of people continued partying until after 2 a.m. Everyone was a little drunk, except Yi Kuan. In particular, Yi Kuan's female secretary was so drunk that she had fallen over onto the table, and Lin Su was also close to passing out. He had previously drunk too much and could no longer hold his liquor. So, Yi Kuan took the initiative to leave the TX bar. Outside the bar, several Rolls-Royce Phantoms were already waiting. Yi Kuan directly arranged for a Rolls-Royce Phantom to take the 4 women, Yang Yan'ai and Tang Rou, back to school. This made Yang Yan'ai and Tang Rou feel both flattered and a little lost at the same time. Yi Kuan didn't even take them out for a late-night snack, nor did he intend to take them home, and just sent them back to school. Lin Su also sobered up a little after leaving the bar, and was able to move around, so he didn't need Yi Kuan to arrange anything. Yi Kuan and Chen Wenwen returned to the Kunping luxury mansion in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. As for his Hongqi hypercar, a bodyguard drove it back to the underground parking lot for him. The female secretary was very drunk, so after she came back and sobered up a bit, Yi Kuan let her go to the guest room and sleep. Yi Kuan slept soundly on the large bed in the master bedroom. At a little after 9 in the morning, he received a phone call from Chen Jinghua, a beautiful counselor from his university days. It turned out that today was the centennial anniversary of his alma mater, the Moda University of Finance and Economics. The university would notify some outstanding graduates to attend the anniversary activities. Yi Kuan had earned his first pot of gold while at university, and he could be considered an outstanding graduate of his class. Therefore, the counselor Chen Jinghua called to notify him. Previously, Chen Jinghua had already sent him a message to notify him once. Yi Kuan just forgot about it. Then, Yi Kuan called home again to check on his parents' health and chat about family matters. When he heard that his father's chronic neck pain had returned, Yi Kuan decisively used the health card on his father. When he heard that his mother was planning to buy a big house in the new eastern city, Yi Kuan waved his hand and directly transferred 100 million yuan. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. In his freshman year, Yi Kuan was able to earn his own tuition. In his second year, he earned his first million. In his third year, he bought a Porsche on his own. With enough capital, he made money on the capital market at an increasingly rapid rate. Therefore, even though he transferred 100 million yuan to his parents, although they were surprised, they were completely fine with it. Subsequently, Yi Kuan got up, ate the breakfast that Chen Wenwen prepared for him, and then drove the Hongqi hypercar directly to the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Chapter 30, the number 1 campus beauty, with invincible skills. Yi Kuan drove the Hongqi hypercar, and as soon as he entered the University of Finance and Economics, he caused a flurry of gasps. Holy shit! This is the domestically produced Hongqi supercar, which made an appearance at the Shanghai Auto Show. I heard that the starting price of this Hongqi hypercar is 30 million yuan, and there is only one in the world, making it unique. A domestically produced supercar, awesome. For this anniversary event, many awesome alumni returned to school. I don't know which year they are, but they actually drove the Hongqi Tang hypercar. The students at the University of Finance and Economics were envious and admiring when they saw the Hongqi hypercar drive into the campus. Ding! Congratulations on gaining plus 55 admiration points. Ding! Congratulations on gaining plus 66 admiration points. Ding! Congratulations on gaining plus 99 admiration points. His admiration value is rapidly increasing. After Yi Kuan parks the Hongqi hypercar in the school parking lot, he contacts Chen Jinghua, the beautiful tutor from his university days. Yi Kuan, over here. The beautiful tutor Chen Jinghua waves at Yi Kuan. Today, she is responsible for receiving outstanding returning students. Yi Kuan looks forward and sees a beautiful woman with long flowing hair standing not far away, waving at him. It is the beautiful tutor Chen Jinghua. Ding! A campus beauty has been detected. Name, Chen Jinghua. Face value, 94, campus beauty level. Height, 166. Measurements, 86, 62, 88. Bra size, 34C. Favorability, 50. Personality, gentle and generous. Chen Jinghua was originally the campus beauty of the University of Finance and Economics, and after graduation, she stayed on as a tutor. Not only is she very pretty, but she is also gentle and generous, and is the object of admiration and secret love from many boys. Yi Kuan had a good impression of Chen Jingyi when they were at university. Jingyi? Yi Kuan said as he approached Chen Jingyi and smiled. In university, Yi Kuan often teased Chen Jingyi, always calling her Jingyi. However, she had a very good personality and never got angry. Hey Yi Kuan, you've become even more handsome, and you have a unique charm. Chen Jingyi looked at Yi Kuan and expressed surprise. Yi Kuan was even more mature and manly than he had been in college. Moreover, there was a unique aura about him that she couldn't quite put her finger on, but it was very attractive and made her want to get close to him. In fact, she felt a sudden flutter in her heart when she looked at Yi Kuan again. Ding! The school beauty Chen Jinghua looked at the host again, and was influenced by her charming aura of being loved by everyone and charming everyone she meets, and her favorability increased by 30. Ding! The school beauty Chen Jinghua's favorability towards the host has increased to 80, and her agility has increased by 10 as a reward. Ding! Congratulations, your agility has increased to 23. Strength, 21, agility, 23, constitution, 28, spirit, 25. In an instant, a magical energy surged into his body. Yi Kuan felt that his muscle lines were more perfect, and his figure was more agile. This is the direct benefit of improving agility. Reward the basic attributes for making a beauty like you more favorable, that's awesome. Jingxian, you're just realizing now that I'm attractive. You regret not pursuing me back then, and now I'm giving you a chance to pursue me. Yi Kuan and Chen Jinghua joked with each other, just enjoying teasing her. You're so conceited, and you're still so irreverent. Chen Jinghua gave Yi Kuan a wide-eyed glance. Yi Kuan worked hard and was very good at university, but he was a bit cynical and liked to joke around. Let's go, there are many outstanding alumni in the auditorium, let's go over there too. Chen Jinghua and Yi Kuan walked side by side towards the school auditorium. Along the way, this handsome man and beautiful woman attracted the attention of many students. After entering the school auditorium, Yi Koen saw some alumni gathered in groups, chatting and laughing. In particular, the more successful the person, the more people surround them after graduating and entering society. Among them, some important figures such as business tycoons, heirs to family businesses, and heads of major companies are surrounded by people in the center, like the moon surrounded by the stars. Suddenly, Yi Koen saw a familiar and beautiful figure in the crowd. She was the #1 campus beauty during university, known as the #1 beauty of the University of Finance and Economics, Yang Ijun. At this time, Yang Ijun was surrounded by many successful men and elites, like the moon surrounded by the stars. However, when she looked up and saw Yi Koen, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she looked surprised. She quickly took a few long strides, breaking through the crowd and heading towards Yi Koen. Her actions caused the successful men around her to look surprised, and their gazes turned to Yi Koen. What kind of man could make Yang Ijun rush towards him so impatiently? Yi Koen, you're here too. Yang Ijun's beautiful eyes stared at Yi Koen, and a charming smile appeared on her stunning face. Ding! A goddess-level beauty has been detected. Name, Yang Ijun. Face value, 96, goddess level. Height, 170. Measurements, 86, 61, 90. Bra size, 34D. Favorability, 80. Characteristics, enchanting, domineering, loves and hates with all her heart. Yang Ijun's favorability rating for Yi Koen was a whopping 80, which Yi Koen was not at all surprised by. This was because Yi Koen had once saved her life by accident. It was in the school's indoor swimming pool. Yang Ijun nearly drowned because of a foot cramp. Yi Koen noticed something was wrong and was the first to jump into the pool to save her. In front of many teachers and students, he also performed artificial respiration and chest compressions on Yang Ijun and brought her back to life. Yang Ijun then became attached to Yi Koen. Yi Koen also became the target of everyone's criticism and the public enemy of all the boys in the school. During his university days, Yi Koen was too busy making money to pay any attention to Yang Ijun's repeated hints and advances. He didn't date during university. Because girls only slow you down. Now that he's not short of money, he's not averse to romance. Ijun. Yi Koen also greets Yang Ijun. Yang Ijun is very individualistic and very capable. In university, she was the student union president. After graduation, she refused to join the family business and instead chose to join an innovative company. It is said that she has now taken the position of general manager and is on her way to becoming a domineering female CEO. Yang Ijun saw that Yi Koen did not avoid her, but greeted her warmly, and she couldn't help but feel happy in her heart, and she revealed a beautiful and enchanting smile. At the same time, she also noticed that Yi Koen's image and temperament had changed a lot, and he was even more handsome and charming. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Yang Ijun gave the host a second look. Affected by her charming aura of being loved by everyone and blooming like a flower, her favorability increased by +10. Note, the charming aura can only increase favorability up to 90. Since Yang Ijun's favorability towards the host was already as high as 80, under the effect of the charming aura, her favorability increased by 10 points. Ding! Congratulations! Goddess-level beauty Yang Ijun's favorability towards the host has increased to 90, and her physical fitness has increased by 30. Ding! Congratulations! The host's physical fitness has increased to 58. Note, the host's physical fitness is far above average, and his combat effectiveness is extraordinary, giving him the ability to be invincible with a golden spear. Holy cow! What kind of ability is this invincibility with a golden spear? He's only heard of being unstoppable with a golden spear, but never invincible with a golden spear. Could it be that his combat effectiveness in that area has already made him invincible? It's very surprising. I never thought that improving one's physique could also lead to such a special ability. Ijun, who is this person? Won't you introduce us? At this time, a young man dressed in a custom-made high-end suit, wearing a tie, and looking like a successful man walked over and asked Yang Ijun. His name is Ding Yan. He also graduated from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics with a bachelor's degree, and then went to Stanford to get a master's degree. After returning, he inherited the family business. Chapter 31, is a donation of 100 million yuan a lot? Ding Yan is a billionaire with a good appearance. He is a proper rich and handsome guy, a bachelor, and also a successful person in the eyes of others. However, there was a hint of hostility in the way he looked at Yi Koen. This was because Yang Ijun had never been so proactive with other men. He is jealous. Yang Yijun saw Ding Yan following her and interrupting her reunion with Yi Kuan, and she was very unhappy. However, she still spoke up. "Let me introduce you." Yang Yijun pointed at Ding Yan and introduced him as an outstanding graduate of our university. She seemed to be very perfunctory about Ding Yan, not bothering to introduce him. Then, Yang Yijun stared at Yi Kuan with tender eyes. Then, in the shocked and awestruck gaze of the crowd, she boldly embraced Yi Kuan's arm and introduced him to the crowd. "His name is Yi Kuan, someone I have secretly admired and liked since college." When these words were spoken, the entire audience was shocked. In an uproar. Petrified. Exploding. The Yang group's young mistress, Yang Yijun, the most beautiful woman at the university, had actually taken the initiative to announce that she had someone she liked and secretly admired. At this moment, the men who admired, secretly loved, and coveted Yang Yijun seemed to hear the sound of their hearts breaking. Among these men, some were company presidents, some were heirs to family businesses, some were top second-generation rich, and some were successful entrepreneurs who had started from scratch. They all lost to Yi Kuan. This man seemed to be nothing but handsome, and nothing more. What right did he have to win the love of the goddess Yang Yijun, and to be actively confessed to and pursued? At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Kuan with deep envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yi Kuan was being held by Yang Yijun's arm, and he felt the unkind stares of everyone, so he was also a little helpless. Yang Yijun is still so bold in her love and hatred, so decisive and daring. She actually announced in front of everyone that I was the person she liked and had a secret crush on. Isn't this making enemies for me? Well, he has once again become the enemy of the people, the target of everyone's hatred. However, Yi Kuan at this time was a super rich and powerful man, incredibly confident, suave and unruffled, and simply didn't care about the stares and opinions of other people. So what if he had become the enemy of the people? He, Yi Kuan, was fearless. Oh. Mr. Yi must be a very outstanding and successful person to be able to win Yijun's love. I wonder if you are the heir to a family business or the boss of a listed company. Ding Yan stared at Yi Kuan with ill intent, jealous of him. He and Yang Yijun had known each other since childhood, and their families were old friends. He considered himself to be Yang Yijun's childhood sweetheart, and had even come to see her as his woman. Now, Yang Yijun suddenly announced that she had someone she liked, and that she had been secretly in love with him. This instantly made him feel like he had been struck by lightning, as if a green sky was above his head. Snowflakes are drifting, the north wind is howling. I'm not the heir to a family business, nor the boss of a listed company. Yi Kuan said with a wry smile. He was the mastermind behind the Kuanping Group, and was not the heir to a family business. Moreover, the Kuanping Group did not seem to have gone public yet, so he was not the boss of a listed company. Like those cute readers who returned a book with a 5-star rating, he was just an unremarkable good-looking guy. A talent in the billions. Rich in wealth. A regular guy. And then there's his godlike driving skills, his ability to hold his liquor, his charm that makes everyone fall in love with him, his invincible skills in bed, and so on. He really is just an ordinary guy. Ding Yan couldn't help but show a little disdain when he heard that Yi Kuan was not the heir to any family business or the boss of a listed company. You're so ordinary, so why are you so confident? What makes you worthy of the favor of the goddess Yang Yijun? However, he is very deep and calculating, and does not show this emotion on the surface. You were invited by the school to participate in the centennial celebration, so you must be an outstanding graduate. Ding Yan first praised Yi Kuan, and then changed the subject, deliberately looking curious and asking, I wonder how much you have contributed to the school? How much did you donate to this anniversary celebration? Seeing that Yi Kuan is young, he obviously just graduated not long ago. Even if he is an outstanding graduate, without family connections, how much can he achieve? Even if he gets a job in a big company, he will only earn a miserable salary of a few tens of thousands at most. What contribution can he make to the school? What donation can he make? His question undoubtedly struck at the heart of the matter, and he wanted to put Yi Kuan in an embarrassing situation. Yes, for this centennial celebration, President Ding has donated 100 million to his alma mater. President Ding is worthy of being a young talent and a role model for us, donating 100 million in one go. Yi Shaoqing is young and promising, I wonder how much he can donate to his alma mater? Yes, as an outstanding graduate of the University of Finance and Economics, how can he not contribute to his alma mater? The so-called elites around them spoke out in support of Ding Yan one after the other, while making fun of Yi Kuan. They were going to laugh at him. 100 million. Ding Yan directly donated 100 million to his alma mater. Can Yi Kun do the same?
Ding Yan also revealed a look of complacency, finding that feeling of being surrounded by stars and sought after and respected by everyone. Back in college, guys could attract pretty girls just by being good looking. But after entering society, being good looking is no longer enough, you also have to speak with strength.
Without strength, you're nothing.
Just like this school anniversary event, he donated 100 million yuan and immediately received the respect of everyone, and even the school treated him with great courtesy.
Yi Kun, why compete with him for the goddess Yang Ijuan? Can he come up with 100 million? Yang Ijuan frowned slightly and defended Yi Kun. Yi Kun is very good.
In college, he earned his own tuition and bought a car with his own abilities. Yang Ijuan is very protective of Yi Kun and has said a lot of good things about him.
This, however, made Ding Yan even more jealous.
He paid for his own tuition, bought a car, and even earned millions.
So what?
These are just trivial matters. To people like them, who have been at the finish line since birth and can inherit the family business after graduation, they are not worth mentioning at all.
Yi Xiao is so outstanding, I wonder how much he plans to donate to his alma mater this time? Ding Yan stared at Yi Kun with a teasing expression. He is going to hold on to the issue of the donation and embarrass Yi Kun. Ding. Triggered a random task, donate to your alma mater and slap Ding Yan in the face. Reward for the task, Celebrity Aura.
Note, the funds for this donation were provided in full by the Shinho Reserve Fund. No one can pretend to be cool in front of the billions of Shinho.
Holy cow! Slap Ding Yan in the face and be rewarded with a celebrity aura. As long as it's an aura, it must be a good thing. Just look at the effect of the aura of charisma to see how awesome the aura is. Is donating 100 million a lot? Yi Kun laughed, his gaze sweeping the audience, looking down on everyone. Chapter 32, a donation of 10 billion, celebrity aura. A donation of 100 million, is that a lot? This remark sent the audience into shock. There was an uproar. 100 million is a huge fortune that many people cannot earn in a lifetime of hard work.
But in Yi Kun's mouth, it became commonplace.
He can't be someone who likes to boast and brag, can he? How did someone like this get invited to the school's centennial celebration? The way everyone looked at Yi Kun was with a mixture of disdain and mockery. What a big mouth. 100 million is nothing, so I wonder how much Yi Xiao will donate to his alma mater? Ding Yan sneered, thinking that Yi Kun was nothing but a boastful hothead. How could someone like this be his match? Goddess Yang Ijuan should belong to him. 100 million is really too much for me to give. Yi Kun, however, shook his head. He had spent 100 million just on renting out a bar for a night. He would feel ashamed if he donated only 100 million to his alma mater for its centennial celebration. How about this, I will donate 10 billion to my alma mater. Yi Kun casually said a number. Upon hearing this, the audience was shocked once again. Petrified. In uproar. 10 billion? Yi Kun said he would donate 10 billion to his alma mater. Although there were many successful people at the scene, no one would donate 10 billion to the school. Because most people could not afford 10 billion. Even if there were billionaires with assets of over 100 billion at the scene, they would not be willing to donate 1 billion at once. This joke is not funny at all. Can you come up with 10 billion? Ding Yan sneered, not believing that Yi Kun could come up with 1 billion to donate. Although his family's assets far exceeded 10 billion, he would never donate it to the school. Yi Kun, on what basis? Do I look like I'm joking? It's only 10 billion. Why make such a fuss? Yi Kun laughed. Hey. He has a reserve of hundreds of billions of dollars, so 10 billion is just a drop in the bucket. If I didn't want to scare you to death, I would just donate 10 billion. The old headmaster is in the auditorium right now. If you really can donate 10 billion, I'm sure the old headmaster will be impressed and regard you as the representative of outstanding students. Ding Yan sneered. 10 billion. He didn't believe Yi Kun could really donate 10 billion to his alma mater. Just then, the old president of the University of Finance and Economics saw that Yi Kun's side was in an uproar, and it seemed very lively. So, surrounded by many school leaders, he came over to find out what was going on. What's going on here? So lively. The old president laughed. He had been the president of the University of Finance and Economics for 10 years, with graying temples, but he was still radiant. Old principal, you've come at the right time.
We have an outstanding student here who is willing to donate 10 billion to the school. Ding Yan hurriedly said to the old principal, while looking at Yi Kuan provocatively. Humph. If you can't come up with 10 billion, I'll make you lose face in front of the entire school.
Oh? Which outstanding student is going to donate 10 billion to his alma mater?
The old principal was also shocked.
10 billion.
In the history of the University of Finance, no one has ever donated such a large sum.
He glanced around at several older successful people to see who could be so generous and courageous.
Some of these people were CEOs of listed companies, some were heirs to family businesses, and some were young and promising entrepreneurs.
But he really couldn't find anyone who could donate 10 billion.
The successful people who were glanced at by the principal all showed embarrassment.
10 billion.
They dare not casually say this amount, let alone donate it directly to the school.
Old principal, it's this Yi Kuan Jr. who just bragged about contributing to his alma mater and donating 10 billion.
Ding Yan pointed at Yi Kuan and sneered, looking forward to seeing him make a fool of himself.
Oh? The old principal also looked at Yi Kuan in surprise. This is a very young, very handsome, very energetic handsome guy.
This handsome young man is not self-deprecating despite his young age, and remains calm and composed in his presence.
But can such a young man donate 10 billion to the school? That's 10 billion, not 1 million. You can't just donate if you want to. You have to have the financial strength to do it.
Headmaster, Yi Kuan is just chatting with a few seniors and joking around, so you can't take it seriously.
Yang Yijuan couldn't help but get anxious and quickly came out to help Yi Kuan smooth things over.
Although Yi Kuan is young and promising, a sum of 10 billion is not something a student who has graduated less than a year ago can come up with. Even she thought that Yi Kuan had said he would donate 10 billion to the school because of a dispute.
Because 10 billion is really a lot of money. Yijuan, you're still defending him?
Yi Kuan said he would donate 10 billion to his alma mater, and everyone here heard it clearly and can testify to it. Ding Yan was furious when he saw Yang Yijuan defending Yi Kuan, and he became even more jealous of Yi Kuan.
Why? Why is Yi Kuan so loved by the goddess Yang Yijuan? I'm not joking, I mean it. Yi Kuan smiled at the old principal. Are you sure you want to donate 10 billion to the school? The old principal stared at Yi Kuan in disbelief.
That's right, old principal, for the school's centennial celebration, I don't know what to do for the school, so I'll donate 10 billion yuan as a token of my appreciation.
Yi Kuan said with a smile. It's only 10 billion yuan, a small token. He was so calm. No pressure at all.
Upon hearing this, the entire audience was shocked again.
Yi Kuan actually dared to brag in front of the old principal, and this was no joke.
The faces of those in charge of the school, including the old principal, were also full of disbelief.
Tell you what, the school should have a special donation account, right? Just give me the account number, and I'll make a donation to the school right on the spot. Yi Kuan said.
He knew that these people would not believe him without concrete actions. So, the old headmaster, with some doubts, asked a director in charge of school celebration activities to give Yi Kuan the independent account number for school donations.
Soon, Yi Kuan, in front of everyone, transferred 10 billion to the school account using the Shinhao Reserve. 100 billion really received a donation of 10 billion. The director looked at the extra 10 billion in the school account, and was both shocked and overjoyed. Suddenly, the expressions of everyone present became extremely exciting. 10 billion. Yi Kuan really donated 10 billion to the school. Ding. Obtain worship value super credit plus 6,666. How is this possible? He is just a recent graduate, how can he afford to donate 10 billion to the school?
Ding Yan was also incredulous. But the facts were right in front of him, slapping him in the face.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for donating 10 billion to his alma mater and completing the task of slapping Ding Yan in the face.
Ding. Award Celebrity Aura.
Description: Celebrity aura can increase the host's good reputation and enhance prestige.
Chapter 33, Be the most awesome and coolest super tycoon. Ding.
The host donated 10 billion to his alma mater, greatly enhancing his prestige among alumni. He has gained the revered prestige of the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Air. Yi Kuan was also slightly shocked. Not only had his prestige greatly increased, he had also gained the revered prestige of the Finance University. The 10 billion had not been wasted.
It was indeed very satisfying to have the ability to spend money.
At the same time, the alumni in the auditorium looked at Yi Kuan with shocked reverence in their eyes. Yi Kuan could donate 100 billion to his alma mater at once, and his strength was unquestionable. Moreover, because of the influence of the celebrity aura, the way they looked at Yi Kuan was with a hint of admiration. No one dares to think that he is just an ordinary good-looking guy anymore. Not only is he good-looking, he also has an aura around him. Yi Kuan, thank you for donating 10 billion to the school. This is a huge contribution and the best gift you could give your alma mater for its centennial celebration. The old principal was so excited that he almost burst into tears as he shook Yi Kuan's hand.
10 billion.
This is the largest donation the University of Finance and Economics has received since its establishment.
With 10 billion, there are so many things that can be done.
For example, building a new building, renovating the dormitories, giving grants to poor students, and scholarships to outstanding students.
This is a huge contribution to the school and its students. This is just a small token of my appreciation.
I hope the school can use the money wisely, and if there is a need in the future, I can donate again.
Yi Kuan laughed, appearing carefree. Don't worry, the school will use the 10 billion to establish a foundation named after you. The new building will also be named after you.
The old principal said excitedly.
What's more, Yi Kuan not only donated 10 billion, but also hinted that he would continue to donate. Awesome. So awesome. The school must show its utmost sincerity towards such a good student.
It's a good idea to establish a foundation, but there's no need to name it after me.
The fund and the teaching building can be named after Kuanpeng. Yi Kuan laughed.
Naming it after him seems a bit too high profile, but Kuanpeng is just fine.
Good. Kuanpeng has a good meaning, soaring 90,000 li straight up.
The school will set up a Kuanpeng fund, hire professionals to manage it, and welcome Yi Kuan to send a trusted person to be in charge of the Kuanpeng fund. The old headmaster said excitedly, we must maintain a good relationship with Yi Kuan.
Send a trusted person to be in charge of the Kuanpeng fund?
Yi Kuan swept his gaze across the crowd and then fixed on the beautiful counselor Chen Jinghua.
From now on, let teacher Chen Jingyi be in charge of the Kuanpeng fund. Yi Kuan laughed. Let teacher Chen Jingyi be in charge of this fund with a scale of 10 billion?
The old headmaster looked surprised. Suddenly, everyone's attention was focused on this beautiful counselor.
Chen Jingyi is only a counselor, so is it a bit hasty to let her be in charge of this fund with a scale of 10 billion?
Even Chen Jingyi looked shocked. Today, Yi Kuan has given her a big shock, donating 10 billion yuan directly to the school. Moreover, Yi Kuan has specifically asked her to be in charge of the Kuanpeng fund, which makes her feel flattered. Teacher Chen Jingyi not only has a good personality, but is also very capable. She is also a teacher I trust very much. I think it is very appropriate for her to be in charge of the Kuanpeng fund.
Principal, don't you agree? Yi Kuan looked at the old principal and smiled.
He donated 10 billion yuan to the school to establish the Kuanpeng fund, so it was a matter of course for him to choose who to be in charge. Chen Jingyi is a bit of a waste as a counselor, she can have a bigger stage. Yes, teacher Chen Jingyi is very responsible and capable, and is very suitable for being in charge of the Kuanpeng fund. The old headmaster quickly nodded in agreement. Suddenly, all the teachers and leaders at the school looked at Chen Jingyi with envy in their eyes. Chen Jinghua is young, but she has become the head of a fund worth tens of billions of dollars.
Her status at the school will increase dramatically. Chen Jinghua herself was overwhelmed and felt unbelievable. At the same time, there was an extra touch of emotion and affection in the way she looked at Yi Kuan. Ding! Chen Jinghua is moved by the host, favorability plus 10. Ding!
Congratulations to the school beauty Chen Jinghua, whose favorability towards the host has increased to 90, and her bonus strength has increased by 20.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, whose strength has increased to 41. Strength, 41, Agility, 23, Constitution, 58, Spirit, 25. In an instant, a magical energy surged into Yi Kuan's body, causing his strength to skyrocket, filling him with vitality and making his body even more robust.
It felt great.
Chen Jingyi, the beautiful counselor, actually increased her favorability towards him to 90 so quickly.
This was something he hadn't expected. However, it wasn't surprising. Now, his charm was too great, he had the ability to make money, and he had all kinds of auras around him. No woman could resist his charm.
Yang Yijuan looked at Yi Kuan with admiration, but also with a sense of worship and curiosity. She realized that she didn't know enough about this man.
She wanted to explore more. The news that Yi Kuan had donated 10 billion to his alma mater spread quickly, causing a huge sensation among teachers, students, and alumni.
At the same time, he also gained a crazy amount of admiration. In the following school anniversary activities, Yi Kuan became the focus of everyone's attention.
Even a beautiful editor from a magazine asked her for an interview. "Mr. Yi Kuan, I am Wang Yuwei, editor of Feng Yun Renwu magazine. Can I have a brief interview with you?" Wang Yuwei looked at Yi Kuan with excitement. Ding! A school beauty has been detected. Name, Wang Yuwei. Face value, 92, school beauty level. Height, 167. Measurements, 86, 62, 89. Bra size, 34C. Favorability, 60. Character traits, gentle and intelligent. Haha, another school beauty. Yi Kuan smiled.
Ever since he became a super rich guy, he has been surrounded by beautiful women.
This is probably the charm of a rich guy. It's so boring. Ding!
Congratulations to school beauty Wang Yuwei for reaching a favorability rating of 60 with the host, awarding agility plus 10.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing agility to 33.
Strength, 41, agility, 33, constitution, 58, spirit, 25. In an instant, Yi Kuan's body was infused with a magical energy, his muscle lines became more perfect, and his body became more agile.
It was very cool.
He discovered that as long as the school beauty's favorability towards him reached 60 or 90, he would receive a reward for his basic physical attributes. This was encouraging him to approach and conquer more beauties.
It was very annoying. It was very boring.
But in order to evolve into a Superman, he can barely accept it.
He wants to be the most awesome and coolest super god. Chapter 34, The Strange School Beauty, Wan Xing Yue. Mr. Yi Kuan, can I do an exclusive interview with you? Wang Yuwei saw that Yi Kuan did not answer her, so she asked again. Influenced by the aura of celebrity, the way she looked at Yi Kuan was full of admiration and worship. The celebrity magazine? Yi Kuan was slightly surprised. This celebrity magazine seemed to have quite an influence in Huaxia.
It had a weekly magazine, equivalent to the Time magazine abroad. Those who could be selected to appear on the cover of the Celebrity Weekly were all truly influential people.
I'm just an ordinary person, so an interview is not necessary. Yi Kuan laughed.
He felt that he was unremarkable and had not yet achieved anything, so it was still too early to appear on the Celebrity Weekly. Therefore, he did not intend to accept this interview.
Mr. Yi is being too modest.
You have already caused a sensation by donating 10 billion to your alma mater.
How can you be unremarkable? You must be a low-key, invisible billionaire. Wang Yuwei said.
Today, she had wanted to interview other celebrities from the University of Finance and Economics.
However, Yi Kuan's sudden donation of 10 billion had overshadowed all the other successful people.
In addition, Yi Kuan was very young and handsome, and previously had not been well known, making him mysterious and a hot topic. Therefore, she planned to do an exclusive interview.
As you said, I am a low-key and invisible tycoon, so I don't plan to appear in magazines for the time being. Yi Kuan laughed and politely declined.
Revealing your identity too early is not a good thing.
Then Mr. Yi, can I ask you a few questions briefly? Wang Yuwei was not giving up and asked again. It was hard to catch an invisible tycoon, so how could she let the other party slip away? You can ask 3 questions. Yi Kuan said.
Seeing that Wang Yuwei had contributed 10 points of agility, he would answer her 3 questions.
Okay. Wang Yuwei was overjoyed and asked eagerly, Mr. Yi, do you feel pressured after donating 10 billion to your alma mater?
10 billion is not a small sum. Many hundred billionaires may not be able to come up with 10 billion in liquid funds. Because most of their assets are real estate, or stocks, bonds, and other virtual assets, not much of their money is actually available.
No pressure at all. Yi Kuan said calmly.
He has a reserve fund of hundreds of billions of trillions of gods, and 10 billion is really no pressure for him.
Upon hearing this, Wang Yuwei was shocked. If he has no pressure giving away 10 billion, then Yi Kuan's assets must be at least in the hundreds of billions of dollars. Then may I ask, how long will it take you to earn back this 10 billion? Wang Yuwei asked again. How long?
Yi Kuan closed his eyes and thought for a moment.
He had a Kunpeng group worth 900 billion, so it shouldn't be difficult to earn back 10 billion, right?
However, his most powerful add-on was not the Kunpeng group, but the Shinhao system. He had a reserve of hundreds of billions of Shinhao. 10 billion was just a blink of an eye. 10 billion has already been earned back. Yi Kuan opened his eyes and laughed. What, you've already earned back 10 billion so quickly? Ah, Mr. Yi is really humorous. Wan Yue was shocked, but then she thought that Yi Kuan didn't want to reveal too much information, so he answered the question in such a humorous way. Let me ask you a personal question, do you have a girlfriend now? Wan Yue finally asked a gossipy question. Yi Kuan is young and accomplished, and he is also handsome and charming, so she really wanted to find out about his personal life. No. Yi Kuan said indifferently. Before Wan Yue could ask another question, Yi Kuan had already turned and left. I said I would only answer 3 questions, so I will only answer 3 questions. What a character, what a cool guy. Wan Yue looked at the handsome back of Yi Kuan as he turned and left, and couldn't help but think to herself. She is, after all, a beautiful girl who is the school flower, and usually there are many outstanding men who would love to surround her or be interviewed by her. Yet Yi Kuan could just turn and leave so casually, without a trace of nostalgia. However, she believed that she would have the opportunity to interview Yi Kuan in the future. Such an outstanding and handsome man was like the handsome guy who returned the book with a 5-star review. He was just too handsome to hide. However, Yi Kuan had just turned around and hadn't taken a few steps when he felt a softness in his arms and bumped into a beautiful woman with long hair. She subconsciously held onto the other person and realized that it was a sweet-looking girl who looked quiet and reserved. Ding! A school beauty has been detected. Name, Wan Xingyue. Looks, 95, top of the school. Age, 18. Height, 168. Measurements, 86-60-190. Bra size, 34C. Favorability, 30. Personality, quiet and gentle. Wan Xingyue has a face value of 95, which is top-notch among the school beauties. However, her favorability towards Yi Kuan is actually negative. This is beyond Yi Kuan's comprehension, and it's very surprising. They should have never met before. How can her favorability be negative? Could it be because they just bumped into each other, causing her favorability to drop by 30 points? Are you okay, little sister? Yi Kuan quickly came back to his senses and asked. Wan Xingyue was only 18 years old, and he guessed that she was still a freshman, which meant she was his junior. At this moment, Wan Xingyue also looked up at Yi Kuan. The two of them locked eyes, and they both froze slightly. Yi Kuan froze because Wan Xingyue's eyes were very beautiful, as if there were the sun, the moon, and the stars in her eyes, and it was hard not to be mesmerized. And Wan Xingyue froze because Yi Kuan was naturally handsome and charming, and it was unexpected. Ding! The beautiful school flower Wan Xingyue glanced at the host, and was influenced by her charming aura of being loved by everyone and charming everyone she meets, so her favorability increased by 30. Ding! The favorability of the beautiful school flower Wan Xingyue towards the host increased from 30 to 0. Ha! Well, under the influence of the charming aura, Wan Xingyue's favorability towards him has only recovered to 0. This is a situation Yi Kuan has never encountered before. Could it be that this Wan Xingyue doesn't like men? Yi Kuan could only make this guess. Otherwise, no normal woman could ignore his charm. I'm fine. Wan Xingyue blushed and broke free of Yi Kuan with some resistance. At the same time, she thought to herself, who is this guy? Although he is a bit handsome, he is not my type. I hope we won't cross paths. Wan Xingyue was a little surprised herself that she didn't dislike the man in front of her. You have to understand that she really hates any physical contact with men, and psychologically she also rejects men. However, Yi Kuan is an exception. He doesn't make her feel disgusted, and of course it's not like she likes him. It's already a miracle that he doesn't make her feel disgusted. Therefore, she couldn't help but give Yi Kuan a second look with her beautiful eyes before running away. Chapter 35 The Mysterious Kunpeng Group Chairman. What a strange girl. Yi Kuan shook his head as he watched Wan Xingyue's graceful figure running away. Then, without thinking anymore, he continued walking forward. At this time, one of Wan Xingyue's girlfriends greeted her. Oh wow, Senior Yi Kuan is so handsome, so charming. Xingyue, it seems like you just ran into Senior Yi Kuan's arms. What do you think? Did he ask for your contact details? Her best friend asked with envy and curiosity, taking Wan Xingyue's hand. They were both first-year students who had been selected to volunteer at the school anniversary event because they were good-looking and had a good image.
Handsome?
He's just a little more handsome than average, but he has a very unique charm,
Wan Xingyue said nonchalantly.
However, this was the first time she had met a guy she didn't dislike.
His name is Yi Kuan? Is he famous?
Wan Xingyue asked her best friend. She couldn't help but feel a little curious about Yi Kuan, and had never heard of such a famous person at school. It seems that senior Yi Kuan was not very famous before, but he made a huge splash at the school anniversary event by directly donating 10 billion to his alma mater, causing a huge sensation. Even the principal now has to be polite to senior Yi Kuan, and I heard that he is going to be named an outstanding student of the century by the university and recorded in the school history, her best friend said with admiration.
Senior Yi Kuan is so bold as to donate 10 billion directly to his alma mater.
The key is that he is still so young, good-looking, and charismatic.
If she were a school beauty, she would definitely go up and talk to him. How could she miss such an outstanding and stylish senior?
Oh, he donated 10 billion to the school. Wan Xingyue was also slightly shocked. There are many billionaires with assets of over 10 billion, which is not uncommon. However, there are very few people who are willing to donate 10 billion to their alma mater.
Ding!
Wan Xingyue's favorability towards the host has increased by 10, and the current favorability has increased by 10 points. Yi Kuan was walking out when he suddenly received a system prompt that Wan Xingyue's favorability towards him had increased. However, a favorability of only 10 points is still pitifully low, and there will be no rewards.
Yi Kuan, let's go to the Kunping Hotel now.
Yang Yijuan came over and naturally put her arm around Yi Kuan's. She had had a secret crush on Yi Kuan since university, and now her favorability rating for him had broken through 90, so she seemed very proactive and bold.
Going to the Kunping Hotel? Yi Kuan asked curiously.
This Kunping Hotel was naturally also owned by the Kunping Group, so he was the hotel's behind-the-scenes boss. Yes, the school is hosting a banquet for guests in the Kunping Hotel ballroom, and many celebrities and outstanding students will be attending.
Let's hurry over there too, Yang Yijuan said, pulling Yi Kuan towards the parking lot. Yi Kuan, what car did you drive here today? Is it still the Porsche? Yang Yijuan asked when they arrived at the parking lot. She knew that Yi Kuan had bought a Porsche when he was in university. It's a Hongqi.
Yi Kuan laughed, taking out the key to a Hongqi.
Hongqi? Yang Yijuan was slightly taken aback.
She didn't expect Yi Kuan to have changed his tastes and actually drive a domestic car. However, Hongqi is also very impressive, especially as it has developed rapidly in recent years, and some of its top flagship models are not inferior to imported luxury cars.
Soon, a cool blue supercar appeared in the two of their field of vision. Drip.
Yi Kuan pressed his hand lightly on the key of the Hongqi.
The cool butterfly doors of the blue supercar slowly opened, like the wings of a beautiful blue butterfly spreading its gorgeous wings.
It was beautiful and full of a sense of technology and design.
This is the Hongqi Tang supercar, so beautiful, I want to sit in the passenger seat today, Yang Yijuan exclaimed.
She put away her Porsche keys and walked towards the passenger seat of the Hongqi with her long legs. Yi Kuan, on the other hand, got into the driver's seat of the Hongqi, expertly started the car, and slowly drove out of the school in normal mode. Along the way, this Hongqi supercar attracted the admiration of many students, reaping a lot of admiration.
Yi Kuan, I can't believe you hit it so well, even I was fooled.
Yang Yijuan sat in the passenger seat, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Kuan's incredibly handsome profile, unable to tear her gaze away.
Ha? What did I hide? Yi Kuan was puzzled and asked.
You are usually so low-key, but suddenly you made a splash, donating 10 billion to your alma mater and driving a Hongqi hypercar worth more than 30 million.
You didn't inherit the family business after graduation, did you?
Yang Yijuan stared at Yi Kuan with beautiful eyes and laughed. She felt that Yi Kuan should be like her, a super-rich second generation, who inherited the family business after graduation, and that was why he could be so wealthy. If that was the case, there was no need for Yi Kuan to hide it from her. She was also worried that Yi Kuan had not chosen to accept her because of his family background.
What family business do I have to inherit? I just come from an ordinary family, I just had a bit of luck. Yi Kuan laughed.
His luck was to obtain the Shinhouse system, which allowed him to continuously level up and take off quickly in life.
By the way, what company did you go to after graduation? Yi Kuan asked.
She knew that Yang Yijuan had not returned to work for the family business after graduation, but had gone to work for an outside company. I work for Kunpeng Group, and I'm now in charge of Kunpeng's short video live streaming business as general manager. Yang Yijuan said proudly.
Kunpeng Group is a very young company that has risen to prominence at an astonishing rate, and its owner is even more mysterious.
Thanks to her outstanding abilities, she has quickly risen through the ranks in the short video field at Kunpeng and now holds the position of general manager.
You work for Kunpeng Group? And you're in charge of Kunpeng's short video live streaming business? Yi Kuan was surprised.
It turned out that Yang Yijuan was now an employee of his company and the general manager of the Kunpeng short video business.
What a coincidence. Yes. Is that surprising?
Unfortunately, I have been in the Kunpeng Group for so long, and I have never met the mysterious chairman. Yang Yijuan said, looking regretful.
Why? Do you really want to meet the chairman of the Kunpeng Group? Yi Kuan laughed. The chairman of Kunpeng Group is sitting right next to you, isn't he? Obviously, Yang Yijuan still didn't know his identity.
Of course, the chairman is incredibly mysterious, always out of sight, but able to plan everything and control everything.
He is the person I admire the most. Speaking of the mysterious chairman of Kunpeng Group, Yang Yijuan couldn't help but show a look of admiration. Ding! Received a plus 999 critical strike in Yang Yijuan's admiration value.
Perhaps you have already met the chairman of Kunpeng Group.
Yi Kuan laughed.
Seeing that Yang Yijuan had given him a wave of admiration, he couldn't help but remind her.
Hey!
The mysterious chairman you admire is sitting right next to you.
Chapter 36, Goddesses Also Take the Initiative. I've met that mysterious chairman? How come I don't know about it? Yang Yijuan looked surprised.
She really didn't remember meeting that mysterious chairman.
Sooner or later you will meet. Yi Kuan laughed, not in a hurry to reveal the truth.
Right now, he was about to head to the headquarters of the Kunpeng Group. Soon, his identity as the chairman would also be officially announced to the public. At least some of the company's senior management would know of his existence.
Yang Yijuan's expression will be priceless when she finds out who he is. By the way, Yi Kuan, why did you name the foundation at your school the Kunpeng Foundation? Do you also work for the Kunpeng Group?
Yang Yijuan stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and asked the question on her mind. Before, when Yi Kuan named the foundation Kunpeng, she thought it was just a coincidence. But now the more she thinks about it, the more she feels that Yi Kuan should be related to Kunpeng Group in some way.
Yes, I also work at Kunpeng Group. Yi Kuan laughed.
Yang Yijuan had asked the key question, and it seemed that she had already guessed something.
You're not the mysterious chairman of Kunpeng Group, are you? Yang Yijuan stared at Yi Kuan in surprise. Congratulations, you've guessed it right. Yi Kuan nodded slightly and admitted it generously.
Yang Yijuan was indeed very clever, guessing his true identity so quickly.
Of course, he had no intention of deliberately concealing his identity.
There was nothing shameful about being the chairman of this group. He also had no intention of deliberately pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger.
So, he simply admitted it.
You are the chairman of the Kunpeng Group. Even though Yi Kuan had admitted it himself, Yang Yijuan still found it hard to believe. She had thought that the chairman of Kunpeng Group would at least be someone in their 30s or 40s.
Yi Kuan was so young. She was shocked.
The man she had always secretly admired and liked was actually the man behind Kunpeng Group.
This was amazing. Ding! Received goddess level beauty Yang Yijuan's favorability plus 5. Ding! Congratulations!
Goddess level beauty Yang Yijuan's favorability towards the host has increased to 95.
Ding!
Once the beauty's favorability towards the host reaches 95, she will take the initiative to throw herself at you, and even push the host in the opposite direction.
Please be psychologically prepared. Ding!
Reward the host with plus 20 spirit.
Ding! Congratulations, your spirit has increased to 45.
Strength, 41, Agility, 33, Constitution, 58, Spirit, 45. In an instant, it felt as if a magical energy had been injected into Yi Kuan's body, making him even more energetic and full of vitality. Yang Yijuan's favorability towards him actually climbed again, reaching 95. She was still the goddess-level beauty who was the first to reach 95 favorability towards Yi Kuan.
And once favorability reaches 95, what happens? Swoops in for a kiss. Pushes back. Yi Koen couldn't help but glance at Yang Yijuan out of the corner of his eye.
He saw her staring at him with a longing look, her red lips slightly parted, revealing a charming and moving expression. Suddenly, Yang Yijuan leaned in close to Yi Koen and gave him a sharp kiss on the cheek, leaving a bright red lipstick mark. Yi Koen only felt a burst of fragrance from the tip of his nose, and then his cheek was pecked by something moist.
"Why am I still driving?" Yi Koen was slightly stunned and said softly. He also didn't expect Yang Yijuan to be so bold as to sneak up on him while he was driving. "Is the car better looking, or am I?"
Yang Yijuan reached up to tease her hair a little, threw Yi Koen a flirtatious glance, and asked sweetly.
"Ha? Am I being flirted with?" Yi Koen looked at the car and then at Yang Yijuan and said, "Of course you're better looking than the car." Yang Yijuan was already a goddess with a face value of 96. Moreover, she was wearing a black strapless dress today, which was very sexy and beautiful. "So do you like me?" Yang Yijuan gave a charming smile, full of charm. A favorability rating of 95 is different, even a goddess will take the initiative. "I like you." Yi Koen laughed, not avoiding her question. "Boo." Yang Yijuan boldly gave Yi Koen a kiss. "Let's go to the reception first,"
Yang Yijuan said with a blushing face and a sweet voice.
"Good." Yi Koen laughed.
He reminisced about the taste of those fragrant lips before reattaching his seatbelt and starting the Hongqi supercar. Yang Yijuan also returned to her cold and beautiful appearance of a goddess, except that a faint smile hung around the corner of her mouth. She had secretly loved Yi Koen and chased after him for 2 years, and at this moment, she couldn't help feeling a little bit of joy.
Boom! Boom!
Yi Koen directly switched the Hongqi sports car to sports mode, speeding all the way, and speeding towards the Kunping Hotel.
Chapter 37, Kunping Hotel, the cool female CEO makes her entrance. Kunping Building is located in the most prosperous and central prime location of Lujiazui, the Magic City.
It is divided into 2 twin towers, Koan and Pang, which are up to 136 floors high and are the tallest buildings in Asia. The Koan building has an appearance that looks like a mythical beast, Koan, about to leap out of the Northern Sea, and is extremely domineering. This building is one of the world's top office buildings and is also the headquarters of the Kunping Group. The Pang building is shaped like a mythical bird with outstretched wings, and it is home to the only 7-star hotel in all of China. Yi Koen drove to Lujiazui and was blown away from afar by the 2 magnificent Kunping towers, towering high into the sky. The Kunping towers are simply superstructures like mythical beasts, a miracle of human architecture. The Kunping building, with its magnificent shape, is far more imposing than the Burj Khalifa. This is his Kunping Group, it's so cool. It's awesome. Soon, Yi Koen pulled up in front of the Kunping Hotel. After parking the car, Yang Yijuan tidied her appearance a little and then walked into the Kunping Hotel with Yi Koen. The Kunping Hotel is truly worthy of being the only 7-star hotel in China. The lobby is luxurious and full of mythical Chinese elements, making it seem like a strange space combining modern technology and ancient myths. When Yi Koen entered the Kunping Hotel, he directly alerted the hotel's management. The mysterious chairman of the group actually came to the Kunping Hotel in person. Yang Yijuan gracefully took Yi Koen's arm, and together they walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the 88th floor, where the Kunping ballroom was located. This was a super fast elevator, and it was as if they were riding a ladder, rising quickly into the sky, and soon they arrived on the 88th floor of the hotel. When Ding Yan saw Yang Yijuan intimately take Yi Koen's arm and enter the reception hall, his face turned ashen, and he nearly vomited a mouthful of old blood. Yang Yijuan was his childhood sweetheart and the goddess he had fancied first, but she had actively pursued Yi Koen and thrown herself at him. He was not willing to accept this. He was a good-looking young man, a graduate of a prestigious university, and had inherited a family business worth hundreds of billions of yuan at a young age. How was he inferior to Yi Koen? Why did Yang Yijuan not like him and choose Yi Koen instead? Although his heart ached, he still pretended to be unconcerned on the surface. Being chosen as the successor to the family business, he is naturally very deep-minded. He feels that as long as he crushes Yi Koen, he still has a chance to win back his goddess Yang Yijuan. This is a reception held for the school's centennial celebration, and those invited are all outstanding graduates from the past of the University of Finance and Economics. Among them are people from academia, business, sports, and culture, all of whom are talents and elites in various fields. They often form small circles of 3 or 5 people, gathering together with a glass of red wine in hand, chatting animatedly. This is a network of contacts formed by alumni, and it is a necessary form of socializing. However, Yi Koen finds attending these kinds of receptions quite boring. Because most of those alumni are a generation or two older than him, he doesn't really have much in common with them. However, since he donated $10 billion to his alma mater, and because of the celebrity aura around him, many socialites take the initiative to come over and toast him, wanting to make friends. Yi Cohen would entertain them a little, but he still found it quite boring. In particular, those so-called successful people in the business world like to brag and put on airs when they get together. Some bragged about closing multi-billion-dollar deals every minute. Some bragged about acquiring another piece of land. Some bragged about how their mansions were too small, less than 500 square meters. Some bragged about not liking money and not being interested in it. Sure enough, putting on airs is a common human nature. Unfortunately, their bluffing was not big enough to successfully arouse Yi Cohen's interest. Then, it was the turn of Ding Yan to bluff. His bluff was unprecedented, as he said that he and the mysterious chairman of Kunpeng Group were brothers, best buddies. Suddenly, the whole audience was shocked and in an uproar. Yi Cohen and Yang Ijuan were dumbfounded. "Mr. Ding, do you really know the chairman of Kunpeng Group? I heard that the real boss behind Kunpeng Group is very mysterious, and there are very few people who have met him. This 7-star Kunpeng hotel is owned by Kunpeng Group and is worth over 100 billion yuan. Kunpeng Group also owns Kunpeng Capital, Kunpeng Short Video, Kunpeng Entertainment, Kunpeng Real Estate, and Kunpeng Medical." Everyone was talking about it, all showing a keen interest. The mysterious owner behind Kunpeng Group can be described as incredibly secretive and has never appeared in public. Currently, Kunpeng Group is ostensibly managed by a domineering female CEO. The female CEO of Kunpeng Group is already a figurehead, let alone the mysterious owner behind the scenes. To be honest, last week I had dinner with the female CEO of Kunpeng Group, Ms. Qin, and discussed a multi-billion-dollar cooperation project. Ding Yan was laughing and joking, full of pride. President Ding is really young and capable, and he was able to have dinner with the beautiful president of Kunpeng Group. Suddenly, everyone expressed their envy towards Ding Yan. Many people present did not even have the qualifications to meet the female president of Kunpeng Group, let alone have dinner together. Yi Cohen was also speechless at this Ding Yan. He never imagined that he and the female president of Kunpeng Group had both become the objects of his arrogance. Just then, there was a commotion in the crowd. A cold and elegant woman with a powerful aura, a stunning figure, and a commanding presence walked into the ballroom surrounded by a crowd of people. How did the female president of Kunpeng Group, President Qin, appear here? In addition to being the female president of the entire Kunpeng Group, President Qin is also the female president of Kunpeng Hotel, which she manages. The successful people on the scene could not help but show excitement when they saw the female president of the Kunpeng Group descend in person, and they all wanted to go up and make friends and get to know her. However, the female president's aura was really too strong, and no one dared to go up and say hello. At this time, Ding Yan saw the female president walking in his direction, and he could not help but show a look of surprise. He smiled slightly, straightened his clothes, put on an appearance of calmness, and strode over to the female president. "President Qin, I am." Ding Yan flashed a smile that he thought was handsome, and reached out to greet the female CEO. However, the female CEO was cold and arrogant, and she didn't even look at him as she walked past him. Ding Yan was completely ignored. However, at this time, no one paid any attention to him at all. In the shocked and surprised stares of the crowd, the female CEO walked up to Yi Cohen. "Chairman, why didn't you give us any advance notice when you came to the hotel?" The cold and elegant female CEO stood in front of Yi Cohen, showing a respectful demeanor. Chapter 38, The Sudden Appearance of 3 Goddess-Level Beauties. Ding! A school beauty has been detected. Name, Qin Lan. Face value, 96, goddess level. Height, 170. Measurements, 88, 62, 91. Bust, 36D. Loyalty, 99. Favor, 20. Personality traits, cold, domineering, loyal. Yi Cohen looked at Qin Lan and nodded slightly. The female CEO has a graceful figure, with a protruding front and a curvy back. She is cold and domineering, a goddess-level beauty, and her loyalty to him is as high as 99. This is very satisfying. At this time, Qin Lan's beautiful eyes also took a closer look at Yi Cohen. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that her boss was not only young and handsome, but also had a unique charm. Ding! The female CEO Qin Lan took another look at the host, and was influenced by her charming aura of being loved by everyone and blossoming like a flower, increasing her favorability by +30. Ding!
The female CEO Qin Lan's favorability towards the host has increased to 50. Ding. Received Qin Lan's admiration value crit plus 999. The favorability has not yet reached 60, so there is no attribute point reward. This makes Yi Kuan feel a little sorry. However, Qin Lan is the female president of Kunpeng Group, so it is not difficult to increase her favorability. Yi Kuan is not in a hurry.
Today is the centennial anniversary of my alma mater, and I just happened to come to the hotel to attend a gathering of alumni.
Yi Kuan looked at Qin Lan and smiled.
He also didn't expect the female president of the company to come directly here. He had originally planned to go to the Kunpeng Group headquarters to meet with the female CEO. It turned out that these were the chairman's alumni and school leaders, so how about a discount of 50% on the banquet tonight, chairman? Qin Lan is very good at handling things and immediately offered to give the school a discount on the banquet. Yi Kuan, however, waved his hand and laughed, saying, "How can it be 50% off? That's too petty. All the expenses tonight will be waived, and some of the best red wine will be served. The chairman is generous, so it will be arranged as the chairman wishes." Qin Lan laughed and naturally followed Yi Kuan's arrangements. This simple conversation caused those successful people and industry elites around them to show shock and admiration. What? Yi Kuan is the mysterious boss behind Kunpeng Group. In other words, he is also the boss of this Kunpeng Hotel. Although Kunpeng Group has not yet been listed, the market valuation has already exceeded 900 billion. And Yi Kuan is only in his 20s, controlling a group company worth over 900 billion at such a young age. It's terrifying. Ding. Received plus 666 worship points. Ding. Received plus 888 worship points. Ding. Received plus 999 worship points. In an instant, the elites present contributed a wave of worship points to Yi Kuan. The big boss behind Kunpeng Group was actually their alumni. If they could take the opportunity to befriend Yi Kuan, they would benefit greatly. Ding Yan was even more dumbfounded. He was petrified. Yi Kuan was actually the boss behind Kunpeng Group. Previously, he had even bragged in front of Yi Kuan that he and the big boss of Kunpeng Group were brothers. What a sand sculpture. This is a huge embarrassment. What's more, he actually wanted to compete with Yi Kuan for a woman before. What a fool. Yi Kuan stamped his foot, and his family business may be doomed, or even go bankrupt. Thinking about it like this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he hadn't made any rash moves before, and it was still possible to mend this relationship. Otherwise, it would be too late for him to regret it. President Qin, is there something important you wanted to talk to me about? Yi Kuan asked Qin Lan. Director Yi, tonight at our Kunpeng Hotel, there will be a very important auction, and among the important auction items will even include the bronze statue of the dragon head of the Chinese zodiac, which was lost overseas many years ago. Are you going to attend this auction? Qin Lan looked serious as he said. If it were just an ordinary auction, she probably wouldn't bother the boss. But this time, it's the highest level auction, and there's even a national treasure auction, so she felt it was necessary to inform the boss. Ding. Triggered random task, participate in the auction and bid on the bronze statue of the dragon head of the Chinese zodiac and dedicate it to the country. Reward, the prestige of the Dragon Kingdom reaches respect. Note, prestige can be divided into cold, neutral, friendly, respect, reverence, and worship. The funds required for this auction will be deducted from the Shinhao Reserve Fund. There is actually a bronze statue of the dragon head of the Chinese zodiac in the auction. If he bids on and offers the bronze statue of the dragon head to the country, he can also increase the prestige value of the Dragon Kingdom. He will definitely have to participate in this auction. No matter how much it costs, he will bid on it. Take me to the auction hall. Yi Kuan said to Qin Lan. Under the leadership of the female CEO Qin Lan, Yi Kuan walked into the auction hall on the third floor of the Kunpeng Hotel. This was originally the Kunpeng Group's largest and most luxurious ballroom, and today it served as the auction venue. This ballroom could accommodate up to 3,000 people at once without feeling the slightest bit crowded. In fact, there were even super rich people from Hong Kong Island, the Formosa Island, and other countries, all there to bid on some precious auction items. Naturally, the seating at this auction was arranged according to status. The more valuable and powerful the person, the more prominent the seat. Yi Kuan's status as the chairman of Kunpeng Group naturally earned him a prime seat in the front row. The female CEO Qin Lan was seated to his right. Not long after Yi Kun had taken his seat, he saw two goddess-level beauties walking side by side towards the front row. The appearance of these two goddess-level beauties at the same time made Yi Kun's eyes light up, and he felt a sense of awe. One of them was arrogant and cold, with a celestial appearance and jade complexion. She was wearing a black evening dress, exuding a powerful aura and radiating beauty. She sat down in an elegant posture in the seat one seat away from Yi Kun. Yi Kun glanced at the seat and saw that the name on it was in Yubai. So she was the cold and elegant female president of the pharmaceutical group, with a net worth of billions. The other goddess-level beauty gave a slight smile and sat in the seat to Yi Kun's left. She was beautiful beyond compare, radiant as spring flowers and bright as autumn moons, with bright eyes and white teeth. She was wearing a red evening gown that outlined her slender figure, making her look graceful and charming. Moreover, her skin is as white as condensed butter and her hands are as soft as bamboo shoots, giving her the appearance of a princess or noblewoman.
Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Hu Yuchi. Hu Yuchi took the initiative to greet Yi Kun, and instead of being aloof, she appeared to be easygoing and generous. Ding! A goddess-level beauty has been detected. Name, Hu Yuchi. Face value, 97, goddess level. Height, 170. Measurements, 86-60-190. Bra size, 34C. Favorability, 0. Personality traits, arrogant and proud. The people sitting in the first row of the auction hall are all of simple backgrounds and are basically wealthy and influential figures. Hu Yuchi had never met Yi Kun before, and she couldn't help but be very curious. Chapter 39, National Treasure Level Centenary Wild Ginseng. Hu Yuchi looked at Yi Kun with beautiful eyes, and couldn't help but be attracted by the charm exuding from him. She suddenly felt that this man was extraordinarily handsome. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Hu Yuchi took another look at the host, and was influenced by his charming aura of being loved by everyone and charming the flowers. Favorability plus 30. Ding! Hu Yuchi's favorability towards the host has increased to 30. No woman can resist the charm of Yi Kun. Therefore, after the goddess-level beauty Hu Yuchi took a second look at Yi Kun, her favorability rating immediately increased. However, this favorability rating is still in the curious stage, not liking. However, she has become more interested in Yi Kun and wants to explore more. Hello, my name is Yi Kun. Yi Kun also smiled slightly and responded politely. Although Hu Yuchi is a goddess-level beauty with outstanding grace and stunning beauty, Yi Kun has seen many beautiful women and can remain calm and composed even after being amazed. Hu Yuchi was slightly surprised to see Yi Kun so calm and unruffled. You have to understand that she is a goddess-level beauty with outstanding temperament. Today, she had dressed up elaborately in order to attend this top auction, and she looked even more radiant and stunning. No matter what kind of young talent it was, they would be amazed at first sight, and then surround her, paying her every kind of attention and flattering her in every way. Yi Kun, on the other hand, had not been impressed at all. He had only asked a polite question, without any intention of delving deeper. This made her, who was already arrogant by nature, feel very dissatisfied, and she wanted to attract Yi Kun's attention even more. More and more important figures entered the auction hall, including business tycoons, celebrities, heirs to large families, and many rich people on the Forbes list. There were also many first and second-tier film and television stars, but they were completely unimportant here and were located very far back. In front of these rich tycoons, those stars seemed commonplace and had no status at all. Many celebrities, tycoons, and socialites who could only be seen on TV news and in magazines usually appeared in this auction hall. It can be seen that once the official auction begins, it will definitely cause a lot of contention. Some important auction items will definitely fetch a sky-high price. Before long, a beautiful female hostess took to the stage, a rising star of a certain TV station. She was radiant and articulate, saying some official-sounding words to liven up the atmosphere before introducing the professional auctioneer for the evening. The auctioneer was a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair and a Mao suit. After he took the stage, a staff member set up the first lot of the day on the podium. All auction items will not only be displayed on the podium, but also broadcast and introduced on the big screen. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the first item to be auctioned tonight is the highlight, a national treasure level 100-year-old wild ginseng. The auctioneer kicked off the first item of the night with an exciting tone. This remark sent the audience into shock. An uproar. A 100-year-old wild ginseng. And it is a national treasure. As you can see, this wild ginseng is 6.6 centimeters long,
with the longest main root reaching 66.6 centimeters. It is estimated to be 100 years old. If you look closely, you will see that this wild ginseng has 3 roots and 4 leaves, which together make 66 leaves. In addition, it has not grown a ginseng fruit. It is precisely because of this characteristic, which is a kind of self-protection, that it has not been discovered until it is more than 10 meters away. If it had a ginseng fruit, it would have been discovered long ago and would not have been able to last for so many years. As the saying goes, a ginseng root weighing 7 taels is a ginseng root, and one weighing 8 taels is a treasure. In the 1980s, a 100-year-old wild ginseng root weighing 9 taels, 2 mace, and 1 fen was unearthed and later sent to the exhibition hall of the Great Hall of the People in Beijing to be displayed as a national treasure. This wild ginseng root weighs 9 taels, 9 mace, and 9 fen, and is truly a masterpiece and a national treasure level wild ginseng. This century-old wild ginseng is unique in the world, and the starting price is 80 million yuan.
As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, the whole audience once again erupted in uproar, and everyone involuntarily gasped.
This is a century-old wild ginseng of national treasure level, a peerless masterpiece, and it is priceless. The wealthy people there, especially some of the older ones, all looked at this century-old wild ginseng with burning eyes. As the saying goes, scarcity makes something precious. 100-year-old wild ginseng is hard to come by. Since ancient times, it has been said that ginseng is worth 10 times its price in gold. This 100-year-old wild ginseng is worth more than 10 times its price in gold. This is a unique and peerless masterpiece of wild ginseng in the world. No matter how much it costs, there are rich people willing to bid for it. This 100-year-old wild ginseng must be bid for at all costs. Many rich people secretly made up their minds. Yi Kuan also set his sights on the century-old wild ginseng. It really was 3 stalks and 4 leaves, with 66 leaves, and was truly an unparalleled masterpiece among wild ginseng. This rare and unparalleled treasure was naturally going to be acquired by this super tycoon.
100 million. After a brief silence, a tycoon soon could no longer hold back and began bidding. 120 million. 130 million. 150 million. 180 million.
The price of this century-old wild ginseng kept rising rapidly.
Many super rich people joined the bidding.
Jewelry and jade are easy to come by, but a century-old wild ginseng is hard to find.
As time passed, the bidding price also kept rising. 220 million.
A female super rich person shouted a sky-high price of over 200 million, looking determined to win. It was unprecedented for someone to bid over 200 million for just a single ginseng. This has set a new record for the highest price ever paid at an auction for wild ginseng. However, this was not the highest bid of the night. 500 million. Yi Kuan lightly raised the small bidding paddle and spoke indifferently. When he said this, the entire audience was shocked. There was first a moment of dead silence, and then an uproar. 500 million. A tycoon actually bid 500 million for a wild ginseng. This is unprecedented and absolutely astronomical. Hu Yuqi's beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at Yi Kuan again. She never expected him to be so generous as to spend 500 million to buy a ginseng. This was absolutely amazing. The problem was that Yi Kuan was not well known in the circle of wealthy people in the Magic City, and she had never heard of him before. Could Yi Kuan be some kind of mysterious invisible billionaire? She was shocked. Hu Yuqi's curiosity about Yi Kuan grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 40, $1 billion, shocking the whole audience. Mr. Yi in seat 1 has bid 500 million yuan. Does anyone else have a higher bid? The auctioneer asked, sweeping his gaze across the audience. Yi Kuan had immediately raised the bid for the 100-year wild ginseng from over 200 million yuan to 500 million yuan, stunning the entire audience. Although scarcity makes something valuable, and a 100-year-old wild ginseng is very hard to find, the astronomical price of 500 million yuan still scared off many wealthy people.
Nima. 500 million yuan. How many people would be willing to spend 500 million yuan on a wild ginseng? Unless you have so much money that you can't spend it all. You want to buy this rare treasure to collect. However, a 100-year-old wild ginseng has very strong medicinal value, and there were still wealthy people on the scene who were unwilling to give up. 550 million yuan. A young woman sitting in the second row gritted her teeth and offered a higher price. This immediately caused an uproar in the audience. Mr. Yi had already offered a sky-high price of 500 million, and yet someone still dared to match it. This auction is really getting more and more exciting.
But this is only the first item up for auction, and the bidding is already so fierce. Then the competition will only get fiercer as we go along. Yi Koen was also slightly taken aback, and his gaze fell on the woman who had made the offer. She was a very young and pretty woman, younger than him, probably in her early 20s.
She was probably the rich daughter of some family.
At the same time, the woman also fixed her gaze on Yi Koen, only her eyes were a bit unkind, as if she was blaming Yi Koen for competing with her for this wild ginseng that was over 100 years old.
Ding! A school beauty has been detected. Name, Lu Yuxuan. Face value, 95, top school beauty. Height, 169. Measurements, 86, 62, 89. Bra size, 34C. Favorability, 20. Personality traits, brave, hardworking. Ha ha.
This rich girl Lu Yuxuan has a negative favorability rating towards him.
It really is because she was angered by the auction, isn't it? Yi Koen smiled and didn't think much of it.
They didn't know each other, so he wouldn't hold back. He still had to bid.
Ding!
The school beauty Lu Yuxuan glanced at the host in the crowd, and was influenced by her charming aura of being loved by everyone and charming everyone she meets, so her favorability increased by 30.
Ding! The school beauty Lu Yuxuan's favorability towards the host increased to 10.
As expected, no woman can resist Yi Koen's charm. His favorability rating should be increased. Ms. Lu from Hong Kong Island has bid 550 million.
Is there anyone else willing to pay a higher price? The auctioneer asked.
He didn't expect that this wild ginseng, which is over 100 years old, would be auctioned for 550 million.
1 billion. Yi Koen raised his bidding card and once again quoted an astronomical price. Dead silence. Dead silence.
Someone actually bid a sky-high price of 1 billion for this century-old wild ginseng. What's more, the price was raised all at once to 1 billion.
It was absolutely insane and outrageous.
Although this was a century-old wild ginseng of national treasure status, the sky-high price of 1 billion was still astonishing.
Shocked. In an uproar. In a panic. Everyone in the audience couldn't help but turn their attention to Yi Koen.
Even in Dubai, the female CEO of Ann's pharmaceutical group, who had been sitting in the front row and had always acted very aloof, could not help but show a shocked expression. Although a 100-year-old wild ginseng is precious, it is not worth 1 billion yuan. And Yubai shook her head slightly. She would never spend 1 billion yuan to buy a wild ginseng, it was just not rational.
Unless, the other party is rich and reckless.
I'm afraid only that kind of super tycoon would dare to play like this.
Yi Koen had successfully aroused her interest.
However, she still maintained her cold and elegant demeanor and did not look at Yi Koen.
This is an iceberg beauty, and there are very few people who can touch her heart. Ha, Mr. Yi in seat 1 has bid 1 billion, is there anyone else who will bid more?
The auctioneer scanned the audience with his gaze, and his tone became more and more excited. 1 billion, the first lot has already reached the sky-high price of 1 billion. At the same time, he looked at Lu Yuxuan in the second row.
She is the daughter of the Lu family on Hong Kong Island. I wonder if she is willing to bid higher for this wild ginseng that is over 100 years old? 1 billion once. 1 billion twice. Damn, $1 billion, who would dare to compete? The whole audience was silent. No one dared to bid higher.
Even the rich young lady from Hong Kong, Lu Yuxuan, whose pretty face had turned red, could not muster the courage to continue bidding. 10 billion yuan, which was already far beyond her psychological budget. $1 billion 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer's hammer determined the final ownership of this century-old wild ginseng. The first lot of the night was actually auctioned off for a sky-high price of 1 billion. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Yi Koen also immediately became the most watched and talked about person in the room, stealing the show. Mr. Yi is so bold, he's practically unstoppable. Who is Mr. Yi? The rich and famous circles don't seem to have heard of his name. Could it be that he is an invisible billionaire? He was sitting in seat 1, next to the stunning female CEO of Kunpeng Group. I'm afraid that this Mr. Yi is the real behind-the-scenes boss of Kunpeng Group. Yes, only the behind-the-scenes boss of Kunpeng Group could be so bold. I never imagined that the mysterious boss of Kunpeng Group would be so young, handsome, and incredibly charming. The rich and famous in the auction hall whispered to each other, speculating about Yi Koen's identity.
Soon, everyone guessed Yi Kuan's true identity.
Who else but the mysterious boss behind Kuanpun Group would dare to sit in seat 1?
And he even had the female CEO of Qinlan as his companion. Ding. Received plus 666 adoration points. Ding. Received plus 888 adoration points. Ding. Received plus 999 adoration points.
In an instant, the crowd present contributed a wave of worship points to Yi Kuan. It turned out that he was the mysterious boss behind Kuanpun Group. Hu Yuqi was also full of surprise, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Kuan beside her. Kuanpun Group is a giant company that has risen very rapidly in recent times, and the boss behind it is even more mysterious, having never been seen in public.
Unexpectedly, the mysterious boss of Kuanpun Group is Yi Kuan, and he is so young, handsome, and charismatic. His first official appearance was a sensation, shocking the entire audience. In Hu Yuqi's eyes, Yi Kuan has suddenly become even more mysterious and legendary. Ding. Goddess-level beauty Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Ding. Goddess-level beauty Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Ding. Goddess-level beauty Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host has increased to 50.
A man's identity and status is undoubtedly a very important criterion for a woman to judge, and it will directly affect her rating of the man. Even if a man is very ordinary looking, if he is the son of the richest man, then his rating in the hearts of many women will directly increase by several grades.
This is the empowering effect of status.
After learning that Yi Kuan is the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss of the Kuanpun Group, Hu Yuqi's favorability towards him directly increased by 20 points.